everyone, how's it going? I'm gonna do another workout stream. I found the last one to be quite fun. Where's my music? I'm gonna do another workout stream. The last one was pretty good. I'm gonna listen to a potted cast. I'm gonna play a little game for at least part of it. Just trying to decide what to listen to. We listened to some cool people who did cool stuff last time. I am gonna listen to some cool people who did cool stuff again this time, but I will not be doing it next workout stream, if there's a next workout stream, because I don't want to just be like, just exploiting Margaret's content to turn into my content. So I will definitely, I'm sorry, I'm looking to Nat, she's just off screen here.
I'm here!
I will definitely mix it up.
Intentions.
I will definitely mix it up and listen to other stuff next time, but just now there's some really interesting looking episodes.
But also I love celebrating cool people who did cool stuff. You think it's
Of
really
course,
valuable.
absolutely. But the episodes here are called Part 1 and Part 2 of Gay Resistance to Nazis. And that sounds awesome, so I think I'm going to listen to that. All right, I'm going to... if people here haven't seen a workout stream before, basically, when I'm on the bike, I like to play video games so that I distract myself from how long I've been exercising for, because otherwise it'll make me want to stop exercising. Otherwise, when I'm doing squats, kettlebell over there, I have on this camera, so I'm gonna have the mic muted so you're not hearing me going, "Hey guys, that's the interesting bit of the podcast, wasn't it?" Because that's not fun. Or if it is fun for anyone, I don't want it to be. So no. So I'm gonna mute the mic now and listen to podcast and do some squats, and then we'll start playing some Inscription, which should also be fun. Cool. In the meantime, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or share or donate directly using command tip. All right, let's go.
With trials on the horizon, new theories arise.
Oh my god, what
Just
is it?
when we thought, or wherever you get,
Thomas killers.
Oh, I'm on. We've got cosmetics.
Stop.
Perfect.
And with me today is Shireen, who is a... Hello, and welcome to Cool People Who Did Cool Stuff, the podcast about all the rebels and weirdos and revolutionaries who fought against all the worst shit that the world has to offer. I'm your host, Margaret Killjoy, and with me today is Shireen, who is a director, an artist, a poet, a general jack of all trades, and is the co-host of the podcast Ethnically Ambiguous. How are you doing today, Shireen?
I'm doing. Hi, it's Shireen. I have a podcast and I've done so many of these, and every intro I've ever done is so awkward. It's me. I'm Shireen.
That's actually something that I really appreciate about podcasts, is it makes me feel like I'm doing okay.
Yeah,
and I also don't know how to do these things.
That's why I exist, to reassure everybody that if I can do it, you can do it. Probably better.
We've also got our producer Sophie listening on like the voice of God, or maybe like one of the three Norns weaving the fate of the rest of us mortals. How are you doing today, Sophie?
Oh, that's my favorite intro you've done. I'm great, surviving kind of.
Yeah.
Excited for this script. It's a good one.
Thanks. Cutting some threads.
That is a great image, and Sophie is like that. Like that was great. Perfect. A+.
Okay, so I figured today we should do something like really lighthearted, easy breezy, and talk about Nazis. I figure no one ever talks about these guys, right? Like,
Who?
When was the last time anyone talked about Nazis? So we figured we should talk about Nazis. But more specifically, I want to talk about how during the early 20th century, there was this like queer accepting culture that was blooming all across Europe, which the Nazis tried to crush. But it turns out it didn't actually work out that way in the end. The Nazis actually, spoiler alert, get crushed.
Cool.
And they took out a lot of queer people along the way.
Not
but
cool.
A lot of queer people fucked up the Nazis too. So that's what we're going to talk about today.
I like that. I like a good, revenge. Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is good. I think you might like some of this story then. Obviously,
yeah.
Not all of this story, unfortunately. Okay, so I don't know if you knew this, but there's actually not one way to be gay. every
Oh?
different. Yeah, no, I was shocked to learn this as well.
There's not one straight way to be gay. Thank you for laughing so much.
Like every culture has had different conceptions of homosexuality and transness and all of these different things. And like to be clear, like guys have been fucking guys since the beginning of time. Girls have been fucking girls, and wherever there's been gender, there's been people transgressing gender roles. But since Western civilization is like so I almost feel like guilty focusing on this particular conception of gayness and how we develop to our current Western conception of gayness. But since Western civilization is trying its hardest to be like the one single culture over the entire world, I feel like it's worth knowing its history of queerness, or at least some of it. And kind of oddly, a lot of the history we have about gayness in our culture doesn't come from like the ladies who liked scissoring, but instead the priests and the governments that tried to stop us from doing that instead. So I want to start with this Book of Monsters.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Liber Monstorum. It's a series of 3 volumes that was written in Old English around the turn of the 8th century. And it's got like cyclopses and centaurs and shit in it. Oh. But it's not just like a collection in alphabetical order. It was written in kind of a specific, like they picked who to put first and who to put at the end. And
like
the third book.
Monster playlist.
Exactly. It's a monster playlist that this guy's writing to try and impress someone, probably. Which makes it perfect, actually, because the very first monster in the very first book of monsters in English is a trans woman. Or possibly an intersex person. Those concepts were very blurry all throughout history.
Right.
And so to quote Liber Monstorum from a translation by Andy Orchard, "Indeed, I bear witness at the beginning of the work that I have known a person of both sexes, who, although they appeared more masculine than feminine from their face and chest, and were thought male by those who did not know, yet loved feminine occupations, and deceived the ignorant among men in the manner of a whore. But this is said to have happened often amongst the human race."
Oh, so is the person writing this pretending they're not human? Or...
No, I think he's just like...
Just the way the Old English works, it sounds strange. Okay. Cool.
Yeah,
Copy.
basically.
Yeah.
So the very first monster in all of English history is it's me. So that rules. I kind of...
Projecting. They're projecting. If that's the very first playlist or song in the playlist they chose, hey, look inwards.
That's a very good point. And the same book also describes it specifically quotes like Ethiopians also as monsters. Wow. And it's not exactly a tome I would like to see live on in the modern world in any appreciable degree. But okay, so fast forward a couple hundred years, and in the 10th century, the Church of England, they were passing around these manuals of recommended penance for sinners based on their different sins or whatever, right? And one of the passages refers to a third gender of person, which is the baedling, or maybe badling. I don't actually know how to pronounce Old English. I'm going to go with badling. And we know that they meant it as a third sex because the specific rule is that any man who, quote, has sex with a badling or with another male or with a beast ought to fast for 10 years in penance.
Wow. And
so this is probably, again, the same concept. This is a concept of someone who is either intersex or trans. And it's related to all these other effeminate words that they had at the time, or words for effeminate men that they had at the time. Including battle and baden or baden. There's a lot of arguments. People like to argue about this shit endlessly on the internet. I don't know if you've met the internet, but it likes to argue about shit like this. There's a chance that the word bad comes from this.
Wow.
Which I will also happily take. I'm like totally down to be the origin of monsters and bad.
I mean, bad, that's badass. I don't even mean that as a pun. I think that's really cool.
Yeah. And different people have tried to like reclaim these words in different ways to various degrees. But okay, fast forward even more. And you've got two important pieces of legislation whose bigotry has echoed throughout the world thanks to colonialism.
Yay.
The Holy Roman Empire, which stretched from northern Italy up to modern day Germany. In in 1532, it passed something called I don't know how to pronounce Latin, even though I took 3 years of it, Constitutio Criminalis Carolina. And one of the laws in this set of laws is, when a human commits fornication with a beast, a man with a man, a woman with a woman, they have also forfeited life, and they should be, according to the common custom, banished by fire from life into death.
Jesus.
Yeah. So they weren't like huge fans of homosexuality.
No, not really. It seems like they just kind of hate us.
Yeah. The very next year, it must have been like sweeping the Europe at the time, because the very next year, Henry VIII of England in 1533, he passed the Buggery Act, which made anal sex and bestiality punishable by death. And
it's just so disgusting to me that those are always coupled together. Like,
yeah.
And I say this as someone that used to have a friend like 5 years ago that was arguing that point. And I'm not her friend anymore. But like, I could not believe someone my age would be able to still have any thought about that. And it blew my mind. So I just hate, that's just is beyond upsetting and disgusting to me. I just,
yeah,
whatever.
I agree.
No, it's I don't know. It just makes me really mad that humans are like that. But also, like, okay, I studied art history in college, and the Roman Empire or whatever the shit, a lot of their artworks involve all genders everywhere, and their gods are intersex and all this stuff. So it's just so ironic to me that they're also burning people alive.
I honestly, like, the best I can figure out, and I'm not sure, but the best I can figure out from like all this research I'm doing for this episode is that, like, not only it's not like everyone was just like hiding and in the closet and afraid of the witch hunters the whole time. It seems like it like cycled. People would be like, oh, being gay rules. And then people were like, yeah, it does rule. And then I would just have like a whole culture of people being like, this rules. And then someone would get into a moral panic and then murder us all and drive the rest of us back into the closet.
Wow.
Which is a really cool pattern that we are hopefully not in the middle of right now.
Oh, well, that makes me very nervous, the way you said that.
But we'll keep going with this story.
I was not thinking about that at all. Okay, continue.
All right. So England's laws get exported all over the world because they are fucking colonialist scum. And the Holy Roman Empire's law becomes Prussian law, which becomes German law, and then becomes Nazi law. And then actually stays the law after the Nazis go away too, but we'll get to that. So the Nazis didn't invent the prosecution of gay people, the persecution of gay people. They just turned it up to 11. In contrast, during all this time, France, when they did their whole revolution thing, in 1791, they legalized homosexuality. And
wow, that's pretty incredible. I didn't know that.
No, I didn't either, honestly. And then I hate that I'm about to say something positive about a Napoleon. But then when he went around and conquered Europe, he brought the French law with him and eradicated anti-gay laws everywhere he went.
Wow. That short king.
I know.
Shireen.
Hey, that is pretty freaking cool.
Yeah. And so it's like, so Prussia becomes Germany by bringing in Bavaria and some other regions. And Bavaria actually had legalized homosexuality, but Prussia did not. So in 1871, when Prussia becomes Germany, the whole country suddenly has an anti-gay law again. And it's a law called Paragraph 175. And it was the law in Germany from fucking 1871 until, do you want to guess what decade they got rid of Paragraph 1871?
What decade? I don't know. I'm genuinely going to say like 1960 or something.
No.
1994.
I was gonna say you were alive. You were alive.
Oh my god. I just thought like after fucking, I don't know, NATO won, maybe they were like in a good mood, and no, never mind. The 60s sucked now that I think about it. But that is very unfortunate and sad.
Unsettling.
Yeah.
And they did reform the laws in the late 60s and early 70s. And I think what they did, I don't have the notes in front of me, but I think what they ended up doing was making it so that there was just a higher age of consent for for gayness than for straightness or whatever. So like straight kids were allowed to fuck at 14, but gay kids weren't allowed to fuck until they're 21 or something, which is like progress, but in the weirdest, most horrible way, you know?
Yeah.
So this law, paragraph 175, is unnatural fornication, whether between persons of the male sex or humans with beasts, is punished with imprisonment, with the further punishment of prompt loss of civil rights.
Whoa.
And okay, so like most of these laws are just about men, right? The Holy Roman Empire one managed to include lesbians as well. But so Germany, they actually tried to extend it to include lesbians a couple times, but they couldn't reach consensus on exactly like how women would go about fucking each other. And so like exactly what would be illegal. And
That's so funny. It's like straight guys making lesbian porn or something. You know what I mean? They're just like, is this what they do? Let's throw that in.
Yeah, totally. I just like to imagine that there's like this room full of dudes in like powdered wigs or maybe like hats with spikes on them. And they're like trying to mimic exactly what they thought. Maybe like one of them cuts their fingers with some scissors by accident or something, you know? And in England in 1921, they tried to expand the law to women as well, the English law. But they got afraid that if they did, it might give women ideas. So the Earl of I don't know how to pronounce English names.
Well,
but
I mean, like, women can't have ideas though, Margaret. Like, that's so dangerous.
yeah. Well, I mean, this actually ties into I mean, like, I think the reason that men hate lesbians is that they realize that if women can enjoy each other, then the men have no purpose.
Yeah, 100%.
And
100%.
I actually think this is why they even hate trans women, especially, or also, is because they could hold on to like, well, at least the human race wouldn't continue. And you're like, sorry, we're going to fuck that one up for you too.
Wow. No, I think you're correct. That is why.
So the Earl of Desert, I'm just going to call him Desert. I don't know if I could.
Desert. I vote desert.
Okay. They colonized like half the fucking world. They can get their names wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
How many people does one suppose really are so vile, so unbalanced, so neurotic, so decadent as to do this? You may say there are a number of them, but it would be like, at most, an extremely small minority. And you're going to tell the whole world that there is such an offense, to bring it to the notice of women who have never heard of it, never thought of it, never dreamed of it? I think that is a very great mischief.
I love that. I love that performance. This is great.
Thanks.
But I was just thinking about it. Like, annihilating the human race, or not annihilating, but slowly killing us off. That would be, have you seen us? Have you seen this planet? Like, that's the way to save the world. Lesbians and trans women.
Yeah.
Like, the men that wrote that, just probably so gay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing we're going to there's a lot of different conceptions that come up about whether sexuality is in it or whether it's like socially contagious and like.
Oh, so that wasn't even part of the question yet. It was more just like the act.
Oh, yeah. No, I was saying that later in the script we're going to talk about.
Sorry. I thought you meant the law.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No. So they didn't expand the law to include women because they couldn't, they didn't want to give any women ideas. But okay, despite the fact that there's all these anti-gay laws on the books, 1920s and 1930s Germany was like fucking unbelievably gay through and through. Left wing, right wing, center, gay people everywhere.
Yeah, actually, in Italy, they used to call. Margaret's probably right about to say this because, like, I say the thing about like badale and that being the like etymology of the word bad all the time. Looks like Margaret just knows all the same like trans trivia, like queer trivia that I know. In Italy, they called gay men Berlinese or like Berlin. Is it Berlinese? It wasn't like Berliners, which is like the actual name for people from Berlin. But yeah, basically they called gay men like as in Italian gay men. They called them like. They said that they were from Berlin. I'm considering adding like another like incentive. By the way, thank you to Rob Arts who tipped £10. I really appreciate that. Everyone, please remember, if you're enjoying the stream, consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or share or donate directly using command tip. I'm considering adding a new rule to my workout, which is because it's inscription, so I don't die that often. I was thinking of doing like I have to do 10 squats for every time I fully die. Not like lose a life, but every time that I fully have to restart a run, I'm gonna add 10 squats to a counter. I think that would be fun. I think that's a fun challenge. It incentivizes me to play the game better while I'm also exercising. All right, cool. Let's carry on.
And of course, a lot of these people were fighting for their rights, which brings us to the Institute for Sexual Research. From 1919 to 1933, there was a place in Berlin called the Institute for Sexual Research, which was opened by 3 Jewish sexologists. The most famous of these is a guy named Magnus Hirschfeld. And this place, I don't know, as far as I can tell, fucking ruled, right? 20,000 people visited every year from around the world. There was this museum of sex. There was a massive research archive. They offered consulting on matters of sex to gay and straight people. Like if you were confused about your sexuality, you could just like show up at the Institute and someone would set you straight or gay. They'd help you.
I wish I had that now.
I know.
How that's so ahead of its time.
I know. And they did endless scientific research into homosexuality. Some of it seems like really weird today. Like at one point they spent a while trying to, and this is all voluntary, but they tried to transplant testicles from straight men into gay men to see if it would cure the gay men of their gay.
Oh, wow.
But and again, this wasn't a forced conversion therapy. This was like people being like, I want to do this or whatever.
Yeah.
But they kind of dropped anything like conversion therapy pretty quickly. And then they moved apparently all their focus to helping people navigate homophobic society rather than, trying to fucking cure them or whatever. They coined the words both transvestite and transsexual. I know transvestite isn't in vogue now, but like it actually was a word that meant a lot to me as when I was younger before I identified it as transgender because I prefer women's clothes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, words change and they evolve in their meaning. And
yeah,
I had no idea that's where they were coined from. What an amazing little institute.
Oh yeah, no, this place is just like there's so much cool shit. They pioneered this idea. I mean, I'm sure other people came up with this idea too, but they pioneered this idea as like a scientific thing that if you just let trans people exist and you let us like go through society the way that we know we belong in society, that we're happier and society is happier and we don't like kill ourselves as much. Because like, homophobic societies drive an awful lot of people to hurt themselves.
And the government hears that and they're like, no, we have to keep them miserable or else they won't need us. We have to keep them scared and miserable and sad. That's actually the truth. So. Yeah,
I genuinely believe that. They're like, I'm miserable, so you have to be miserable.
Exactly.
Okay, and they performed probably the first gender confirmation surgery in history, or at least the one that's like known about in Western records or whatever. I have a feeling some people tried and did this a long time ago too, but this woman named Dora Richter in 1930 was the first person to, in our understanding, to undergo full like gender confirmation surgery. And she actually worked at the Institute. She was a maid, basically. It was one of the only places in Germany where trans people could get jobs. But I don't know how well they were treated. It sounded like they all got kind of shit jobs. Like this woman was a maid. And Hirschfeld was like traveling around staying in luxury hotels and shit.
Oh, there's always a negative side, I'm sure, to everybody.
Yeah. And they also were tied in with the first Western pro-homosexual advocacy group in history, which was the Scientific Humanitarian Committee, which was founded in 1897. And they treated homosexuality as gender. So this gets into there's a lot of different conceptions about gayness arguing at the time. And the Institute's theory was that homosexuality and gender exist in the body and are essentially determined at birth rather than being conscious choices, which led them down to some strange paths. They presented this idea that homosexuals were sort of a third sex halfway between men and women, which implied that like all lesbians are a bit masculine and all gay men are like a bit feminine. They did, however, separate out trans people from all of this to not be exactly the same as gay people. So it was like progress. And they got away with a lot of this gayness because even a paragraph 175 was technically a law in the books, the local government basically told the police like, nah, don't enforce this, because the local government was like far more progressive.
That's something at least.
But I mean, it's also interesting. This guy Magnus Hirschfeld wasn't out as gay. He was very, very clearly gay, but he wasn't out. And like lived with his partner and was active in the gay scene. And I don't love everything that this guy did. For one thing, as part of the coalition to abolish paragraph 175, the law that they advocated instead would have legalized homosexual prostitution. And Magnus was like, no, take that part out. Not because he like hated sex work, but because it would be like too controversial. It would like fuck, and
yeah,
I don't know, sex workers get thrown under the bus fucking constantly. And it also kind of throws on working class gay folks under the bus more, right? If you do that.
Yeah, exactly.
And he was also super fucking assimilationist. I'm not trying to like rag on this guy, but I feel like you gotta understand him, you know?
If you had stopped like 3 minutes ago at like he started institution, whatever, like that's great. But this is an example of like, don't meet your heroes, right?
Yeah,
like,
totally.
I would have just kept him as like this heroic figure if you just stopped there.
Yeah.
It's good to know everything. It's good to know everything.
So at one point he was like, when he was trying to convince everyone that gays were cool, he would like bring cops to gay bars and to be like, look, we're just like everyone else. And like, I like to imagine being in that bar and trying to be like, okay, we're what? We're like everyone else. All right. Yeah, totally. Everyone put on your
casual.
everyone else. Yeah, totally. Like, quick, stop fucking in public. And they also, okay, so they weren't the only game in town either. There was this anarchist named Adolf Brand who started the world's first gay magazine. Again, whenever I say like the world's first or whatever, I want to like really heavily disclose that like all of these history books are going to call it the first whatever, and they mean the Western world, and you know, whatever. Still fucking cool. They started this gay magazine in the fucking 19th century, in 1896, and the name of the magazine translates to the unique. And he was really fucking out. Like he kept getting arrested for being gay, and they would be like, "Are you gay?" And he'd be like, "Fuck yeah, I'm gay. Fuck you." But he also, and I don't love this guy either. I'm going to get to that, but he didn't fuck around with this like gayness as effeminate thing. To him, male homosexuality was like the epitome of masculinity, often bordering on or falling into outright misogyny, right? Because it's like men who only need men, and
right,
which we've all run across.
Yeah,
you know.
I mean, both, with women and with men, I would say that happens.
Totally. And then the activism that came out of his circle was called the Path Over Corpses, and which is really metal, but not actually very cool. And what they did is they outed high profile gay men.
Wait,
often leading to those people to kill themselves.
Oh. Holy shit.
And they just didn't care. And that's why it was called the Path Over Corpses.
They invented cancel culture. They invented cancel culture.
Whoa.
We don't even need Twitter anymore.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. That's one way to go about it, but like that's not a great way.
Yeah. And I usually root for the anarchists in anything, but like I actually not this time.
No.
Okay, and then there's this third conception that I think was floating around a bit the Western world, but actually, as far as I can tell in my limited reading, was far more common in like Southwest Asia and Northern Africa, which was this, and gay men from the West would go visit Southwest Asia to go be a bit more free for a while. And it was this conception that sexuality and gender weren't things that you are, but instead they're things that you do.
Interesting.
And all of those are going to come up through the different characters that we're going to get to as part of why I'm trying to lay the scene.
Yeah. Very interesting.
But you know what else is wholesome besides sexuality is I've decided that the show will only be sponsored by incredibly wholesome things, the most wholesome things we can think of. And so today, Sophie, can we just be sponsored by tap water? Like the concept of tap water?
I mean, but what about the potatoes?
That's true. I do really like potatoes. Okay. Tap water and potatoes, two things that are very
Fair
wholesome.
enough.
Balance it out.
I mean, that seems fair. We do need more than one sponsor.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Protect the potato.
Yeah. Okay. So we're sponsored by those things and then maybe these other things, and we'll be right back.
I grew up thinking that history was boring, that none of those dates and names and places could ever beat a good movie. But then I learned about Exeter, Rhode Island, where in 1892 the townsfolk dug up the graves of 3 women looking for a vampire. When they found her, they burned her heart and fed the ashes to her dying brother as a miracle cure. I'm Aaron Mankey, the creator and host of Lore. For over 7 years, I've been digging up the darkest stories from the past, the ones filled with superstition and folklore, and giving them new life. And this week, we're celebrating our 200th episode. Discover the legendary podcast that gave birth to a TV show and a book series, and unlocked a love for the darker side of history in the hearts of millions of people around the world. Subscribe today and start listening to Lore on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Hi, it's Zoe Deschanel from Welcome to Our Show, the New Girl Rewatch Podcast. Well, superfans, you asked and we delivered. On the podcast, we have the hilarious Jake Johnson, aka Nick Miller. We were able to pull Jake from his very busy filming schedule to share some of his favorite memories of New Girl. Take a listen.
It was a big moment where, because you guys obviously remember rehearsals, we didn't overly commit as actors.
Right.
And I don't blame us. Now that we've all done, at that time I hadn't done as many jobs, but you start seeing the scripts were being rewritten. So we were reading them for the first time a lot of the time.
Yeah.
We would get pages and it would be the night before and we'd be walking into rehearsal. And I viewed it on that show as that's just the first time we're doing it.
Yeah.
But when we were doing Virgins, and do you remember how committed Dennis Farina was to rehearsals?
Yes.
And remember there was a scene we did on like a bed where he like gives us a talk and the crew applauded after a rehearsal because of his performance. And I remember being like, they've never done that before.
Yeah.
You can hear Jake's entire interview on the iHeart app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
What's up, good people? This is Jill Scott, and I'm back with season 2 of Jill Scott Presents J.Ill, the podcast. Yup, the podcast is a safe space for unfiltered conversation, and every week, my 2 sister friends, Aja Graydon Danzla,
That's me.
and Laia St. Clair,
She said my name.
and sometimes even a special guest, and I get together and we talk about what's on our hearts and minds. Like life, it gets juicy if you're lucky, and it gets raw, but it's always real and it's always aiming to heal. Expect no holds barred conversation about our relationships, our health, our art, and everything that comes with surviving and thriving as a human being, and specifically as a Black woman in this here world. Listen to Jill Scott Presents J.Ill, the podcast on iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, and we are back. And of all of these different, types of things that are happening, it seems like Hirschfeld and the Institute had the longest and most widespread impact on the Western world. And the Nazis didn't like that at all, it turns out. Do you know that famous photo of Nazis burning books? Or like, if you imagine Nazis burning books.
Yeah,
Yes.
the image popped in my head, yeah.
Yeah. And everyone's like, oh, look, the Nazis are bad. They burn books. And what usually goes unsaid is that the books they were burning was the research library of the Institute of Sexual Research in these photos.
Wow. Why don't they mention that? They should at least mention that in a caption somewhere.
Like,
what?
The huge pile of books on fire.
Yeah.
And then just Nazis Naziing. Yeah.
Wow. And I mean, definitely didn't help that they were Jewish either, right? Like, the
Yeah,
three people that
exactly.
started it.
Yeah. Honestly, I think the reason it isn't mentioned is because I think that most of polite Western society was secretly fucking glad that all those fucking books got burned. And we're erased from history in a lot of different ways. And the Nazis liked erasing us more actively than the sort of like liberal democracies, but they like trying fucking too.
It's dark but true, and unfortunately.
Yeah. On May 6th, 1933, the Nazis showed up and they burned like 20,000 books, destroying endless amounts of research into homosexuality, transsexuality, cross-dressing, everything. Joseph Goebbels. I don't know how to pronounce Goebbels' name, which I should because he's like one of the famous people in history. He's the chief propagandist of the Nazis, and he gives a speech to 40,000 people during this fucking book burning. And Dora Richter, the first trans woman to undergo gender confirmation surgery, probably was killed in this attack. It's possible that she was arrested and died in prison shortly after. There are a couple rumors that people that don't have as much evidence to back them up that she like got out. And I like to think she got out, but she probably didn't. Meanwhile, Magnus Hirschfeld, he sees the writing on the wall like before all this happens. And so he's off on a world tour, basically trying to figure out where the fuck to get his gay Jewish ass to. Because he's like, this is not going to fucking work. I can't stay where there's Nazis. But he didn't destroy his own records and lists of names before he left.
Oh.
So the Nazis got those. And those are like the one things they didn't burn was the list of like all the fucking gay people in Germany.
Shit.
Not all of them, but
yeah, but that's shit. I can't wait to hear what happens next.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so the Nazis get those. They use them in a campaign to eradicate the homosexual blight because the Nazis, minus the gay Nazis I'll talk about in a second, or later, they sure didn't see homosexuality as like something inherent and natural. They saw it as a plague that needed to be destroyed, let it infest everything or whatever. So Magnus Hirschfeld, he never comes back to Germany. He goes into exile in France, and he dies of a heart attack on his 67th birthday on May 14th, 1935. Adolf Brand, the anarchist who path over corpses guys, he was super brave before the Nazis. And then when the Nazis come over, he retires from activism, marries a woman to try and like play straight. And then he just like shut the fuck up and tried to survive the war. And he didn't because an Allied bomb fell on his house in Berlin in 1945. Died at the age of 70. The Nazis then expanded paragraph 175 like substantially. It used to be gay men can't fuck, but then it became gay men can't try to excite the sexuality of other men. And so
that's where the plague like mentality comes in. Like
yeah,
if this gay guy even comes near me, like
yeah,
maybe my thoughts will be unleashed.
Yeah, I keep thinking about dick.
Yeah.
Exactly. Many people do. It's a natural thought.
Yep.
Okay, so like something like 100,000 men who are accused of homosexuality are arrested, and a lot of them are like, this is often like it's a really easy way to blackmail people. It's very similar to like witch hunting. You're mad at someone, just say he came on to you, and you can get someone arrested. So 100,000 men are arrested. Half of those did prison time. 10,000 of them or so, everyone argues about numbers, were sent to concentration camps where they were forced to wear the inverted pink triangle badges, which is where the pink triangle as a symbol comes from. In the camps, at least by everything I read, they were treated socially like kind of the worst. It was like them and Jews at the bottom of everything. And then gay Jews had to wear like an inverted, it was both a pink triangle and a yellow Star of David over top of each other, and they had it the worst. I read really gnarly accounts of what they suffered, and I'm not going to tell you about it.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much. My imagination is enough. Yes.
Yeah. And about 40% of them survive. So 60% of them die. And there's no law on the books against lesbianism, but the Nazis didn't like gay women any better. And so what they did is they basically found excuses to send as many of them as possible to the camps, non-Aryan ones in particular, and then Aryan ones would get forced.
Yo. Just done a while on the bike. I died one time, so have to do 10 squats. I'm so much sweatier than usual. Someone in chat was saying, hope it's not as muggy in your end of the country. It's thoroughly sticky up here. Working out on this is going to be unpleasant. And, like, honestly, the sky is cloudless down here right now. So it's, like, quite a warm day. It's not muggy, but, like, I am sweating tons more than usual for some reason. I'm just recovering for a sec. I wanted to say, that thing about, like, the burning of the research from the Sexual Research Institute. There's a really good book that I recommend everybody reads called A Nazi Word for a Nazi Thing, by a non-binary Jewish person called So Maya. Basically, basically, it talks about this exact stuff, like the erasure of queer history. And you could collect the air up here with a bucket, it's bad. Oh, Jesus, that's so much. Fucking hell. Basically, what So Maya says in the book is like... So a point about the book burning stuff that I think Margaret got the chronology slightly wrong, because she was describing it like they seized the institute, they arrest a bunch of people, they burn all the research. Hirschfeld is like, I gotta get out of here, and flees. But as you could probably guess from the fact that people were arrested, and he, the guy who founded the institute, was not arrested, he'd already fled the country when that happened. And a really interesting thing that So Maya points out in a Nazi word for a Nazi thing. By the way, the Nazi word in question is the word degenerate, and this is why I'm really against people using the word degenerate, even ironically, or like self-referentially, because it's the word that implies the total erasure of queer culture. Like, I don't view it as a word that can be reclaimed, and I personally am a big fan of saying slurs all the time. If it weren't for Twitch's terms of service, you all would know how much I say slurs all the time. Again, self-referentially. I don't call other people slurs. Unless they ask me to. But So Maya makes this really good point that, like, Hirschfeld, having fled the Nazis, watched on film the Nazis burning his research. And his research wasn't just books. Hirschfeld's research... Thank you, McClippy, for subscribing. Everyone, please remember you can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip if you want to support my work. If you want to support my work in general, you can go to patreon.com/SophieFromMars and just support everything that I do. But if you want to support my streaming, subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. He was watching on film the burning of all his research. And his research wasn't just books, right? And it wasn't just academic papers either. It was film as well. Among the catalogs and the archives of the Institute for Sexual Research were tons of photographs of gay people, films of gay people, photographs of trans people, films of trans people living their lives, existing, being happy. And part of, the bonfire went up so quickly because a ton of it was nitrous film, right? And that thing about the most famous image of the Nazis burning books being the Sexual Research Institute is it's like not only is it shared without them telling you what it was, but they're also not even sharing what's properly in the image, because the image isn't just books, like I'm saying, it's film as well. And they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? But you have to think about the cultural impact contained in images. You have to think about the cultural impact when a gay person or a gay couple kiss each other on screen. And everyone sees it and are like, oh, that's two human beings kissing. It's not monstrous, it's not evil. There's nothing inherently different between this and straight people kissing. Or a trans woman just like living her life. A trans guy fucking with his shirt off going for a jog. A trans woman working out, Like we talked on Red Planet about when we were talking about like sex workers and the similarity between sex workers and content creators, especially streamers on Twitch, like to be compared to like cam girls, and the persecution that like queer people and people of color face moreover than everybody else. They brought up that example of a trans woman who was doing a hot tub stream that like cis women do on Twitch every day, and face like misogyny and harassment for sure, but don't get banned for doing it because it's like a category that's completely allowed. But a trans woman did it, and someone reported it because like they could see her bulge, right? So it must be pornographic and evil, right? And she got banned. And so it's really important to understand the violence that is done to queer people through erasure. because there's a violence of war, right? And this is so often this is ethnic violence. Like, since the concept of a nation as being a people with a common culture and language under a king, right? The idea that one people would fight against another people to dominate them and prove that their, like, inherent, intrinsic, ethnic goodness was superior, right? But for queer people just exist in the whole human population at a pretty steady rate. And now what that rate is, we could debate, but, like, queer people just exist. So the violence that's done to queer people sometimes is physical, actual violence. Sometimes is, you know, camps and executions. But, like, the bigger violence, right? If the bigger violence of racism is like wars, the bigger violence, the biggest systemic violence on queer people is erasure. Because if it's people who exist within your culture and will necessarily exist within your population, the only thing you have as a move, as a supremacist, as a bigot, as a hateful person, as a hateful government who's trying to erase people, is to erase people, is to just pretend they don't exist. And we can look at the two queer genocides in living memory in the Anglosphere, in the imperial core. We can look at the two anti-queer genocides in living memory to understand this better, right? The AIDS epidemic, right, was a naturally occurring epidemic of HIV/AIDS, but the governments in the US and UK quietly decided this was a punishment from God and should be allowed to happen, and withheld medical treatment. And see, it's an absence, right? It's a withholding, right? It's the denial of recognition of people as something that as like equally human people who deserve to live, right? Who deserve medical treatment, because you can categorize them into the other, and in categorizing them into the other, they are nothing. And that's what degenerate means. It means the uncategorizable, right? Because to Goebbels, who is the biggest popularizer of the term degenerate, Goebbels put on a display of postmodern art as degenerate art, like a museum piece of, like, collected together all of the degenerate art to show people how ununderstandable it was. He put it all together. It was just a wacky collection of all the pieces of art that pissed him off the most. And he put them all together so that people could walk around and go, like, there's no theme in any of this. There's no meaning. Or it's like, yeah, of course it was put together by a Nazi who doesn't understand art at all. Of course there's no theme in this exhibition. It's like, this thing is like utilizing traditional African aesthetics as this person gets back in touch with their black heritage that was stolen from them through the process of chattel slavery. This thing over here is an exploration of expressionist understandings of, like, rage and anger. This over here is a sculpture that, like, and it's like, these are the things that are in the degenerate exhibition. Yeah, of course they have no, like, uniting theme. It's everything that Goebbels has shoved together as, like, uncategorizable. So Hirschfeld is watching on film as his books, yes, but also his films are burned by the Nazis. And whose film is that he's watching? That's crucial, right? Because the common record of the war that we have, right, this is something people don't like to think about very much, right, is, like, the record, because of copyright, because of property law, because of intellectual property law, our collective memory of things, our, like, understanding of images, and the images that just pop into our head when we say something like Nazi book burning, or try this one, Hiroshima, or try this one, 9/11, or JFK. Certain images pop into your head, right? And certain companies and people own the rights to those images. To history. To the mental image in your head. And
hence the copyright strike.
Hence the copyright strike on conspiracy on the left. for me using footage of the JFK assassination. So Hirschfeld is watching that, right? And he's watching British Pathé. British Pathé are basically the documentarians of the whole war. Most images that we see that are available to us at all of the Nazis, the Allies, the conflict, the persecution, the colonial, collateral damage of the fighting, all of this was spread through British Pathé and belongs to them in their historical records. And they are the specific people responsible for not labeling that and not sharing that history to say, look, they're destroying these gay records. And this is the point that Sohmeyer is making in A Nazi Word for a Nazi Thing. They're pointing out that these people had footage of the thing and knew exactly what it was. They knew exactly what they were depicting and deliberately omitted the label. We shouldn't understand it as an accident that people don't know that Nazi book burning targeted trans people number one. We should understand it as a deliberate erasure. Sohmeyer says, first, the gay people were, the gay, trans, queer people in Nazi Germany were erased by their research, their communities, their ability to love one another, and even their lives were erased. And then they were erased again by British Pathé, right? And it's the same violence. That's the same violence of erasure. And we need to understand that, especially as it's Pride Month, right? And now is the month to know your history and to understand how this shit works, right? So the AIDS epidemic, that was the first anti-queer genocide in the Imperial Core in recent memory. The current one that's going on right now is the denial of trans healthcare. The epidemic of suicides. It isn't an accident that when Nazis come into my comments, my Twitch chat, my Twitter replies, they use the statistic of how many trans people kill themselves. It's not an accident that they say, go join the 41%. That's not an accident. Sorry, to be clear. Trans people who attempt suicide. It's not actually people who kill themselves. It's not an accident because it's all part of the plan. It's all like a very deliberate, correct reading on the part of those chuds, those Nazis, those hateful fucking scum. They're correctly reading that the mission here is to let people die, let people kill themselves, let them fizzle out and not exist. Because erasure is the violence, right? In the same way that we don't hate the sinner, we hate the sin, was the slogan that became so popular among homophobes during the AIDS crisis because, right, if you're not doing the sin of sodomy, you won't catch AIDS. So just don't do it. Just don't do it, and don't be gay, and don't be visible, and don't have community, and just don't exist. Simply disappear. But we won't disappear. We can't disappear. It's not going to happen. We won't be erased. We're stronger than that. The Nazis couldn't do it, and I know this for sure. As much as the Nazis were useless, fucking backstabbing, dipshitted scum, the evangelicals are even stupider. Right? And if the Nazis couldn't do it, the evangelicals can't do it now. And the conservatives want to do it, but they can't do it either. We won't be erased. Right. 10 squats, because I died. And I have... That's on top of my other squats. So I was going to aim for 120, but now the total is going to be 130. I need some sort of counter. On screen, maybe, that's like how many squats I've done and how many I'm doing in total for the stream. And then we can add to the total if I die in the game. And then we can add to the number done when I do them. Okay, 10 squats, bit more water, then I'll go back on the bike. And then... Wait, I'll go back on the bike? No, I'm going to get the 10 squats and then 40 more done as well. So I'm going to do 50 just now. Sorry about that ramble, everyone. I just wanted to share some thoughts on that stuff because I, was thinking about it while I was on the bike for a while, so I had a lot of thoughts saved up.
Extremely good thoughts.
Oh, I'm glad you liked them. Okay, 50 squats. Let's go. It's podcast time, baby.
To have babies, which again we will leave there. And those who resisted were arrested on imaginary charges. Like 2 women were arrested for disrupting their workplace by sleeping with women from work.
Interesting.
So Nazis didn't like gay people, but
Yeah.
fortunately for history, a lot of gay people didn't like Nazis either, and they decided to do something about it.
Mm-hmm.
Which brings us to one of the best places in LGBT history, Amsterdam. I fucking love Amsterdam.
I still gotta go there. I want to go there. That's like one of my top places I want to visit.
It's, yeah. I remember like sitting on a triangle memorial. It was like a dock into one of the canals. It's like a triangle memorial when I was like a baby, barely even knew I was queer, like traveling squatter staying there.
Wow. That must have been powerful. I can imagine.
Yeah. Okay, so one of the most iconic acts of gay resistance to the Nazis is in Amsterdam after the occupation. It's a story that weaves together some of like my favorite people I've run across in history, at least judging by their actions. I actually don't know much about them as people, but like they did fucking cool shit. And we're going to start with Willem Arandeus. He was born in 1895 in Amsterdam into a theater family. His parents were costume designers.
I just realized that I forgot to say, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip.
Originally, he's an artist, right? And they supported him in his art of his writing and painting. But then he came out when he was 17 as gay, and they kicked him out of the house. Homosexuality was legal in the Netherlands, but, no one liked it. I mean, lots of people liked it, but, society liked to frown upon it. So he develops his art. He starts taking on commercial art jobs. He paints ads, stamps, that kind of shit. He did some like tapestries and coats of arms for some cities, at least one of which is still around. He did a mural for the Rotterdam Town Hall. And you can look up his art, actually. It's really good. Anyone listening, you should look it up because I think y'all should get tattoos of it because it fucking rules. But it's like more designery than fine art, and which I think is cool. And so, and some of his art is on display at the Met and at the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam. But he wasn't really well known at the time, to be real. He's a commercial artist, not some like.
Yeah. I mean, most artists are not really well known or famous until after they pass.
Yeah, totally. And if you want to be a famous artist, you should do stuff like Willem goes on to do. That's my recommendation to you. Okay, so he spends years of his life partnered with a man named Jan Thiessen, and he supports the two of them barely on his art and on the royalties from a biography he writes about a painter named Matthias Maris, who had fought in the Paris Commune. But Willem is dirt poor, largely unknown. He shifts to novels in 1935, and he publishes novels with the names like The Owl House, The Tragedy of the Dream, and then this is my favorite because it's the most Dutch gay title I've ever heard in my life, and I love it. In the Blossoming Winter Radish.
Oh my gosh. Perfect. No notes.
I know.
No notes.
I know. I want to read it. And the Nazis take over in 1940. And they start off kind of trying to be nice to some of the Dutch people, clearly not all of the Dutch people. But homosexuality had been legal in the Netherlands for more than a century. And so Willem is one of the first people to go off and join the Dutch resistance, which was actually more nonviolent in character than elsewhere in Europe. But they weren't slouchers. By the autumn of 1944, the resistance was hiding or had hidden 300,000 people. And somewhere between 60 to 200,000 people were doing that hiding. And over 1 million people were actively letting all of that happen just by like knowing their neighbor is hiding somebody and not fucking saying anything about it.
Yeah, like allies, essentially. Yeah. That's a big number. I wasn't expecting that high of a number, but that's pretty incredible.
Yeah, and like gives me a little bit of hope whenever I want to drag hope out of this kind of thing. Oh, that's the point of this podcast, right? There's over 1,100 separate resistance newspapers, which reach a readership of over 100,000 people during the occupation. But Willem's partner can't handle all the heat in Amsterdam, and he fucks off and moves back to a small town somewhere else. And Willem stays in Amsterdam and he keeps going. In 1942, he starts an underground newspaper called Brundaris brief, which means letter of insignia. In 1943, it merges with another paper called, I'm just going to say the English translations, called The Free Artist, which was edited by a man named Gerrit van der Veen, who's another one of today's heroes, actually, but I believe tragically heterosexual.
Oh, God.
You know,
no one's perfect.
Exactly. And he doesn't get as much screen time in the story, so I want to tell you a little bit about our man Gerrit. He, who's, I could be mispronouncing his name. I'm actually sorry, Dutch listeners, but I can pronounce the name Sjoerd, which is going to come a little later. Anyway, okay, so he starts off his career as a mechanical engineer, but he really just wants to be a sculptor. And then one day, before the Nazi invasion and shit, he's standing on the shore when a fully loaded oil tanker catches fire. So the crew flees and gets away, but he dives into the water, swims out to the ship, extinguishes the fire in the engine room.
Whoa.
I know.
Yeah.
He's just like this guy on the shore who's like, oh shit, a fire. I'm gonna go put it out.
It's like Keanu Reeves just helping what's her face when like someone's car breaks down. He just goes and helps that person, and then but no one has evidence of this, and that guy just did it.
Yeah,
like, he didn't need paparazzi to capture it.
Yeah, wow. Totally.
A good person.
Yeah, and so
one of those.
So the sailors, they're so grateful that they buy him a ticket to Amsterdam and pay for a year's tuition for him to go to art school, or like an allowance for him to become a sculptor, because that's what he wants to do, is he wants to go become a sculptor. So he does. He becomes a sculptor because he's performed this heroic deed.
Wow.
And his shit is really good. Like looking at photos of it and stuff, a lot of it's still around. But after the invasion, and I believe he's of Aryan ancestry, but I'm not sure. And they ask him to sign a paper saying, sign this paper to say you are of Aryan ancestry. And he's like, no, fuck no, I'm not going to do that. Because he's a good person. So instead, he goes underground, he starts a newspaper, and most importantly to our story, he starts forging IDs for Jews and other people who are hiding from the Nazis. So Willem joins van der Veen's crew, and it's made up of like artists and dancers and poets and shit. A lot of them are openly gay. And they just start cranking out fake IDs just all over the fucking place. They made more than 80,000 fake IDs. And because everyone over the age of 15 was required by the Nazis to carry an ID, and Jewish names Jewish ones were marked with a big J on them. The counterfeiters called their services Personals Proof Central, and they sold the IDs, but at a sliding scale. So basically, if you were rich, you'd pay a lot of money. And then if you're poor, you would pay no money.
Love that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how they finance the whole thing, you know? And
yeah, that's how the world should be, to be honest. But
yeah, totally. Okay. And so then there's a problem. They're making all these IDs, but there's records on everyone being stored in a storehouse. So curious Nazis and collaborators, which I guess you could just call them Nazis, honestly. That's the word for Nazi collaborator, I think.
Yes, 100%.
So they just go and double check the IDs against the records stored in the warehouse and then bust people later. And so, but the Dutch resistance had people everywhere, including in these records keeping storehouses or whatever. And so they're working as fast as they can to falsify documents. I think they're basically saying like, okay, we did this following ID, change the records. And they're like, okay. And they go and they change the records. But it's not fast enough. And by the start of 1943, they all get this sense that like really bad shit is coming. And so they like need to step this up. So they come up with a plan. And okay, so the problem is that there's a bunch of records, right? And the records are stored in a building, right? But buildings are notoriously vulnerable to explosions in like the game of paper, rock, scissors. Oh, you know, shit, yeah. Dynamite or the kryptonite of buildings, one might say. I like when Sophie laughs at my scripted jokes.
Hey, a laugh from Sophie is so affirming. I get it.
I agree.
It was funny in writing and when you said it.
Thanks.
What can I say?
So a lot of this crew are pacifists. Not all of them. We'll get to that later, but some of them were. So they devise a plan to not only destroy hundreds of thousands of Nazi records and blow up a building, but to do it without killing or seriously injuring anyone. Which is my argument is that these people invented the heist movie.
Yeah, that's funny.
And this is
I'm laughing. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, so everyone knows the plan. I'm gonna get back on the bike, for hopefully half an hour now. But also, like, Jesus Christ, half an hour? I'm so tired now. Hopefully half an hour. And hopefully I don't die in Inscription at all, because I don't want to add to my number of squats, because I'm so tired from that just now. But yeah, half an hour, play some more Inscription. I have 40 more squats to do after I'm done. Then I'll go shower, and then we'll play some Forgotten City. No, wait, we're playing Nightmare of Decay first, which is a kind of tribute to Resident Evil that Casey Explosion very kindly gave me for my birthday. I'm excited to try it out. It's gonna be cool. And then Forgotten City for a few hours to research and discuss and prepare for my video about it. Okay. Cool. I'll get back on the bike as soon as I'm done panting and puffing. I hope you're enjoying the podcast and also the stream. And if you are enjoying the stream, consider subscribing or sharing or donating directly using Command Tip. This is cool. It's cool to have the accountability for working out. I've never been good at motivating myself to work out. Having an audience is weirdly helpful. Just like weirdly helpful. I guess I'm just an awful exhibitionist. But like it is weirdly helpful. Importantly, as well as if you're enjoying my stream, consider giving me money. If you're enjoying the podcast is called Cool People Who Did Cool Stuff. It's produced by Cool Zone Media. The host is Margaret Killjoy, and if you look her up, I'm sure you'll find a way to give her money as well. And you should definitely do that, because I don't want to just be exploiting her content for my gain. Right. More podcast, more biking, more Inscription.
To be honest, it takes a lot for me to laugh out loud. Like when I'm watching comedy or whatever, I'm usually just silent and I feel like a piece of shit. But I find things funny. I just don't react.
It's fine. I understand. Okay, so
glad you thought that was funny.
So this is not a small plot. In the end, 15 people get arrested for it, and there's so many more people involved than that. But to tell it like a heist movie, I'm going to start with the action. On March 27th, 1943, Arandeus and a whole crew of other people, they dress up as like army captains and shit. Police captains, actually, I think. They march over to the record storehouse and they're like, hey, they say to the guards, because the guards are on, they're like, something's up. We're going to be really careful. And so they show up and they're like, hey, we think that there's people trying to blow up this building. So we're here to sweep the building and check for explosives.
Wow, I love this. Where is this movie?
And so the guards believe them and let them in. And then
Dummies.
Medical students who are with them pull out syringes full of sedatives and inject the guards, rendering them unconscious. They drag them over to the zoo next door, because this building's next to the zoo, and just like leave them unconscious in the zoo.
Okay, zoo twist, not expecting that. Last thing I thought you were going to say was zoo. That's incredible. I love that addition to their plan.
Yeah.
They could have just left them there, but they put them in a zoo.
Right. No, exactly. Because they didn't want to hurt anybody.
Yeah.
So they pull all the records they can find. They pile them up in the center of the room. They pour benzene on them as an accelerant. They place bombs. They grab all the blank IDs and all the money that they can find, and they get the fuck out, and the building goes boom.
Successful heist movie.
Yeah. It wasn't completely destroyed, but the building is soon on fire. So the fire department comes, and they show up kind of late. And then they kind of take their sweet time putting out the fire. And then when the fire is out, they just keep pouring water on the building. Just keep going. Because they're trying to destroy all the records, because the fire department got tipped off saying, hey, can you help us destroy this building?
You can always count. Okay, the fire department.
Yeah,
I mean, you can always count on them. Like there's cops.
Yeah,
and there's firemen, and there's always a good guy. And
yeah,
it comes from history, obviously.
The way that my dad put it once is that no one becomes a firefighter because they enjoy having power over other people.
Damn, I love that. I've never heard it in those words, but yes, yes, and opposite for cops.
Yeah, exactly. So in the end, they destroyed about 800,000 records on people. which and it gets painted as this failure because that was only about 15% of the total that were stored in the building. But they make it out with 600 blank IDs and 50,000 guilders. And I could not, for the life of me, figure out how much 50,000 guilders is in today's money in US dollars. I tried. I promise I tried. I'm
going to say it's a lot.
Yeah. It's more money than I currently have. I'm willing to bet. And yeah, it's like, okay, so sometimes like history is like, oh, and they kind of failed. And I'm like, okay, they didn't like single-handedly save everyone in Amsterdam all at once, but they fucking destroyed 800,000 records and like saved thousands of lives, you know?
They put guards in zoos.
I
like
know.
What? I would say it's mostly a success. I mean, obviously not like stupendously, I don't know, but yeah.
Okay, so there was a traitor in their midst. And unfortunately for the heist movie and for them and for us, we actually don't know who the traitor was.
Fucking Judas.
Yeah. And they get sold out. And one by one, the conspirators get arrested. Willem, when he's arrested, they grab his journal and use it to catch a bunch more of the people. And like, just, I'm really not trying to shame anybody, but if you're going to blow up a Nazi warehouse, you should burn all the evidence at your earliest convenience. So
keep that in mind.
Yeah, exactly. And okay, so 15 of them are rounded up. Willem Arandeus, his defense in court is basically like, I did literally all of it. Blame it all on me. No one else had anything to do with it. And it's not the first time that doing research for this podcast, I've run across people using this defense in court because it's a cool thing that cool people sometimes do. And it saves two of his co-defendants' lives. Two of the medical students are like just given like 15 years in prison or whatever, which fortunately means they're given a couple years in prison and then, you know, the Allies liberate the Netherlands. But he didn't save everyone. Along with 12 others, he was marched out to the dunes and executed. His last communication was through his lawyer, who was also a badass. I'm going to talk about her in a little bit. And he said to her, and this gets translated 1,000 different ways in every retelling of it, but he said to her basically, never let them say that homosexuals are cowards.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is beautiful.
Yeah.
What a life. What a good guy.
I know.
That is, I like this show.
Thanks. I do too. And I cried so many times while I was like researching this episode because I mean, this guy just wanted to fucking like paint and write novels and like fuck his boyfriend. And then instead Nazis took over his fucking country and he did what he fucking had to do.
Yeah.
And like,
and the other guy that's like a sculptor.
Yeah.
Like, you're not allowed to express yourself creatively or like as an artist. You're forced into activism almost because to survive, if that makes sense.
Totally.
Not forced, but you're by default.
Totally.
But yeah, it's wow. I'm glad I know about these people now.
Thanks.
That is cool.
I'm gonna tell you about more of them.
Yay! More cool people that do cool things.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you about his boyfriend next. Not the one who fucked off because shit got too hot, but the one that he dated later and was dating during it all. His name was Sjoerd Bakker. And
that's the name you can say.
Yeah, totally. Because one of my best friends in Amsterdam, his name is Sjoerd. And I actually am still not saying it correctly. But you know,
no one has
tried.
To know.
Yeah, everyone named Sjoerd knows.
Oh, got it.
Hopefully my friend Sjoerd is listening to this and forgives me. Okay, so he's a tailor, not my friend. My friend owns a pizza shop, but this guy is a tailor. And Sjoerd Bakker, he sewed the counterfeit police uniforms that they all wore into the office. And because he was Willem's partner, the defense tried a strategy of like basically be like, go easy on him. He only did it because he was in love with Willem. And then Sjoerd was like, oh, fuck no. Like, no, I fucking did it and I would fucking do it again. Like, fuck that.
Wow. I love, so again, not cowards.
Yeah.
That's like, you know what? That's amazing.
Yeah.
He could have just fucking saved his ass.
I know. And then instead, and this is the gayest part of all and the part that I fucking love. Right before he dies, he's offered one last request. And I'm going to see if I can say this without choking up. He asks for his pretty pink shirt. And so he puts on his pretty pink shirt. And that's a pretty pink shirt is a translation. It's a machine translation. But he asks for his pretty pink shirt. He gets marched out to the dunes and he gets executed alongside his lover. And it was his shirt, his pink shirt, that helped people identify the bodies of all the people who got executed.
My eyes are kind of watery.
I know.
That is so sweet and sad.
I know. And then his brother and his uncle kept fighting, and they also died later in the resistance. But then you got someone who survives. Frida Belafonte, who's a part Jewish lesbian cellist and conductor. And she's the first woman in the world to serve as the permanent conductor for a professional orchestra, but that comes later because she survives. And it's not very often that you get to say the lesbian survives in a story like this, you know? She was this promising cellist. She won a conducting competition against entirely men. And then Nazis take over. And as someone whose father but not mother was Jewish, she was allowed to apply for a special dispensation to keep working professionally under the Nazi regime, at least at the start. But she was like, no, fuck you. I'm not going to fucking do that. And so she puts down her music career, puts it on hold, and she goes underground and starts forging fake IDs. And after the bombing, she goes underground again, and she dresses as a man, as she often did, to avoid detection, or for whatever reason that she felt like dressing like a man. Probably being part of an expert fake ID ring helps when you're trying to go underground, you know?
Yeah. I would imagine that's a good asset to have.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, like, how all these badass people, they consciously, like, every opportunity that was presented to them as, like, you can save yourself, like, you can have an easier life.
Yeah.
If you just, like, kind of, what's the word? Like,
I know I can't think of the word either, but if you just roll over and just go along with it.
Not consolidate. Whatever. There's a word that I'm thinking of. That's not the word.
Yeah.
But it's really cool that with every opportunity that was presented to them, they're still like, no, this is who I am. I'm not a coward. And
yeah.
It's not even, I don't even think the kind of, I would go on record saying, like, they didn't even think of it that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They just did it because that's the right thing to do and they're good people.
Totally. I think that they were just like, that's not an option. Like, why would I?
Yeah, exactly.
But what is an option is buying fake IDs from our sponsor, Fake ID Ring. Is it net or com, Sophie?
I think it's org. It's org.
Yeah, I was going to say what Shireen said. It's definitely .org.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Nonprofit.
Yeah. And so for our next wholesome sponsor is the concept of fake IDs, as well as whatever other ads come after I say this and then stop talking.
But mostly fake IDs.
Yeah.
Mostly
and
fake IDs.
potatoes.
Yeah.
And potatoes.
Here's some ads.
I grew up thinking that history was boring, that none of those dates and names and places could ever beat a good movie. But then I learned about Exeter, Rhode Island, where in 1892 the townsfolk dug up the graves of 3 women looking for a vampire. When they found her, they burned her heart and fed the ashes to her dying brother as a miracle cure. I'm Aaron Mankey, the creator and host of Lore. For over 7 years, I've been digging up the darkest stories from the past, the ones filled with superstition and folklore, and giving them new life. And this week, we're celebrating our 200th episode. Discover the legendary podcast that gave birth to a TV show and a book series, and unlocked a love for the darker side of history in the hearts of millions of people around the world. Subscribe today and start listening to Lore on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Hi, it's Zoe Deschanel from Welcome to Our Show, the New Girl Rewatch Podcast. Well, superfans, you asked and we delivered. On the podcast, we have the hilarious Jake Johnson, aka Nick Miller. We were able to pull Jake from his very busy filming schedule to share some of his favorite memories of New Girl. Take a listen.
It was a big moment where, because you guys obviously remember rehearsals, we didn't overly commit as actors.
Right.
And I don't blame us. Now that, like, we've all done, at that time I hadn't done as many jobs, but you start seeing the scripts were being rewritten. So we were reading them for the first time a lot of the time.
Yeah.
We would get pages and it would be the night before and we'd be walking into rehearsal. And I viewed it on that show as that's just the first time we're doing it.
Yeah.
But when we were doing Virgins, and do you remember how committed Dennis Farina was to rehearsals?
Yes.
And remember there was a scene we did on like a bed where he like gives us a talk and the crew applauded after a rehearsal because of his performance. And I remember being like, they've never done that before.
Yeah.
You can hear Jake's entire interview on the iHeart app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
up, good people? This is Jill Scott, and I'm back with season 2 of Jill Scott Presents J.Ill, the podcast. Yup, the podcast is a safe space for unfiltered conversation, and every week, my 2 sister friends, Aja Graydon Danzla,
That's me.
and Laia St. Clair,
She said my name.
and sometimes even a special guest, and I get together and we talk about what's on our hearts and minds. Like life, it gets juicy if you're lucky, and it gets raw, but it's always real, and it's always aiming to heal. Expect no holds barred conversation about our relationships, our health, our art, and everything that comes with surviving and thriving as a human being, and specifically as a Black woman in this here world. Listen to Jill Scott Presents J.Ill, the podcast on iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcast.
Okay, and we are back. So Frida, so resistance folks smuggle her first to Belgium, to France, and then she has to get across the Alps into Switzerland, but it's winter. So she crosses on foot. She crosses the fucking Alps on foot in winter.
Holy shit, that is
Yeah.
not easy.
Yeah, it's like not something I'm trying to do, you know?
No.
Yeah, I already thought she was a badass like before the break, but now it's like, oh yeah, confirmed.
Yeah. So she makes it to Switzerland and she starts a choir in the refugee camp.
Of course she does.
I know.
I love her.
And then she becomes local to you all. After the war, she moves to Orange County, California. I actually don't know where Orange County is. I think it's LA.
We don't claim or we don't know.
Oh shit. Okay.
It's
Nope.
I mean, like technically, like if you're looking at a map,
Mhm.
sure, but we don't claim. Los Angeles does not claim Orange County.
Okay.
Maybe back then
Yeah.
it was more like, oh, this is all this hot desert SoCal. We're all the same, but no.
But-
At this point, Orange County is like a red.
Very red, very anti-vaccine, very anti-mask situation
I was
in the last
born
couple years.
in Anaheim. Anaheim is part of Orange County, and I was born there.
Oh,
So
well, shout out to Anaheim for doing something right.
yeah, just me.
Just giving us Shireen.
Literally all I know about Orange County is that someone I went to high school with was an actor on the OC.
That's as much as you should know, honestly.
Yeah.
You're good for
The theme song just went bursting into my head. Oh.
Actually, wait. I know people from Anaheim are going to be like mad at me for even saying that, so I had to look it up. Oh no, it is.
Okay.
It's the second largest city in Orange County. Okay, great, because that's also where Disney is. So I was like, wait, is it Los
Yeah.
Angeles or Orange County? Okay, sorry, anyone out there. Please don't at me. Thanks.
Okay. Okay. So now everyone knows that I don't know anything about California. I'm a fucking Appalachian girl at the moment.
It's okay. That's what we're here for.
Yeah.
Honestly, I wish I did not know anything about this place. I wish I was catapulted into outer space. I don't want to be here. I don't want to know anything.
What Shireen said.
Good to know.
Thanks.
Frida wanted to be there, not LA, but Orange County. So she goes to Orange County and she organizes the Philharmonic Orchestra and does it as a nonprofit, and all their concerts are free to the public. And she runs the orchestra for about 15 years, and now she's the aforementioned first permanent conductor of an orchestra or whatever, a woman conductor of an orchestra. And then one day, after like 15 years, someone's like, and I'm paraphrasing here as in making this exact way it goes up, whatever, I'm making this part up, but not the thing that happened, just the words.
Yeah.
Okay. So one day someone's like, oh shit, we're letting a woman run an orchestra. And so they start talking about firing her, right? Because like, whoops, we accidentally let a woman.
Yeah.
But then they're going back and forth about it. They're like, yeah, but she's like really good. Like maybe we should let her keep doing it. And then someone's like, wait. But she's also a lesbian. So she gets fired.
Oh no. Oh, God, fuck that person.
Yeah. And I feel like it's like worth pointing out that like, you know, like a lot of World War II is like the bad guys and then the so-so guys, you know?
Right.
Like,
yeah.
It's not like everyone fucking like, it's not like Britain was like, man, we're so not a, whatever. Britain's really anti-Semitic too, is what I'm trying to say, but there's still like a scale, you know?
I agree. There is no, it's like, it's not black and white thinking. There's no good and evil. Like, you know what I mean? Like, again, what you said earlier, people that support Nazis are Nazis. You know what I mean? People that are like even a little bit homophobic, or like whatever it is. Like, it's just like, I don't know if that makes sense. I guess that's partly black and white thinking, but I think you know what I mean, and I'm going to shut up now and let you continue.
It's black and gray thinking. There's the evil, and then there's the slightly less evil, and then there's the good.
And they're still evil.
I know. And then the good are the individuals who are doing this kind of shit, you know?
Yes, yes.
And so...
The Keanu Reeves of our race.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I'm like trying to picture Keanu Reeves playing her in the movie. But I know that it's not allowed. Okay, anyway. Okay, so she gets fired but she keeps working with music the rest of her life. And one of her whole things that she ends up having to do is that the whole story that I'm telling you, this whole bombing plot, people took the gay angle out of it in history. Like, even though Willem's last fucking words were like, never let them say that homosexuals are cowards. People were just like, look at these great resistance fighters, and like never talk about their sexuality. And so it wasn't until the 90s.
Proves, like, history's all made up, and made up by mostly straight white men.
Yeah, totally.
Don't trust history books. Don't trust history books. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I mean, and so it's in the 90s when she's able to like tell them like, no, the fact that we are like gay is fucking part of this, and needs to be part of the legacy. Mm-hmm. And she dies in 1995, but she has a good fucking run of it. Another guy, Karl Groger, he was part Jewish, although he'd been baptized Catholic. He'd been born in Austria. His father was a lawyer, and his father was like defended the people who later became Nazis. But young Karl, he was a social democrat, and he was a medical student, and he gets the fuck to Amsterdam as soon as he can to get away from the Nazis. But then the Nazis come after, of course, and he gets conscripted into the German army. And then they quickly figure out that he's part Jewish and kick him out. So he joins the resistance. He works on a newspaper called Rattenkreuz or something, Rat Poison, which is a fucking punk rock name for a goddamn newspaper.
Yes. Super metal.
Yeah. And he's, I think he's one of the medical students who sedates the guards. And I think he's the only one of the medical students who gets executed, but I'm not 100% certain about that. But his last letter to his parents includes the line, "I believe that with this one action, I brought more boon to humanity than an entire life as a physician would have done."
Wow.
And he's probably right.
Yeah. No, I think so too. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like, what will shift the thinking of humanity versus what, you know what I mean? Like,
totally.
The fact that he had even like a nudge of that arrow is so much more helpful versus like, I don't know. I was gonna say, oh my god, I was gonna say delivering a baby, but maybe I should not say that.
I mean, like, doctors could do lots and lots of good stuff, and I'm entirely in favor of it. But
I know.
But he definitely saves more literal, just immediate lives just by fucking burning 800,000 records. And he like. Yes. Yeah, and you're right. He also just shows that people can stand up for shit, you know? Mm-hmm. Okay, so then another one, you've got another Willem Sandberg, and he was a typographer, which seems like a good skill set if you're going to become a counterfeiter. And he helped plan the whole thing, and then he goes underground and he survives. He's hidden by a dentist friend after the bombing, and he keeps up his typographic work. He like keeps doing his art while he's underground, and he releases 19 experimental typographic pamphlets because he's a fucking artist while he's on the run. And I kind of love that too. Like, he set aside his art a little bit, but then he was like, oh, but now I have all this time to work on my art because I'm hiding from Nazis.
I got to express myself. I'm an artist.
Yeah. And he designs the plaque for all of his dead friends that hangs on the building where the attack happened. And he goes on to direct one of the more important museums in Amsterdam, the Stedelijk, where he constantly runs into trouble for trying to present art that involves sexuality because Nazis aren't the only shitty prudes around. Mm-hmm. Then there's Rudy Bloemgarten, who's a very non-pacifist Jewish resistance member. Before the bombing, he tried to assassinate a high-up Nazi collaborator. After the bombing, when they came to arrest him, he shot the arresting officer and got the fuck away. He was caught later in a nearby city. He didn't survive the war, but like, fuck it. He blew up a Nazi warehouse and shot a Nazi. And what more can anyone ask?
Life.
Yeah. Like,
yeah. Yes. Thank you for that. You gave us a good life.
Yeah. Okay. Another non-pacifist was Johann Brouwer. And almost everyone else is like artists and students and shit, right? But Johann was a bank robber. At least
Oh my God.
And more than that. So he's a bank robber in the 20s. And then he murders a guy who's blackmailing him about the bank robbery. And then he goes to prison for murdering the guy who's blackmailing about the bank robbery. And then he gets out. And then he gets his PhD in like Spanish mysticism. And he converts to Catholicism. And then he fights in the Spanish Civil War on the Republican side, which is like not what most Catholics are doing. Most Catholics are specifically on the fascist side of that one. And then he comes back from the Spanish Civil War and becomes a professor. And the Nazis take over the country. They fire him because they figure out he's a murderer and he probably shouldn't be teaching kids, which I actually think he should be teaching kids because it's got rules.
I agree too.
So he blew up.
He's not going to let himself be blackmailed. Come on.
Yeah. Like, come on.
Yeah. That's a well-rounded guy.
Yeah.
He could teach and he could kill.
Yeah, exactly. And so he blows up their records and I think he gets executed. I want to find out more about this guy because he's fucking.
Yeah. He sounds really fascinating.
I know. I want to be friends with him. He's a complete wingnut who always throws down when you need it, you know?
Yes. I love that. Love it.
Okay.
Love the con.
Yeah.
I love a good scam.
Yeah, totally. The guy who helped them figure out where to place the explosives was named Martinus Niehoff. He was a World War I vet who fought against the German invasion as part of a regiment of bicycle infantry. I was not aware that bicycle infantry was a thing until I read about this man. But
yeah, me either. The more you say it, the more I'm like, am I imagining just like an army of bicyclists?
Yes.
In their little Speedo outfits? That's what I imagine a bicyclist. Those little like
it is nice.
skin tight.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
No, I like
the
imagining
Speedo, the
like
brand.
That. Yeah, no,
Yeah, not like, you know, whatever. Gosh, Shireen, continue.
No, as much as a man in uniform is very handsome, I think a man in a Speedo is more handsome. Yeah. So I'm fully okay with the...
Great, thank you.
This version of the infantry, yeah. And so he's like the explosives guy for him. He looks up he gets the blueprints of the building from an architect who's one of them, and he suggests, okay, here's where you should place the bombs. And he wasn't caught. I don't think he actually went on the actual raid. He just told them where to place the bombs. And after the war, they had a hunger winter, which is never a good time when your country has a hunger winter where 20,000 Dutch people starved to death or froze to death. Because
I've never heard that term before.
Yeah, I hadn't even heard about the hunger winter until reading about this guy.
Yeah.
And then because war has all kinds of unintended consequences, or intended consequences, I guess sometimes. And so he hangs out at his house and hands out all of his food to kids until his supplies are exhausted. And he survives. And he's mostly remembered for his poetry. So I like that the Speedo wearing explosives guy from the heist movie. I'm talking about these like real people as if they're whatever. Anyway,
they are. I mean, no, he's a poet,
yeah.
And a good heist movie is like there are real heists in the world. We can just call it a heist. You know what I mean? But in a heist movie, there are a bunch of different characters with a bunch of different like backgrounds or qualifications. So this just makes sense to me. There's a poet. There's a bank robber.
Yeah.
There's a sculptor. There's an art. You know what I mean?
Totally.
Like I can keep going.
No, totally.
It's well-rounded.
Yeah. Okay, another guy was named Cees Honig. And after the bombing, he just like goes back to school, his medical school, like nothing happened. But then he just gets arrested while he's taking his medical exam. And he's one of the people who gets saved by Willem, by his admission. And he goes to a concentration camp, but he's freed when the Netherlands is liberated. And then you got your noble, because you need a random noble in all of this too, right?
You need a rich guy. Guy. Yeah.
So Edward Samuel Adrian von Musschenbroek, Muschenbroek. He was basically nobility. He also didn't like the Nazis. And so he fights against the German invasion, and then the Dutch army capitulates and, you know, the Netherlands gives up. So he and his friend drive off to join the British army. And then he joins and fights with the British army as far as France before he's captured by the Germans. He escapes the Germans. He makes his way back to Amsterdam. He joins the resistance, helps blow up the records. Then he goes into hiding, but he was tracked down, arrested, and executed. He spent 3 months in prison with his arms chained above his head in a cell.
Wow.
And his father was also sentenced to 5 years in prison because he had sent a postcard to his kid that was like, good luck. And it like was probably good luck blowing up the Nazis. But
it's sad.
Yeah. Okay, then you have a double agent cop because you needed a double agent cop.
Yeah. The only good kind of cop, I would say, is a double agent.
I agree. Cornelius Roos. He's supposed to be policing the Jewish quarter, but instead he's actively helping Jews escape, including, at least in one case, hiding them in his house. And he's the one who steals the two police uniforms that he then gives to Shord in order to have them copied. And he also, after the attack, he's passing along all the police information about how they're trying to catch everyone. But unfortunately, because he's passing along those documents, when one of the people is caught, they find the documents, they trace it back to him, and he's executed alongside his comrades.
Every time you introduce someone, like, I'm just so curious where it's going to end up. Like, and then they were executed, and then they got away. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, it's
totally.
But good, another good person.
Yeah. Henry Halberstadt. He arranged the explosive heist in the first place because they needed to steal the explosives to blow up the other place, right? And so one of his relatives was a cop, and he gets the relative cop double agent to sneak out the explosives to him, which he then used personally on some like railway lines to fuck up the Germans. But then he gives bombs to the bombing plot, and he gets executed for that. And then there's Gerrit van der Veen, who I was talking about earlier, the sculptor. Before the bombing, he actually once set fire.
The sculptor, this is the guy with the ship.
Yes.
Right?
Uh-huh.
I've been curious about this guy.
Yeah.
Continue.
Okay, so before the bombing, he actually set fire to an employment office for the same purpose.
Right. Tia joined the chat. I want to say some stuff. She said a cool message. But wait, no, first, Thumule said, was it Thumule who said it? I have to head out. Just had the police at my door. Someone on my estate has found an unexploded bomb. Holy fuck. That's insane.
Like, what location?
Thumule, if you're still watching, that's really scary, and I hope you and your people around you are okay. That's full on. Tia said, the deed which brings the deeds... There's an S missing somewhere. I'm going to insert one. The deeds which bring freedom are worth more than food, and sometimes easier than getting food, which we see pretty consistently in revolutions. I think that's a very good observation. Yeah. It's like a state like the Nazi state that's like got a chokehold that it's tightening and tightening on people, and like it keeps everyone in the Hitler Youth until, oh god, that's a big boob sweat. Jesus Christ. It's got this chokehold that's tightening on people, and it keeps kids in the Hitler Youth until age 16, and then, like, from then on you're an adult, but, like, you have to carry an ID card everywhere, and if you're gay or Jewish, then your ID card has to say that that's what you are, and then you also have to wear, like, the triangle or the star. Oh my goodness, Moogsy, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs to the community. Shaven Dragon, I think that's what that's supposed to say. All the vowels are missing. Shaven Dragon, Ribbit, Shashkabi, Lady Cenobite, and Geek Remix. Thank you all for watching, and you now have tier 1 subs you've just been gifted. What was I going to say? Hi, Mari. Yeah, this is really interesting. Like, you know, a state like this, a totalitarian state is the word I'm looking for. A totalitarian state which has this chokehold on everybody and is, like, increasingly... Everything is just locked in place like that. It's like, actually, if you don't care about the fact you'll probably get arrested or get executed or whatever, then... Conscription, too, that's a good point, yeah. Then, comparatively, for people who are, you know, under the Nazi government, like... Something like this, where they get some explosives from someone who they know who happens to, like, handle explosives in their job, and they use it to, like, blow up train lines so that they can't get supplies to the war front. Might literally be, like, easier than if you wanted to procure, like, enough food to feed people that you care about. Or, like, especially if, like, the people that you care about are people who've had to hide from that system because it's so totalitarian, and people who are, like, living without any records in, like, an abandoned squat or something. Being able to shelter those people, being able to feed them, help them get, like, hot running water and stuff like this could actually be more difficult than these kinds of acts of, like, blowing up a train line or whatever. I'd argue that a lot of war crimes have been permitted as a way to incentivize people not to desert. Huh. It's interesting. I mean, you'd know more about it than me with all those war crimes you did. That's not what I meant. Oh my goodness, I'm so sweaty. Oh, fuck. I am way more sweaty than I was on the last stream, which is a strange thing because, like, you think that the more exercise that you do, the more your body would be better at it. But I guess it's been a couple of weeks since the last stream. Maybe I've just been eating too much. We had, eating too much and not exercising enough. We went to, like, an all-you-can-eat sushi place in the last couple of days, and I ate so much sushi that I immediately swore to never eat again. Just a mountain of rice and vinegar and raw fish just inside my body. It turns out all the sushi I can eat is not all the sushi I should eat, and that's a valuable life lesson. They were just regular crimes against humanity because we weren't at war. Yeah. All you can eat sushi sounds dangerous. Yeah, and it was like 20 pounds, so it was fully like, oh, Bassini, hang on, I've been saying this wrong, so let me get this right this time. Bassini's back, right? Because I've been saying it, Basin is back, and then I was watching Mule's stream, and you just, and he shouted you out, and he said, Bassini is back, and I was like, what the fuck is wrong with me? Cool, Mel Schmel, yeah. Thank you for gifting a sub to... No, wait. Thank you for continuing the gift sub that you got from Porcelain Giant. That's very cool. Everyone, please remember, if you're enjoying the stream, to consider paying for the stream. I'm doing a job right now, although obviously what I'm doing right now is, like, trying to be fitter and healthier, so, like... Oh, it is Basin is back! Okay. Okay, alright then. I was successful the whole time. My only mistake was trusting Mule. Obviously what I'm doing right now is, like, trying to be fitter and healthier. But if you are gleaning entertainment from it and enjoying the stream anyway, in whatever way you want, then please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer, or to not give a cut to Jeff Bezos, you can donate directly using command tip, and that would be cool. Also, if you have a Prime account, you can link it to your Twitch account and give me a sub for free, which gives me real money without you paying any money, which is cool. At the moment, this is the stream where we get to find out all the correct pronunciations of Twitch usernames. Yeah, that's what the stream is for. If you joined us recently, this is a workout stream. In workout streams, I do squats and exercise bike because my workout is entirely oriented around having a huge ass. That's the whole point. What else do you live for, even, you know? If you aren't building communities of mutual aid, big communism, and a massive dumper, why are you even alive? Is that a salute to my huge ass? Thank you very much, Fularina. At the moment we're listening to Cool People Who Did Cool Stuff, a podcast by Margaret Killjoy on the Cool Zone Media Network about gay resistance to the Nazis, and we're chatting about it as we go a little bit, which is fun. I think that's fun. I'm having fun doing it anyway. And I think it's really important to interface this with what I was saying just before, which was, oh, I appreciate the peach emoji. That's good. I don't know which I like more, the salute or the peach emoji. They're both pretty good. Anyway, I'm just recovering from being on the bike just now. Salute the boot. I think it's important to interface this idea of, like, revolutionary actions by people who are living under the oppression of, like, Nazi Germany and totalitarian regimes with what I was saying just before about how erasure is, like, the biggest continual violence that queer people face, like erasure of our community, erasure of our happiness, erasure of our lives, erasure of, like, truths about our lives. So many people, like this is an interesting one, right? Loads of people think that trans women don't grow, like, real breasts or whatever. Like, tons of people who are cis people, who just like barely really know anything about trans people think that, or like certainly this used to be the case before trans people became more of like a hyper focused on media scapegoat, but like tons of cis people I think definitely thought that like trans women were just transvestites, just men wearing women's clothes, and like physically, biologically, just a dude, just entirely a dude who's dressed up and worn makeup. And then like as some awareness of hormone therapy started spreading around, there are all these weird lies you see around. Like 4chaners will go around saying shit like tumor titties or whatever, where they believe that like breasts on trans women are like unnatural growths in some way. TERFs tried to spread this line about like gynecomastia, basically the idea that like gynecomastia, which cis men experience, is what most people call man boobs or moobs, right? It's just like, it's basically just a lot of fat forming on the chest, which like can physically resemble breasts, but doesn't contain like the breast tissue, which is capable of producing milk. But when you are on HRT, you do form breast tissue, which, sorry, if you're a woman on HRT, obviously if you're a trans man, then the opposite. But when you're a woman on HRT, you do form breast tissue, and it's actually capable of breastfeeding. And this is like an interesting thing as well, like, again, interfacing with like those lies that people spread around. People spread around this idea that like, if a trans woman, like they love to get like right up in the details of people's lives and spread them all around the internet in a really unpleasant and horrifying and creepy way, but with misinformation. So they're like hyper focusing on those details, but getting all the details wrong on purpose, right? So you can see how this ties into this like erasure thing I'm talking about, right? It's like, if we're going to be made to pay attention to these weird queers, then we're going to tell people all the wrong stuff and make them seem as monstrous as possible, right? So breastfeeding is something that's come up a lot recently in gender critical circles. And they obviously think that if a trans woman breastfeeds, say, a baby, typically that's what you breastfeed. Self-report. If a trans woman is breastfeeding a baby, then it's just like a baby latching onto a nipple that can't produce milk just for the gender affirmation of this sick, mentally ill man or whatever, right? And it's just like incredibly horrible, incredibly false as well. Like, crucially, that's a lie, because trans women can produce milk that is human milk. It's breast milk. It's just milk, right? Like, I don't even want to go into like any kind of a discussion of like the biology or chemistry of difference, because what like transphobes, Nazis, 4chaners, gender crits, conservatives will all try and claim is that like, if they admit that like a milk can come out at all, they claim that it's like completely biologically different and it's just like a pus or something. And no, it's not. It's milk. It's just milk. And I realized as I started to dive into this that some of this is like a bit of a graphic discussion, but like, the thing is, the graphic stuff is the lies that you're told by transphobes. And the truth is straightforward and not gross, pretty interesting. Like, it's pretty interesting what bodies can do, but like also not that interesting because it's not really different to anything. Like, that's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, often
like,
with the gross descriptions or whatever, they don't even need to be like explicitly like lies or whatever, though they're full of lies. It's just like a gross way of describing normal stuff, like,
yeah, totally,
which you can do with anything. Like, this was Abby's point in her abortion video as well, right, when she was talking about like lung surgery.
Oh, right, yeah. And
how, well, this is regarding abortion, but trans people use the exact same strategies against trans people regarding especially medical care, because they will use like, you know, like they'll try and be as graphic, gory, and explicit as possible, but they're describing stuff that makes people happy and enjoy their lives and that they love, and that's beautiful, like, inevitably. And so, like, you know, you can describe anything as in gory, like, you know, so Abby's example is like lung surgery to save somebody's life, and you know, that's scary and graphic, and it's
Yeah.
also life-saving surgery. And
Yeah. Absolutely. Like, this is what I mean. They're trying to provoke an idea of, like... They're trying to provoke a reaction in people where they go, I don't want to hear about it. Ugh, gross.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to perpetuate erasure.
Yeah.
Because erasure is the violence against queer people.
Yeah.
This is my point, right? It's like the big fundamental ethnic violence is we're going to wipe out the other ethnicities because our ethnicity is the good one, and we'll be dominant, or we'll enslave them, or we'll colonize them, or whatever, right? But queer people, it's like queer people will always just be born. You can do whatever the fuck you're gonna do, but you know, next generation, the next kids growing up, and that's why there's such a hyper-focus on kids, right? The next generation, the next kids growing up, some of them are just gonna be fucking gay. Some of them are gonna be bi. Some of them are gonna be trans, right? Some of them are gonna be, ooh, scary word, queer. That word that straights use to oppress themselves. What a fucking asinine nonsense discourse. No, some of them are going to not want to fit into a category so rigidly defined, but know that they don't fit into the normative categories, and so explore their queerness in a fun, life-affirming way. Wow, imagine if you let kids just, like, grow up and become adults who have consenting relationships to other adults and live their lives however makes them happy. Wow, imagine that. Anyway. So the project of the state in relation to queer people is erasure. You're not going to exist anymore. So it's interesting and cool and also just logical to see in this discussion in this podcast, queer people who just go, you're not going to exist anymore. Because, like, when you're in this position, when you're a queer person who sees the state, sign a little piece of paper, just right? And it says, you're not a person anymore. You aren't a person, your friends aren't people, your community, you're not people anymore. And you can disavow the things that bring you together, you can disavow your community, break your bonds of fellowship to be allowed to be people. And you can rejoin society, because we want erasure, that's what we're going for, right? Or you can die, that's erasure too, right? When you're queer and the little piece of paper is getting signed saying you're not a person anymore, it's like, right, so there's the state, and there's everyone I care about. And the state is telling me that only one of these can survive. You know what I mean? It's just cool to hear about this history, right? Where if the Nazis are like, it's us or you, right? Because, like, from the Nazi perspective, and we only ever fucking learn the Nazi perspective, we're told us and them, right? The friend-enemy distinction, right? And the successfully erased perspective is the perspective of a person who's being told not it's us or them, but being told it's us or you, right? And yeah, check it out. The logical at least one logical response that people have to that fucking totalitarian terror is, it's not going to be me then. It's not going to be me. It's going to be you. It's cool. It's cool to learn about this history. It's really cool, and it's important to learn about this history because we need pride. We need pride in queer history, and we need that education, and we need people to understand the things that people have done to fight erasure. The things that people have done throughout history when confronted with it's us or you, right? The reactions that people have had, the ways that people have worked together, not just to like go, well, we're gonna survive. So even if you survive or don't survive, we're just gonna hold out, which is the most important thing, by the way. Like, this is all a focus on a lot of revolutionary terror. A lot of sabotage, a lot of resistance. That's really important. But it's also important to understand that, like, the reproductive labor of keeping your community going, food, shelter, everything a human being needs, keeping your community going is That's so important, right? And so we have to understand there is a war of attrition. It's a war. There's a war on two fronts, right? This war of erasure, right? Where if the ethnic domination is the war of subjugation or annihilation, the queer war is the war of erasure, right? Where the homophobes, the transphobes, etc., are trying to erase us. And you going somewhere? Okay, cool. Well, text me. Let me know how it goes. Love you loads. Send me tweets to retweet as well.
I just retweeted one, so you should.
Fab, I'll get on it. The war of erasure has two fronts, right? On one front, it's a war of attrition. They're trying to wear your community down until there are none left. And if you can keep your community going, and again, that's keep them fed, keep them sheltered, give them the things that people need, share medicines, share knowledge, share power and responsibility, right? Then you keep your thing from being erased in the most literal sense. And then there's the counterattack, right? Then there's the resistance against the state directly and fighting it back. And I think that's just really important to understand. Like, I think that as it stands at the moment, like in places like the evangelical South, where the most totalitarian shit is forming, a lot of people are still talking mostly on the lines of the war of attrition, and it will evolve. People will understand the second front to that war more and more. I mean, you know, with abortion rights, with abortion access, Jane's Revenge have taken that step right now. That's a thing that's ongoing. We'll discuss that on Red Planet a bit more, because there have been there's been more action from Jane's Revenge recently. How can I open my phone? Is my finger too sweaty? That's gross. Oh, no. I think I put my phone down in a little puddle. All right, let's carry on listening to this podcast. I have 50 more squats to do. Give me a kiss before you go, okay? Yeah, I have 50 more squats to do. Whew, more podcast. Let's go. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. And if you use Command Tip, you will be giving me money directly without Jeff Bezos getting a cut, which I think is pretty cool, pretty based. But I appreciate any way around that you want to support me. If it's here on Twitch, if it's over on Patreon, if it's subscribing, if it's sharing, if it's donating directly, it's all good and cool. Okay. Let's get back to it.
But it didn't do a very good job of it, so it didn't really do much damage. Then he had the more successful bombing, right? And then he goes on underground. He stays on the run for 2 years, and it gets increasingly desperate. At one point, he and two others carry out another raid that scores them like 10,000 blank IDs instead of like the 600 they grabbed the time before. But more and more of his friends are winding up in prison, and so he can't have that, right? So he tries to raid the prison to set them free 6 times. Wow. 6 times he tries and 6 times he fails. Like, he just won't fucking quit attacking the prison. And then the last time he attacks the prison is on May 1st, 1944. He and 28 others were led in by a friendly guard. But they...
Oh.
I know. But they get attacked by a guard dog. And...
Oh, no.
And Van der Veen shoots the dog. Which everyone hears. And so...
Wait, one sec. I forgot to say this. If you're joining the stream just now and you don't know what's going on, this is a workout stream. I'm working out. I'm doing biking and squatting because I want a huge dumper. We're listening to Cool People Who Did Cool Stuff by Margaret Killjoy. I'm going to do 20 squats just now, a bit more time on the bike, 30 more squats to finish up. Wait, no, that's the wrong way around to do it. I should make it easier on myself going forward. 30 squats just now, 20 after the biking, and then I'm going to disappear off for a bit and leave you all on an intermission screen. Cool. Let's carry on. Subscribe, share, etc. If you tip, you'll be contributing to my fundraiser that helps me carry on paying for voice lessons and other trans costs, because transition is really expensive. Like, I need 100 quid to process my application to change my passport at the moment because it's been really bothering me that my passport has the wrong name and gender on it. Shit like this. That's what this is for, if you tip. Right. I just have to deal with some Twitter stuff, as cool as that is, and then I'll be back on the squats. 30, bike, 20. Cool.
Firefight breaks out. Van der Veen gets shot in the back and paralyzed from the waist down and somehow still escapes. Like maybe he's carried away by a comrade. That's like the more likely thing. But I don't know. This guy just like doesn't know how to fucking quit. So it's like kind of easy to imagine him just like crawling away.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
And a friendly doctor treats him and they were all caught a couple weeks later and he was tried and executed.
The ending is always the one that's like, where's it going to go?
I know. Okay, one more.
No. I love these.
Yeah. Well, I only wrote one more.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so even their fucking lawyer is cool. Lau.
Oh, this is the woman.
Yeah.
Lawyer.
Yep.
Okay.
So Lau Mazarel.
I'm listening.
Yeah, no, yeah, totally.
Shireen's like, I'm an engaged podcast guest.
I think you are.
Oh, thank you.
So Lau is down for the struggle before the Nazis, during the Nazis, and after the Nazis. She represents immigrants and refugees and queers and Romani folks. Before the Nazi invasion, she tried and failed to get the Dutch government and the synagogues to destroy all their records about who's Jewish. Basically, she's like, this shit's going to happen. Have you seen Germany? You should get rid of your lists. And they're like, nah, we like lists, you know?
And then it happens and she's like, see?
Yeah.
I told you.
Yeah. And her
she's a smart lady.
I know. Her Jewish husband goes on the run with her kids who are because her kids are part Jewish or whatever, get in trouble too. And they actually survive the war too. And she frees people like legally when she can and illegally when she has to. One time she like literally jumps on a train to drag Jewish kids off of them, basically being like, you can't kill them. They're like under my legal protection or whatever.
Wow. Another Keanu.
I know.
Wow. Yeah. Oh my God. I love these people.
And she was originally going to go with everyone on the night of the bombing and help do the bombing. But in the end, she decided not to go because she was too short to realistically pass as a cop. So as soon as I read this, I like messaged my lawyer friend and was like, I found you in history. And then after the Nazi thing is over or whatever, she becomes, in addition to fighting for all these other things, she also becomes an anti-census activist because she's like, I've seen what happens when governments keep lists of people.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Fair.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've always, the census always rubs me the wrong way. I don't understand it. This woman, she knows what's up.
They also never seem to do it right in America.
Yeah.
No. Whatever. But I do like that because she was the one that Willem, I hope that's his name. He told her that just don't let anyone say gays aren't cowards, right?
Yeah.
Or homosexuals or whatever the word he used. So because she was the only person that was told that, she probably is the one that kind of like wrote or helped write what happened in the history and stuff, right? That's what I would assume.
I think so.
Yeah.
She also go ahead.
No, I just was going to say that makes her really cool to me.
Yeah. Like in 1946, this didn't even make it into my script, but like in 1946, she forms or helps form one of the like main gay rights organizations. And just like, she's like, yeah, okay. Like, I think she's probably also straight too. I don't know, whatever. She's married and has kids. It doesn't make her straight, but she's just like, I'm going to fucking absolutely get involved in LGBT shit as soon as this happens.
A true ally.
Yeah. Yeah. Like in an actual sense of the word, like ally is in like the two of us are invading a country together, like.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, totally. I like her. I like all these people.
I like all these people.
Yeah.
This is before I hopped on, I was like having the best day. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
But I'm pleasantly surprised. These people are I want to look up all these people when we're done with this.
Yeah. And
just I'm a very cynical person and I don't have faith in humanity. I think we are terrible. And I unfortunately think the bad outweighs the good because bad usually wins. But this kind of stuff really gives me hope that like actual good people will keep doing good things.
Yeah.
You know? And there's a reason, like, jumping in the ocean and helping a ship not be on fire, like, you know what I mean? There's always going to be that. I don't know what I'm saying, but
it's always going to be a
there's
Kiana.
always a point. Yes, there's always a point in every podcast where I start to philosophize. So this is the point when that happens.
This is great.
Now.
This is the right time. I'm here for it.
Okay, great. But no, I think especially in the culture that we are in now, which I don't like, how there's like, you're being observed at all times. There's cameras everywhere, or like and when you're not being observed, you want to be the observer and like record something or take a photo, or there's all these outside forces that influence your actions, unfortunately. Even subconsciously, I think that happens, whether it's like posting something or you want to share, especially as artists, if you want to share something, there's going to be a reaction and you have to be online to even feel relevant and all this stuff.
Yeah.
So I think if we just dial all that back and like, I don't know, doing good things just to do them versus like I hate when celebrities are like, I fed the homeless today. Just like, just go feed the homeless. You know what I mean? Go donate money. You don't have to fucking tell us about it. You know what I mean? If they're actually good, they would just do it and not say a word.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
but like,
that's what
how would they get compliments on the Twitter and the Instagram?
It's so performative. That just proves it's performative. You know what I mean? But maybe one day the good might outweigh the bad, but the current trajectory, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know. It's I don't know. We'll see what happens, but I like this kind of show to give me hope.
I'm glad. Yeah, I don't know. I one of the things I like about how all of them are artists and stuff is that they're not doing it for clout, you know?
Yeah.
They're just doing it because they're like, well, I'm an artist, but I also got to do this shit now. Like,
exactly.
Like,
yeah.
Some of them you got to use their skill sets, like the typographer or whatever, but the cellist isn't like, I'm playing cello for the revolution. The cellist is like, I guess I'm fucking making fake IDs now, you know?
Yeah. These are very talented people in their own right.
Yeah.
Because they're notable in whatever they're doing. So.
Yeah.
Not that it matters to be notable, but you know what I mean?
Yeah. And then, okay, so this whole plot, I've been calling it like the Amsterdam plot in all my notes. It doesn't have a cool name in history that I've been able to find. Like, even the group of them, they don't get called like, I don't know, the cool gay artists who blew up Nazis or whatever, blew up Nazi warehouses. They just get called the Gerrit van der Veen group because there was a straight guy there who like helped run some of it. I don't know. Do you have any name ideas for them? Like, what do we call the gay bombers of Amsterdam, or, you know?
The gay bombers of Amsterdam.
Not to put you on the spot. Well, very literally.
I mean, this is so. The first thing I thought of is bad. It's not good. I thought of Glam Squad.
Okay.
Just on the G train. You know what I mean? I was on that word. I think squad can be a badass addition, but I also think it's like predictable. Maybe it should just be some random word. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to combine, like, just find a word that's like bombers, but like a better version of that. Like
bomb squad.
The bomb. I mean, that's not what I want to say.
Well, that's what they did though. They showed up and they were like, "Hey, we're the bomb squad. We're here to check for bombs."
That's pretty great, actually. They're the original. They're the very first bomb squad that you should ever know about.
Yeah, exactly.
Is what they are. They're the OG bomb squad. That's what they are. They're the OG bomb squad.
Okay. I'm glad we came up.
That's not the greatest. Not the greatest, but I will finish there.
All right. So that's it for today. When we come back on Wednesday, we're going to keep talking about this stuff. We're going to move back over to Germany, and we're going to learn more about cool gays who did cool gay stuff like fight Nazis.
No, we're going to do that right fucking now. Let's go.
Column Heart Radio app.
Stuff. I'm
recording the first
Margaret Killjoy.
You get your podcasts so you don't miss a single episode.
We'll see you in session soon.
Hello, and welcome to Cool People Who Did Cool Stuff. I'm your host, Margaret Killjoy, and this week I'm talking with Shireen. Shireen, how are you doing?
Good. Actually, I know the first time you told me, I just said I was like basically doing bad, but after recording the first part, I don't know if the people know that you record them back to back, but I feel much better than I did earlier. So I feel good after hearing about all these cool fucking people.
Yeah, cool. And our producer Sophie is on the line as well. Sophie, how are you?
I'm great. Drinking a cream soda Zevia, living my best life. You know.
So speaking of aftertastes and Nazis, and I actually don't know how to do this segue, but you are listening to part 2 of our 2-part series on gay resistance to fascism. And so you're probably a little bit confused if you haven't heard the episode that came out Monday. So you should go back and listen to it if you haven't.
Yeah. You really should. It's a really good episode. And you will learn about a lot of really cool people. And this is coming from a very big cynic. So go listen to that episode.
This is good. It's like try to impress the cynic is like a interesting.
It's not even about impressing. It's like, will I still be miserable by the end of this? You know what I mean? Like it's like, yeah. You know what I mean?
Okay. Well, this one is going to be. Oh, I don't want to spoil it. Okay. So where we last left off, there was like a motley crew of queers, artists, and medical students in Amsterdam who just pulled off a like heist movie level antics to blow up a Nazi record storehouse. And today we're going to bring things back to Germany. So, Germany. There's a country called Germany. Weimar Germany is the period from 1919, after Germany got its fucking ass handed to it in the First World War, to 1933 when Hitler came to power and did the whole Hitler thing that I presume most people are familiar with on some level. And Weimar Germany had a lot going for it, right? It was a republic, for one thing, which is a step up from dictatorships and such. People could like vote and shit. And there was free speech, there was free assembly, there was no state religion. Some of the gay laws weren't being enforced, although they were still there. And the government was based out of a city called Weimar, which is how they got the name Weimar Germany. But Germany was completely fucked economically. World War I left their economy in shambles. Hyperinflation took over. Everyone was hungry and, fucked. And then they had the fucking worldwide depression after all of that on top of it.
I mean, I think that's the reason why the Nazis worked. You know what I mean? They had to like kind of get the desperate. You know what I mean? Like they had to really, and like then Hitler in quotes like, oh, he can save us kind of thing. I think they had to have the previous shitty part in order to even do the other shitty part, if that makes sense.
Totally, because people are so fucked. They're like, I'll try anything.
Yeah,
once.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then, so most of the stuff I'd been exposed to about Weimar Germany, which focused on really cool stuff, because Weimar Germany was this very interesting artistic time period. And mostly I'd heard about the cabaret scene, all the sort of decadent queer artists who try to live fancy, free lives while they're basically starving. And all of that is like true and interesting and beautiful, but it's only one part of Germany's culture at the time, and actually only one part of its queerness and its queer culture. You've also got this really messy assortment of different organizations that have different names, but get called like the Wandervogel or the German Youth Movement or the hiking clubs. And these go back decades. They go back to the 1890s. And there's this movement that it kind of looks like Boy Scouts. If Boy Scouts was like a fuck off huge thing that involved millions of boys and girls both through various levels of formal and informal organization with weird paganism, vegetarianism, nudism, and queerness running out through the entire thing. So not actually very much like Boy Scouts.
I would like to be that kind of Boy Scout.
Oh, okay. Well, then you're going to love our characters today. So millions of German kids formed these hiking clubs and spent their days like camping and getting in touch with nature. Mm-hmm. It was an anti-modernist movement, a lot of parts of it. And whenever people are like, oh, it was this, it's like, it's all kinds of different things all happening at the same time. But it was kind of, a lot of it was about leaving civilization behind. A lot of it was German nationalist, although it didn't have necessarily an anti-Semitic character as far as I can tell, at least on any systemic level. Some of it was really middle class and some of it was really working class. And a lot of it was just fucking outright criminal in kind of the best and worst ways. There was a French gay anarchist named Daniel Guérin who wrote about the movement in the 1930s because he would go visit 1930s Germany because it was a fucking awesome place to be a gay anarchist. But he found this movement increasingly politically polarized between the communists and the fascists. And as the whole worldwide depression is hitting, more and more youth are finding themselves homeless. They choose itinerant lifestyles over staying still in one place. So the movement keeps growing and it keeps polarizing and doing all kinds of weird shit. In 1933, huge chunks of this come to an abrupt end when Hitler bans all alternative youth organizations that aren't the Hitler Youth. A lot of the more mainstreams of these groups just basically become the Hitler Youth. And in 1939, he makes participation in the Hitler Youth compulsory. But the youth movement went a lot of different directions. Not all of it went into the Hitler Youth, as we'll get into. But some of it did, and so we're going to talk about gay Nazis now. These are not the cool people who did cool stuff.
Well, gotta balance it out, I suppose. But also,
yeah.
I'm fascinated where this will go.
My own experience with Boy Scouts. I was a Boy Scout, and my best friend, who was a Boy Scout, came out as trans like years before I did. And so I love that, you know, me and my best friend were, because people are like, oh, they're letting girls into Boy Scouts now. And then like me and a lot of other trans women are like, oh no, they always did.
That's a good joke. That's a good joke.
But so gay Nazis.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah. So before Hitler took over completely and the National Socialists were just like one of the parties in Germany, they were actually the only political party in Weimar Germany with a known high-ranking gay member. Ernst Röhm was the leader of Hitler's SA, which are usually called the Brown Shirts, which are basically the party's like street thugs who operate outside the law. Like, you know, when Trump told his Brown Shirts, Proud Boys, to stand by and stand back, similar sort of organization. And Ernst Röhm was really into this hyper-masculinity thing. He's so you're so anti-feminine that you don't fuck women, right?
Yeah.
And he's really into authority and discipline and obedience. Those are good manly things, unlike democracy, socialism, anarchism, fucking girls, all that weird sissy
so soft.
stuff.
Yeah.
And this is not to say that the Nazis were pro-gay. They were just kind of pro-hypocrisy, I think. Even before they came to the power, they were the most adamantly anti-gay party in politics. But even the Social Democrats, who were the ones who weren't enforcing Paragraph 175 and were part of trying to fight to get Paragraph 175 repealed, when they used homophobic language to try and talk shit on the Nazis. Basically, they were like, "Oh, Rom's gay," and they like published his private letters in order to basically be like, if you support the Nazis, you support pedophilia and gayness, and the Nazis will corrupt our children. And so no one's fucking good at this point. No political party is looking good. The Nazis are clearly looking the worst, but it's just kind of interesting to me. And this causes a split in the gay rights scene, right? Some groups, like the Scientific Humanitarian Committee, which has Magnus Hirschfeld, the guy I was talking about a lot last episode, he warns the gay Nazis. He's like, you know the fucking Nazis are going to come after you too, right? But then the other big organization at the time, this is really not something to be proud of, they're like, what? Nah, they're not coming after all the gay people, just those Jewish gay people.
Fuckers.
Yeah. But spoiler alert, the Nazis are coming after all the gays. So on June 30th, 1934, on what gets called the Night of Long Knives, Hitler has Röhm and a whole bunch of the other brown shirt leaders just murdered. And in public, Hitler was like, oh, I definitely did this because Röhm was going to betray me. But it was really transparently, Hitler was tired of being made fun of for putting up with gay people in the ranks. His pal Mussolini liked to make fun of him. And they were like, oh, how you harboring gays, whatever.
You know, his pal Mussolini.
Yeah.
yeah, totally.
Yeah, it's like the very first no homo with consequences or something. I don't know.
Yeah, totally. And then what's kind of interesting is that Hitler probably didn't personally have a problem with Röhm's homosexuality. He was a fucking people pleaser and he wanted people to like him, which is definitely never happened again. There's never been a populist right-wing leader anytime in history, certainly not in the past 10 years in the United States, who has clearly not had any problem personally with gay people. And then
No, yeah.
Yeah. But
greatest country in the world.
Woo! We're the ones who beat these Nazis. Okay.
Yeah.
So
we're the heroes of this story.
Yeah, and then fire the conductor for being gay. So in private, Hitler would either defend or attack Röhm's homosexuality, depending on the audience, right? Like sometimes he was like, oh, that was in his misspent youth and he's learned better now. And other times he's like, us worldly men, we understand that such things happen and are fine. That's my Hitler accent. I don't do accents.
No, you should. Yeah.
Yeah.
I also don't do accents, but I think when I've tried, I've learned my lesson. So
yeah. I'm reasonably certain that if someone put a gun to my head and said that I had to speak like a British person for 2 minutes or I would die, I would die. Because I genuinely believe that with a gun to my head, I would not be able to talk with a British accent.
No, I did a live reading of Twilight once with Bechdel Cast, another amazing podcast.
Yeah.
And I had to voice one of the characters who was French,
Uh-huh.
and like in the thing he has an accent, and so I tried before we recorded. I was like, can I do this? And I tried to have a French accent, and I sounded like Jamaican every time. It was so that was like cemented. Like, Shireen, accents are not for you. This is not so.
Yeah,
but no, accents are hard, so I understand.
And I don't want to do that to the audience.
No.
Okay, so another one of the people that another one of the gay brown shirts that Hitler has killed was a guy named Edmund Heinz, who was actually Hitler's cellmate after the failed coup of 1923, the beer hall putsch. And he was one of the fucking original Nazis. Like, literally, he was number 78 in the enlisting in the National Socialists.
Whoa.
And he was gay as hell. And when they came for him during the Night of Long Knives, he was in bed with a lover.
Wow.
By 1941, Hitler starts suggesting the death penalty for gay kids in the Hitler Youth. And then they pass the death penalty for gay SS members. But what they do instead, I mean, a lot of them they kill, right? Some of those sentences get commuted to go be cannon fodder in the war against Russia, which I think they actually did to a lot of people end up dying that way, get taken out of prison and sent to go die on the Eastern Front. Or they're sent to serve in this like all criminal Durlevanger brigade of the SS, which is basically a brigade within the SS that's like all of the worst people and the criminals, and I put worst people in quotes, but like, you know, where they like go give criminals a chance to go die. I bring all this stuff up. Okay, do you know that meme, the "I never thought leopards would eat my face," said the person who voted for the leopards eating people's faces party?
No, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, this is
what
the
you
idea.
just said. Okay. Should I look it up?
No. I mean, it's just basically this. It's like someone's like, "But I never thought the leopards would eat my face," said the person who voted for the leopards eating people's faces party. And that's how I feel about the gay Nazis. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the reasons to bring this up in this like otherwise conversation about good gay people is that I feel like, okay, when we talk about the bad people in history who are gay, we're usually playing into this trope that like all of them were closeted, right?
Mm-hmm.
But these gay Nazis weren't. They were not closeted. They were open about their interests. It was part of their like storied tradition of right-wing homosexuality that ran concurrently with left-wing and apolitical homosexuality. And
is it just like internalized homophobia or like hatred? I tried to wrap my head around stuff like that, like what they tell themselves to legitimize their existence or like what they're doing. So it's like, I don't know.
They're just fucking racists, you know? And they're like, I like the racist party. And then they're like, but the racist party hates you for being gay. And you're like, well, I don't care. I'm so racist that's, you know, it's like we see that a lot.
Comes first. Yeah.
Yeah. In like the modern far right in the United States, there are like, you know, gay members of it. And you're just like, what are you fucking doing? They hate you and will laugh at you and kill you at the first opportunity. And you're like, no, they like me, you know?
You know, I just thought of, it's probably power that changes it. You know what I mean? Like, if you feel like you're a little bit, not untouchable, but like protected, you feel more able to be a hypocrite, I feel like, right?
Yeah, no, that actually makes sense. Honestly,
if people
like
are wondering what I'm up to at the
comes
moment.
down to power at the end.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Womp womp. Okay.
Yay.
I'm ready.
I'm just recovering from the bike. I died during the last set, so I know I got to do 30 more squats. And I'm not looking forward to them. But they got to be done. Ugh. Okay. Here's the plan. It's Morgan. Thank you so much. Thank you. Here to see a sweaty Sophie. Have you seen this huge ass I've been working on, Morgan? If you're wondering, here it is. It's going pretty well, IMO. What was I gonna say? Right. Okay, I've been working out for 2 hours now. Final 20 squats was turned into a final 30 squats because I died in fucking Inscription. So, I appreciate the applause. Thank you very much. Can't say I expected this to be the first Sophie stream I managed to catch Lamau. Nice. Well, the rest of the stream will be a lot more of a normal Sophie stream, so you'll see that. You'll see what that looks like as well. Here's the plan. When I've caught my breath, final 30 squats. I'll leave the podcast on for you guys to enjoy. Gonna go catch a shower. I'm going to come back, I'm going to play some Nightmare of Decay, which is like a Resi kind of vibe tribute game that Casey gave me for my birthday. And then Forgotten City, which I'm making a video about at the moment, so I think we'll have an interesting discussion, have some chats, get ready for my vid. And we'll probably carry on chatting about this stuff too, because it's really fucking interesting. And that's the plan for the rest of the day. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. And if you donate directly using Command Tip, look up there in the top right of the screen. Not only does Jeff Bezos not get a cut then, but also it goes into my fund to help me keep on paying for voice lessons, pay my fees for transing all of my ID documents, etc. It would be very helpful if you would tip. Anyway. I am weak through my whole body. When was the last time I worked out this much in one go, honestly? I'm a fucking writer. I'm a video essayist for my living. Oh my god. I need to do some more stretches too. Anyway, just catching my breath. What was I gonna say? Nope. Head empty, no thoughts. It's entirely disappeared. Alright, let's just carry on listening to the podcast. I'm just gonna play some more Inscription while I catch my breath.
Okay. And so the other reason to bring all this up is that...
subscribe, cheer, donate directly using Command Tip, all that good stuff. There you go.
I think that we forget that a lot of this shit has like really high stakes, the way that we talk about sex and sexuality and gender. And I would argue that we should be on the lookout for when some segment of, I don't know, feminism or gay politics starts making common cause with the right wing, which obviously would never happen now. No feminists would just start making common cause with the right wing at all.
No white feminism here.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh god, I just thought of I wanted to make like a really subtle...
For the record, no real feminism would make common cause with the right wing. TERFs are just fascists and just scum.
Harry Potter reference, but I couldn't think of one fast enough, and so I just went with that, the most obvious thing. But you should know, listener, that I was trying to talk about J.K. Rowling. Anyway.
Yeah, me too. That's what I was thinking of too. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay, so you've got the gay Nazis. They don't last very long. Fuck them. Whatever.
Yeah.
But now I want to talk about gay pirates.
Hell yeah! Let's do this!
Yeah, I want to talk about the Edelweiss pirates, who are so much fucking cooler, and they're on the opposite.
This is becoming a danger, me carrying on playing this game at all, because if I die, I'll have to do 10 more squats, and then I'm gonna, like, not want to... Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm really fucking myself over here, honestly. This isn't good. Okay, the solution is that I need to just get on with doing the squats sooner rather than later, and then go get my shower.
Side of all this.
Okay.
So all the youth from the what I was saying, when they're all itinerant doing all this crazy shit, they're running around in these, like, it gets a million names, bunds or bands or clubs or cliques or whatever, and they're coming out of the Vondervogel and all these related moves.
Wait, I remember what the thing was. Someone in the chat asked a question that I wanted to answer. Right, I remember what the thing was now. Shirley Mansbean in chat said, on the topic of trans girl fitness, how much weaker should I expect to get? Because at 3 weeks HRT, I'm really having to start changing my workflow as a mechanic. So, it depends on a lot of things. There's, like, how well your body naturally builds and holds muscle. Mine, like, does fairly well. I haven't, like, done a bicep curl in, like, 2 years now. And I'm still, I still have a pretty good bicep. Well, 2 of them, actually. That's such a stupid joke. Just for the fans, here it is again. By the fans, I mean Morrigan. So, like, if your body naturally holds muscle well, then you'll, you may well just keep a lot of your upper body strength. If you've already been working out those muscles for, like, your whole life, and it's just, like, part of your kind of your physiology at this point, yeah, it'll probably stick around. I personally kind of want to Thank you for calling me out because I was definitely appreciating the content. Okay, this is one more just for you, babe. There you go. I want to push back on the thing about, like, estrogen makes you weaker. Testosterone does help you build muscle. But what I've been finding, and what I've noticed with a lot of other dolls, is actually, like, more powerful legs. I think a lot about transition is just about figuring out how to use your body in a different way. Like, sexuality is a really good example of this. A lot of people feel like their libido is just annihilated by estrogen. I don't think that's, like... I think it does have a bit of that effect. I think it also, like, compounds with people having a whole new body that works in a different way now because it's got different juice in it. And the different juice makes your sexuality, like, experience change radically. And you need to figure out how that works if you're going to be able to, like, keep doing the good stuff. And so, you know, that's, like, a parallel with working out. It's like, if you do nothing but bicep curls as your thing, right, and then you start taking estrogen, suddenly you're going to find yourself, like, really banging your head against the brick wall. And, like, because, like, my shoulders have disappeared. That's one thing. I used to have, like, very, very bulky shoulders. They've disappeared. But, like, they love Judas, you're correct. Whereas, right, if you've been working out your upper body because you want to look like fucking Johnny Bravo, and then you realize you're a woman and switch your workout to be more legs and ass focused, I think you'll have a good time. That's, like, part of why I've changed my workout so much. Like, I used to pretty much only do arm and shoulder stuff, when I thought that, like, if I could achieve some bizarre masculine ideal, I'd somehow be happy. Now it's like every little bit more huge dumper I get, I'm like, I'm even happier. Remember, dolls, thick thighs save lives. I would say, if you're not long into estrogen and you want to maintain physical fitness, refocus your workout to be about thighs, ass, and core, and learn that you will be lifting things with your knees from now on, not with your arms. That's it. That's my advice for working out. That's my doll fitness advice. I hope you enjoy it and appreciate it. I should do these 30 squats and get on with it already.
And the whitewashed version of history that I had run across primarily before doing this research, honestly, has them, like, wandering around the pristine German countryside, like singing camp songs and thinking about, like, marrying their heterosexual sweethearts monogamously and popping out pure Aryan babies and all that shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, like, this could not be further from the truth. This growing culture of vagabondism and has this desire for change, because they're all fucking broke and hungry and mainstream society's completely failed them. And more of them are living in camps. And again, totally unfamiliar to people today, as, you know, whatever. A lot of the clubs were just gangs. They were the wild gangs, and they were in a war against civilization and everything boring. Every winter they would, like, disband, and every Easter they would celebrate their clique or their gang's rebirth. Their camp songs were parodies of the Hitler Youth songs. They told dirty jokes. They got into fistfights with the Hitler Youth.
Hell yeah.
Basically, with all the men off to war, the Hitler Youth were acting like the police in a lot of German cities.
Mm-hmm.
And so they lived criminal lives, and they fucked. And oh my God, did they fuck. And it was anything but straight, anything but monogamous. Like, it's like queer enough to, like, maybe even get me a little bit like, oh my, maybe that's not the right way to go about these things, you know? So these are not the assimilationist gays. These are street fighting, forest fucking, sex working, Nazi robbing, criminal queers.
Yeah, it's like the anarchy of gay.
Yeah. And they're called they have a lot of different names, and but the one I'm going to use now is the Wild Fry, which means the wild free, which was one of their mottos, and they would have, like, things emblazoned. Well, I'll get to that. And they live up to the name. History mostly remembers, like, a subsect of them called the Edelweiss Pirates.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got
Edelweiss?
Yeah, it's a flower.
Oh, interesting. How gay?
I think I know, right? Yeah. So I've got information kind of about 2 generations of the wild fry, and one chunk comes from about 1930 and one chunk comes from the early 40s. And so I'm kind of doing my best to give an honest, like, the way that these two connect, but there isn't a lot of information about that because all of the shit is so hetero-washed. But so it's an important, I'm going to do an imperfect job, but I'm going to do the best I can and quote original sources and all that shit. And because people, when they mention the Edelweiss pirates, they present this sort of like generic working class youth subculture who ruled and were brave as fuck. And they like fought Nazis. There's a movie about them I think it's called Edelweiss Pirates. But
the gayness gets taken out.
Yeah, totally. And it doesn't talk about their origins, and it definitely doesn't talk about gay fucking. And so Daniel Guérin, who's the French anarchist who wants to go hang out with gay folks in Germany, he describes a run-in with them in his book called The Brown Plague, which doesn't translate well now, but means it's critical of the rising tide of fascism. Okay. One Sunday, on the outskirts of Berlin, we met by chance a strange troop on the road. Needless to say, neither their short pants, their bare calves, which disappeared under their long wool vests, the bulky and sundry loads swaying on their backs, nor their enormous hiking boots distinguished them from ordinary vagabonds. But they were very much toughs. They had the depraved and troubled faces of hoodlums and the most bizarre coverings on their heads. Black or gray, chaplain-esque bowlers, old women's hats with the brims turned up in Amazon fashion, adorned with ostrich plumes and medals, proletarian navigator caps decorated with enormous edelweiss above the visor, handkerchiefs or scarves in streaming colors tied any which way around the neck, bare chests bursting out of open skin vests with broad stripes, arms scored with fantastic or lewd tattoos, ears hung with pendants or enormous rings, leather shorts surmounted by immense triangular belts, also of leather. Yeah. Both daubed with all the colors of the rainbow, esoteric numbers, human profiles, and inscriptions such as Wild Fry or Rudber bandits. Around their wrists, they wore enormous leather bracelets. In short, they were a bizarre mixture of virility and femininity.
Wow. That's a sentence. That is amazing.
I know. And you too can buy all of their costumes from our sponsor, the Pirate Store, which is a nonprofit, again, because we're going full pure wholesome with the ads here.
Yeah,
is a nonprofit store. Yeah.
Yeah. No, when you said emblazoned, the first thing I was like, they have merch, that's one way to spread the word.
Yeah, totally. And we too, I actually don't think we have merch at the time of this recording, but we do have advertisers, and some of them are hopefully the Pirate Store.
Yes, we're manifesting.
Yeah. Here's some ads.
My name is M. William Phelps. You might know me from my serial podcast, Paper Ghosts and White Eagle. For the past 20 years, I've been immersed in the world of true crime, including the still unsolved homicide of my pregnant sister-in-law. I'm back with new weekly episodes of my ongoing podcast from iHeartRadio, Crossing the Line with M. William Phelps. Think all things true crime. Cold cases, new cases, exclusive cases, including unsolved crimes I investigate and interviews with those involved. You'll get true crime stories from start to finish you have not heard anywhere else, in addition to actual conversations with murderers, serial killers, detectives, and others. Join me. Together, we'll be crossing the line every week with a fresh dose of murder, mayhem, and madness.
Hey everyone. Those true crime ads are fucking insufferable, aren't they? Right. I'm gonna leave you with the... Okay, I'm gonna kneel down. Okay, hello. Whew. Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm gonna leave you with the podcast still going. I'm sorry if there are more wanky true crime ads. There definitely will be. I would really appreciate if anybody wants to, could afford to, is appreciating the stream, could boost my fundraiser a little bit further. It would help me out a lot. I'm just plugging this before I go off to shower. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Everyone, I'm so fucking tired, help. How do I live? Oh my god. Okay. If you want to subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip and increase my fundraiser while I'm off showering, I'd really appreciate it. It would be really cool. It would be very nice to see this go up a little bit when I get back. Anyway, I'm gonna go off and shower now. I'll leave you on the intermission screen with the podcast still playing. I should be like half an hour or whatever. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out with me doing this. We'll be playing some Nightmare of Decay next. Oh, I'm so tired. I'm so tired, I'm gonna die.
I'll say hi, everyone, and you can start with the second season, okay?
Well, they say you can't teach an old legendary call your grandma.
Wildfire, they're self-full
podcasts
or wherever you get your podcasts.
This podcast is doing well. You guys are really killing it.
And we're back. So the Wildfire, they're self-organized, right? They don't have this like overarching structure, but they do sometimes form into these larger coalitions, sometimes not. There's thousands of these bands, and they all have fucking weird, fantastic names. Some of them are Black Love, Red Oath, Fear Not Death, Bloody Bones, Dirty Guys, Forest and Field Sleepers, Tortoises, Brandy Thrush, Black Flag, Forest Pirates, or the Northern Lights.
Wow, I love that. It's like the Legends of the Hidden Temple, like the team names. That's what it reminds me of.
Yeah, it's like, well, yeah. I'll get to why it sounds like fantasy in a second. It's one of the things that I love about it. Okay, they all had their own distinct styles of dress, which, and the basic idea was take some idea from fantasy literature and just fucking run with it. Just basically like try to live like you're in a fantasy novel.
Wow. They're like, what's it called? What's the thing when you're role playing? It's like
LARPing.
Something. LARPing.
Yeah.
LARPing. It's like LARPing. It's like LARPing.
But for real.
But very creative. And, yeah.
And so and unlike a lot of the rest of the Wandervogel movement, which was fairly middle class, almost all of these are working class kids. And basically they're like, well, a fantasy life, that sounds better than starving, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so some of them would dress up as like American frontiersmen. Others would dress up like pirates. Some were in stereotypical German garb and like lederhosen and shit. Others were like Crusader knights.
Wow.
Some were caricatures of indigenous Americans. All of them wore Edelweiss flowers, the single symbol that like united all of them and gave them the eventual name, the Edelweiss Pirates. And they were into tattoos, including on their genitals. Girls and boys both wore earrings. And when the various gangs, this is one of my favorite details I ran across. When the various gangs would meet up together, though, instead of all wearing their like different colors from their different cliques, they all wore like top hats and tailcoats and like the finest, like fancy clothes that I'm sure they stole.
Wait, I want to look up what an Edelweiss flower looks like because
Okay.
I want to visualize their merch. Oh wow! It's like a starfish.
Oh yeah, huh? Yeah.
Aww.
They're like, for anyone who's listening, they're pretty white flowers with like yellow. I don't know anything about biology, botany.
I've definitely never seen one before. It's
Yeah.
very unique looking, but okay, cool.
Yeah.
I have a visual. Awesome.
Okay. The most influential fantasy author for them, which is kind of funny, is this guy named Carl May, who is this 19th century adventure novel author who was. Yep. Sophie knows where I'm going with this.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh yeah.
This is Hitler's favorite author.
Favorite author. Con man
What?
Carl May. Yep. Yep.
Did not know that.
There's a whole Behind the Bastards episode about Hitler and about how he loves Carl May.
So wow.
Our old friend.
I wonder how Carl felt.
Yeah.
Oh man.
This is like, I mean, you know.
Robert describes Carl May as the J.K. Rowling of their day.
Oh, interesting.
That's all I need to know. That's all I need to know.
But I want to know, because I think of like, I'm in a metal band that takes a lot of inspiration from Tolkien, and so are a lot of Nazi metal bands, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think of it like that, you know, but I haven't read any Carl May. But anyway.
Carl May.
So these Carl May LARPers who like rob people and do sex work. A few years ago, a modern queer sex worker focused radical publishing project called Underbelly translated some of their songs from German. And so I'm not going to sing it, unfortunately. I'm sorry, everyone.
Darn.
But my favorite is just making fun of the Hitler Youth for being too masculine and normy. And it's called Short Hair, Big Ears. Such short hair, such big ears. That means the Hitler Youth must be here. Grow long hair, tango nights. There's no Hitler Youth in sight. Oh ho, oh ho. And one hears the words on every street. There's no Hitler Youth I'd like to meet. Oh ho, oh ho.
And they're fucking poets? Come on. That's amazing. That's amazing.
And most of them were like 14 to 18. I'll get into that more.
But that's the age where you kind of feel like invincible, right? Like that's the
Totally.
I think like it's damn, I would have been all over that.
Yeah. They made their living as delivery drivers in various unskilled positions, petty crime, non-petty crime, sex work, especially at various gay bars throughout the city. Honestly, one of the reasons I love them so much is they just sound like my friends. That's just like a description of what my friends do.
Yeah.
And especially when we were younger. And then they would pool all their money and then use it to pay off all their criminal fines that they incur or to support their arrested friends. And they go to juvenile detention and jail and shit constantly. And they break out of juvenile detention constantly. Like the study I read of 50 wild fry who had been held in detention, almost all of them had broken out at least once. And 6 of them had broken out of detention centers more than 20 times individually.
Holy shit. That is incredible. Wow.
Yeah.
The kids. The kids are the answer.
I know. And the more they face repression, the more they just resent mainstream society. This is even before the rise of the Nazis, a lot of this stuff. They just resent mainstream society and they retreat further and further into their fantasy worlds. In the city Köln, where the movement is strongest, they coordinated all their gangs, which they called guilds, into...
Of course, they're called guilds.
Yeah, of course. Right. Yeah. And they coordinate them into rings, which are coalitions of each guilds by district. And then each guild had a leader called a gang bull. And the bulls of each guild would together elect the ring bull. And to be a bull, you had to prove that you were strong, brave, good at crime, and down to fuck. Down to fuck like...
Wait, that was... Good at crime and down to fuck.
Yeah. All kinds of weird ways. And at least one gang, the Eagles of the Mountains, everyone in it was a bull because they were like no leaders, I guess. And each bull had a queen, which I think may have been of either sex, but I'm not entirely sure. All male gangs had a beloved who is expected to be sexually available to everyone in the gang. Since some gangs didn't let girls in, girls formed their own all-girl gangs. And then some boys wanted to join the all-girl gangs, and so the girls let them in. And I appreciate that because that would have been me. I would have been the boy being like, can I join the girl gang though?
Yeah. I mean, girls are nicer than than men. But I also was thinking like just guilds and all these little factions and stuff. This is like IRL World of Warcraft. You know what I mean? This is just like, like factions and battle and like whatever. Like, wow. Yeah. That's art is life and life is art.
I suspect these kids weren't bored very often, you know? And okay, so each new member, when they would join, was initiated through bizarre and ceremonial baptisms, which were elaborate rituals of violence and sex. They would start off with fist fights and knife fights and then turn into public sexuality, like fucking everyone in the gang or masturbating in front of everyone or getting off during sex fast enough. Like literally someone's standing there with a stopwatch and you have to like get off fast enough.
So it's like hazing, but like for badass things.
Yeah, totally. It's like way more like the hazing.
Prove you're cool enough to be cool.
Yeah. And it's hard for me to imagine the frat where the hazing is now you got to fuck all of us. But, you know, whatever. Also a mixed gender frat. And they would all descend into drunken orgies every time someone new was baptized.
Of course.
And there's I should have saved them in a file to make them easily available, but there's actually photos of some of these. Some of the like weird, like, and it's like people dressed like pirates with knives and all kinds of weird shit. And they lived in the forests and in squats in the cities. They would like each crew would have it. Each guild would have its own squat basically. attics or cellars or unused storage rooms, and they would put a single bed in the middle, and they called it the fucking sofa, and that was like the only sleeping space. I mean, I'm sure they slept on the floor, and they would just like,
this is unreal. I would not, if I wasn't on this podcast, I wouldn't think this was true.
No, I know.
You know what I
And
mean?
like, and so I'll say that my main source of this is Daniel Guerin's account of talking to, of the more like crime, sex stuff, is talking to a sociologist, a social worker, at the time, who did a study on these people.
Wow.
And that study is replicated in a book, The Brown Plague. But yeah, like, because a lot of the later stuff that we hear about Edelweiss pirates just doesn't talk about their drunken orgies at all.
But stuff gets erased all the time, right? Like, as we've learned from this podcast and just life. So, yeah.
Totally. Okay, so they would like one account I was reading, they would steal and sell cars, and then they would like, in their stolen car, they would like drive around, and like I don't remember exactly. It was like the guy who steals the car is like known as like car guy. That's like his name or whatever, you know. And then they like go around and rip off payphones. I didn't even know they had payphones back then, but they would like go and like rip off payphones and then try and get all the money out, and if they couldn't, throw them in the river or whatever. And they would fence all their stolen goods through bartenders in exchange for alcohol. And this leads a lot of them end up like in debt to these bartenders. And then like when they age out of the wild fry, they just enter like a more mainstream life of crime, for better or worse.
Oh, I didn't even consider that they would age out, actually, now that you say that out loud.
I know.
It's like you can't stay a wild fry if you're not a small fry. You have to be by yourself committing crime all of a sudden. I don't know. It's like, that's not fair.
I know. And it's like, because one of the things that this reminds me so much of when I was like a teenage squatter. But I did most of that when I was like 19 and 20. And so I'm a little bit like, I would have been too old to be, you know.
Yeah, and that's fucked up. That's not fair.
Yeah.
It's like very Peter Pan-y Lost Boys about them. You know what I mean?
Totally.
It's
It is just Peter Pan's army.
Stunted. Yeah.
Okay, so the Nazis come to power and they refuse to disband. And in a lot of cities, they're powerful enough that they completely just challenge the hegemony of the Hitler Youth. In some cities, they outnumber the Hitler Youth. And one of the slogans that they had at the time was "Eternal War Against the Hitler Youth." And
yes.
And so they did resistance in a lot of ways, right? Like just by existing and continuing to like hike and camp and wander, they're resisting Nazi era travel restrictions. But they weren't content with only doing that. And so it wasn't long before they go from like street fights with the Hitler Youth to distributing propaganda. Like when the Allies would drop leaflets on the city, the wild fry would run around and like stick the leaflets through people's doors and shit. They helped people desert from the Nazi army. They would rob Nazi warehouses and, eventually started like killing Nazis who needed a good killing. And actually what you're talking about, like aging out, I think that the war like fucks up, the best I can tell, the war like fucks up their, sort of like their specific organizational structure, and it becomes a lot looser. And so some of the people that, who get hanged and stuff for this activity are like formal Edelweiss pirates and shit like that, right? And so they're still hanging out with like 16-year-olds doing all these crimes together. And a lot of them get caught and get sent to concentration camps. On November 10th, 1944, 13 people, 6 of them who are teenagers, and some of them are former Edelweiss pirates, get executed without trial in Cologne, I believe, for theft, murder, and planning to blow up a Gestapo headquarters. This is the like most known thing that they were doing.
Forgive me if you mentioned this, but like demographically, what are most of them? Are they just like mixed, like ethnicity wise?
Oh, okay. They do. So they are both Aryan and Jewish.
Okay.
Or at least they specifically refuse to disallow Jews. I could not tell you what percent of the movement was Jewish. Probably, I don't know. I know that historically they allowed in, and that was like a thing that distinguished them from a lot of it, is that they were like, what, fuck all that.
Yeah. It was like kind of started, I would assume, by like Aryan people, but that were good.
Probably, but I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you about Jewish participation in the beginning.
I was just trying to imagine them. For whatever reason, when I imagine someone badass and doing stuff, they're not white, so I have to rearrange.
No, yeah, totally.
That's
that is
on
a
me.
reasonable.
That's on me.
Yeah. Well, considering like the overwhelming majority of Germans at this point are not like really doing their best, you know?
Yeah.
So like,
I see that my prejudice now
Yeah.
suddenly. I'm just kidding.
no, I think that's
fair.
Yeah. And so plenty of historians, so they run into this problem where they're not seen as political, which in a sense it's true, right? Because they were not friends with polite society, any polite society. They were criminals under the Weimar Republic. They were criminals under the Nazis, and they continued to be criminals when the Allies liberated the country. The wild fry in Soviet-controlled areas were treated really harshly, and many of them were sentenced to 25 years in prison. And because they're working class criminals, they were never acknowledged for their anti-fascist work until 2011, and the families of the Edelweiss pirates who were killed never received like reparations from the German state, unlike other partisans. And the last known surviving Edelweiss pirate was a woman named Gertrude Koch, Koch, I don't know, who died in 2016 at the age of 92.
Wow, that's a long life.
Yeah. You know who else survives? The people who drink tap water and eat potatoes. The sponsors of this show. You will live forever. And this is especially funny because now I've been learning more about potatoes because I listen to Behind the Bastards, which I feel terrible to admit on this show.
God, how could you?
I know. And I'm learning.
Cool people only.
What a hack podcast.
I wonder who produces that show.
Some loser.
Probably. But anyway, here's some ads for tap water, potatoes, and whatever else gets mixed in there.
My name is M. William Phelps. You might know me from my serial podcast, Paper Ghosts and White Eagle. For the past 20 years, I've been immersed in the world of true crime, including the still unsolved homicide of my pregnant sister-in-law. I'm back with new weekly episodes of my ongoing podcast from iHeartRadio, Crossing the Line with M. William Phelps. Think all things true crime, cold cases, new cases, exclusive cases, including unsolved crimes I investigate and interviews with those involved. You'll get true crime stories from start to finish you have not heard anywhere else, in addition to actual conversations with murderers, serial killers, detectives, and others. Join me. Together, we'll be crossing the line every week with a fresh dose of murder, mayhem, and madness. Follow Crossing the Line with M. William Phelps on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcast, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
Hi, it's Zoe Deschanel from Welcome to Our Show, the New Girl Rewatch Podcast. Well, superfans, you asked and we delivered. On the podcast, we have the hilarious Jake Johnson, a.k.a. Nick Miller. We were able to pull Jake from his very busy filming schedule to share some of his favorite memories of New Girl. Take a listen.
It was a big moment where, because you guys obviously remember rehearsals, we didn't overly commit as actors.
Right.
And I don't blame us. Now that we've all done, at that time I hadn't done as many jobs, but you start seeing the scripts were being rewritten. So we were reading them for the first time a lot of the time.
Yeah.
We would get pages and it would be the night before and we'd be walking into rehearsal. And I viewed it on that show as that's just the first time we're doing it.
Yeah.
But when we were doing Virgins, and do you remember how committed Dennis Farina was to rehearsals?
Yes.
And remember there was a scene we did on like a bed where he like gives us a talk and the crew applauded after a rehearsal because of his performance. And I remember being like, they've never done that before.
Yeah. You can hear Jake's entire interview on the iHeart app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, Ellen, I'll say hi, everyone, and you can start with the second season, okay?
Well, they say you can't teach an old dog how to do a hit podcast, but season 2 of Call Your Grandmother is here.
Will, memo. I pulled Duke through again.
We've got cosmetics pioneer Adrian R. Pell.
You don't need the damn ring light, I do.
You sent me a tight sweater and said, put this on and go as a slutty schoolgirl.
You need this type of information from Grandma.
And legendary singer and actress Connie Stevens.
There was a keg stand at Nana's house. We don't have to talk about it.
I love you, love you, love you.
But what would be your ideal man for me?
George Clooney.
Will? Oh, he's just the best. I tell you what.
Listen to season 2 of Call Your Grandmother on the iHeartRadio app,
Apple Podcasts,
or wherever you get your podcasts.
This podcast is doing well. You guys are really killing it.
And we are back, and we are talking about pirates.
Yes. When you first started with the pirates, I've never heard of the Edelweiss pirates, but I was curious what definition of pirate you were going to use, like the actual, like people that were pirates on the, you know what I mean?
The high seas, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Or like just, but it's just really funny that they're just like dressed like pirates and like they do piratey things.
Yeah.
But it's not like they're, I don't know. It's just kind of funny to see it all come together.
Totally.
My imagination, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they lived really similar lives to like Golden Age pirates, but they like were doing it in costume, you know?
Yeah.
Which fucking rules, honestly. Like
it's like, especially at the time, it's like if the world is going to shit, just you live once, you know? Like that's the I don't know. I like the uninhibited nature of their life.
Yeah. I do too. Jesus. Yeah. And then one of the things I like about them is like, it doesn't seem like it was like a gay culture, as in like some of them are gay and some of them are heterosexual and some of them are bi. It was just fucking weird. Like, I don't think any of them knew their sexuality. Some of them probably cared and some of them probably didn't. And like, they definitely.
But weirdos unite, right? Sorry.
Yeah. No. No, I'm into
I was just saying, it's like weirdos all unite, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, when you're in high school, the outcasts are all together, whether they're like people of color or gay or whatever. Like that's what happened to, in my experience anyway.
Yeah.
Or like when you're, if you're, what's the word?
Marginalized.
Marginalized, exactly. If you're marginalized and you're fucking weird, you will unite because you want a weird community. And weird, honestly, I think is a great thing. You should be weird. Being a normie, boring, you know?
Yeah.
So stay weird.
Hell yeah. Totally. And then, okay, so these aren't the only queers fighting the Nazis within Germany. Far from it. I'm going to tell you about some more of them. There was a Gad Beck, who was a gay part Jewish Berliner, who in 1942, he borrows a Hitler Youth uniform and he marches into the pre-deportation camp where his lover, Manfred, is being detained. So he shows up in his uniform and he goes to the commanding officer and he's like, I need to borrow this guy for a minute on a construction project. And so the request is granted. And he starts out the camp with his lover, Manfred. But then Manfred stops and he says, I can't leave my family, basically. And he goes back into the camp. He dies. Him and his family die.
Wow.
But he basically said, I will never be free if I'm not free with my family. So then Gad Beck spends the next 3 years helping Jews escape before he gets betrayed by a Jewish spy for the Gestapo. And he gets arrested, but he survives the war. So this is gonna be another one of those like who lives, who dies. Terrible, like tense moments.
Little list of me just listening intently until the very end. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Well, not on to the next one. Maybe the next one will be better.
Yeah. Well, so this guy survives the war, and he spends his lover doesn't, but he does.
Yeah. Well, it's nice that like even after his lover doesn't go with him, he's actually a true, like, you know what I mean? He keeps fighting the good fight.
Totally. He doesn't just fuck off, which would be
exactly
perfectly fair. I am not judging anyone who fucks off out of a place that's trying to murder them, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
And he lives to be 88, and he spends the last 35 years of his life with his partner. So I like when gays get to be happy.
That's a good ending.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now on to others.
Yeah. Okay, so then there's Count Albrecht von Bernstorff, who's a gay aristocrat. And he's a short, balding man. He's always impeccably dressed. And he wastes most of the war years sitting around cafes, hitting on waiters. or that's what he wants people to think.
Right.
I mean, he is these things. He's a short, balding, well-dressed man who hits on a lot of waiters, but he's playing up the like foppish aristocrat gay man stereotype to draw attention from his actual work, which is he's running an underground railroad, helping Jews and other dissidents get themselves out of Germany.
That's genius.
I know. And like,
that does take like front and center, like put the gay out front and then let me do my secret good job.
Yeah, totally.
This will keep him distracted.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I'm just a creepy, harmless old gay guy, like,
yeah.
And he's so aristocratic, and I kind of love him for this. He's so aristocratic that he figures like, all right, I'm doing something that is obviously illegal, being gay, but I'm so rich that everyone puts up with it.
Yeah, exactly. Power. I think it was the last episode. Maybe it was this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was last. But like power, you can get away with more.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And yeah, because rich
and money, power and money. Sorry, I have a lot of inside thoughts that are just I think, and they say it out loud, even if it's like not even the right timing. But
I think that's the point of a podcast.
Why am I a podcast guest?
Because otherwise it would be me talking to myself, and that wouldn't be half as interesting.
That's fair. But no, money and power. That's how you hack life, unfortunately.
I know, and it's like all across history. If you're poor and gay, you're fucked, and if you're rich and gay, you're just eccentric.
Yes. Yeah. Very true. Look at Oscar Wilde.
Yeah, totally.
Right?
Although it only sort of works out for him, different points. But yeah.
But still, but that was a bad example. Whatever.
No. It is a good example because like he's able to exist in that way at all because of that kind of stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. He was accepted as what he was.
Yeah.
Versus yeah.
Anyway. So Count Albrecht, he coordinates with gay resistance groups in the Netherlands, and to quote an anonymously written article that's coming from an upcoming issue of a magazine called Baden that the author let me read before.
Mm-hmm. Oh, awesome.
Count Albrecht had warned his contacts in Holland about the Nazi invasion before it began so they could prepare themselves. In one instance, members of a gay society took measures ahead of the German invasion in preparation for the catastrophe. The editor of their paper, Levenstrecht, burned the organization's mailing list. Another comrade, Arndt van Sonthorst, committed the entire list to memory so that they could find one another afterwards. And I really like that because because when I first started doing this, like everyone's like keeping these records and it keeps getting them all in fucking trouble, right? And so I'm like, what are you fucking doing? Burn your fucking records, right?
Yeah.
But then the guy who memorizes it all reminds me that I'm like, well, it was so hard for them to find each other in the first place that like losing that is losing something really important.
Yeah, memorizing that's a great solution if you're able to do that.
Totally.
Also, Muhammad, the prophet of Islam, he memorized the Quran. He didn't know how to read and write, so it works.
Well, that fucking rules. Yeah.
Look at him now.
Yeah.
He's done well.
Yeah. I've heard of him.
Yeah, exactly. Praise be.
Yeah. So eventually Count Albrecht gets found out, and he gets arrested, and he gets sent to a series of concentration camps, and he gets really horrendously tortured. But his fellow inmates, they remember him based on how he kept everyone's spirits up. Like he'd be sitting around in the concentration camp, and he'd be like, "We're all going to have a most fabulous party at my house when this is all done. You are all invited. Everyone's coming over. Like I'm, break out all the finest stuff. Best party ever." And he didn't survive the camps. He died in the camps. But I don't know, hundreds of people at least, Jews and gays and gay Jews in at least 2 different countries survived the war because of his efforts and him disguising himself as a fop, and playing into the like being like, oh yes, homosexuals are cowards. We would never do anything bad,
Yeah. Use the stereotype to your benefit, just like you know what I mean? It's or like not benefit, but like your advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. What a guy.
I know. I like him. Okay. And one of the things that is kind of dark that I ran across in a lot of this research, a lot of the gay men who survive the concentration camps get immediately rearrested because they're gay.
Right.
Because you're not allowed to be gay, whether it's Nazi Germany or Soviet Union. Well, East Germany, at least. The Soviet Union had more complicated. Oh, yeah, right. I think Hitler had I know that like Lenin made homosexuality legal, and then Stalin was like, JK, fuck all of you.
Right.
But anyway, one guy, for example, that I was reading about, I don't have his name in front of me. He wasn't as much of a resistance fighter, although just existing is resistance. I'm not trying to like knock him. he retold his experience where he was taken back literally in front of the same judge that had sentenced him to a concentration camp previously, because they didn't actually get rid of the fucking Nazis. They just like cut off the head of it,
They
right?
rearrange things.
Yeah. So he gets sent back to the same judge who's like, you again, and then sentences him right back to fucking prison.
Ugh, that makes me so mad.
Yeah.
People in power stay in power.
Yeah.
Ultimately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to end with one last short story about a queer poet named Robert Desnos. And he was...
Love a queer poet.
Yeah. He was heavily involved in the French surrealist scene. And he joins the resistance to Germany once, France is under occupation. And like our Dutch heroes from last episode, or last Monday, whatever, I don't know how to say, is this a new episode? Is this just a different half of the same episode? I don't understand the taxonomy of my own job.
It's a two-parter.
Okay. And the last part of this two-part episode.
Perfect. That was
Thanks.
smooth.
Thanks. I'm good at my job. So he works as a counterfeiter and he makes fake IDs. And he also does a ton of other stuff. He actually works for a collaborationist newspaper as a spy, and he passes along all the information he learns by working for a shitty pro-German newspaper. He passes it along to the resistance. He also wrote for underground papers under a ton of different names. And in 1944, he gets caught and he gets sent to a series of concentration camps. But
hey everyone, I'm back now. Just so you know, my hair is still drying and I'm a bit antsy about my hair because I don't know if people are aware of this, but I was like totally bald 2 years ago. So I'm going to wait until it's dried to be on camera again. But I will carry on playing some Inscription while that's happening, while we listen to this podcast. And we might carry on chatting about gays who fought the Nazis with cool bombs. Cool bombs. Anyway, thank you so much to everyone who has tipped while I've been away. Thank you, Rob Arts, and thank you, Lily Kinesis. That's very, very nice of you. Let's carry on with the podcast.
At heart, right, this guy's a surrealist. So one day, according to a Holocaust survivor named Odette, and this story is relayed through a writer named Susan Griffin. So Robert's waiting in line for the fucking gas chamber. And he just jumps up and runs up to a man who's ahead of him in line. And he just gets really excited and he starts reading the man's palm. And he's like, look here, look at your lifeline. You're going to live a long life and you're going to have 3 children. And his absurdism, right? Because they all know what's fucking happening, I think. And his absurdism is so contagious that everyone's just like breaking out laughing. And it confuses the guards so completely that the guards sent them back to their barracks.
Wow.
Because they don't know how to handle these people who are supposed to just be like totally given up, who are like riotously, who are laughing very hard, uncontrollably. And
wow, that's so fascinating.
And he doesn't die in a gas chamber.
Wow.
You used the phrase unexecuted in your script, and I love that.
Yeah. Everyone gets sent back to the barracks unexecuted is the way I wrote it. Yeah. And he technically survives the war, but he caught typhoid, I believe, in the concentration camp, and he dies within a month of liberation.
Damn it.
But again,
that doesn't seem right.
I know.
Or fair. What is
nothing
this
is
life?
Fair. Nothing is ever fair.
But the reason I want to end on that note is because I think people look at some of this history wrong, at least like queer history, because they're like, oh, did they succeed? Like a lot of the stuff I would read being like, oh, they didn't succeed because they died, or they didn't succeed because they only blew up 800,000 records instead of 3 million records or whatever, right? But to me, it feels like they succeeded, right? They chose resistance, and a lot of them, most of them didn't survive the war, but they saved fucking thousands of people. And I don't know.
And they died fighting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if they did die in a way that they shouldn't have, like it's just a testament to like, I don't know, caring more about the world and yourself, and like I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where sentences end when I start them. But I think it's pretty badass.
Yeah. I think that they basically proved a fucking lot, and they certainly proved like our man Willem said at the beginning, that homosexual is not a fucking synonym for weak, which is what people used to treat it as. And no one can fucking say that they were cowards, you know?
No one. Yeah, definitely not. That's the last thing.
Yeah.
It would be. I was thinking though, not to like, yes, but
no, yes, and it.
It couldn't be me fucking muting the mic to cry every time that quote is read out. Honestly, Jesus.
Like the vast majority of these people that we learned about are men, correct?
Yeah.
So it is interesting just to think like how many more people there were that maybe didn't get like attention or history written about them, or that were who were. I mean, there's a spattering of women here and there for sure, but it does make me wonder if, again, it goes back to power. As a man, you have more power, right? And maybe that's why you're able to accomplish more, especially, I mean, back then and now. What am I saying? But it's interesting to think about who gets written about, even in like alt history.
Totally.
Because as like I'm a filmmaker, I want to say in quotes, but come on, I should like whatever. I'm Imposter Syndrome 101. But I was reading
a filmmaker.
Yeah.
Imposter Syndrome is real and it fucking sucks.
It is.
But I was reading about like writing like scripts and movies and stuff.
Concept: a doll who boy modes, but not just like boy modes, but like drag kings as like an Antifa super soldier, and uses the power of tremendous violence to fight fascists. Concept. I hope you like my pitch for a movie.
And how we're so used to just pretending that Western story structure is like the default way to tell stories, and we forget that like so many cultures have different ways of telling stories, and like it's like Bollywood films are structured so differently than ours, and we assume ours is the right default way. And I think that's the same with just everything. It's all you did mention, like this is the westernized version of it, but it just makes me wonder what else is out there, because I know there are more amazing people out there. Maybe we don't have to know about them. Just to know they existed is enough.
Yeah.
I don't know if that made any sense.
No. I think that actually gets at something really important. One of the things that I kept running across with this is like, I think I feel certain that there were as many, lesbians fighting against the Nazis, right, as there were gay men. And most of the people with names that I'm coming up with are gay men. And I think partly that's because they get written about for being gay in a way that a lot of the women aren't being written about. And then like, it's actually telling that the Edelweiss Pirates, who were a mixture of boys and girls, right? That's not a story full of names. There are some names we have for that, but mostly you have these like anonymous masses of like mixed group of queer kids who are like, all right, let's fuck up these Nazis. And they don't get fucking remembered except kind of collectively. And, I don't know whether that's better or worse or different or whatever, but you're right. It leads to this, like, which stories get told. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, yeah. I think about that stuff all the time.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I don't know, even like, the history stories or whatever, like what we've even gotten as a civilization is about like what we've learned from our past centuries of existence. Like even that is curated. You know what I mean? It's like, we just live in a matrix and nothing's real. But no, I'm really happy to have learned all of this stuff from you today and on Monday, 2 days ago. Because we're not recording at the same time.
The thing is, in a just very, very real sense, we do just live in the Matrix, because the Matrix is a metaphor for the hyperreal, and barely even a metaphor, because like we do. Like, I don't know about you, everyone, but I am sitting at a screen right now that projects a reality that I consciously know is different from my real reality, and in many ways is just as real or more real than my real reality. Like some of the worst shit that's happened to me in the last 2 years, like, on par with IRL hate crimes in terms of trauma and psychic damage, have just been like shit that I'm seeing online, and it's like, that shouldn't be affecting you, right? It's just a screen. What's that tweet? It's just like, how is cyberbullying real? Just shut your eyes. But that's the Matrix. Like, we're all plugged into it, right? I've been staring at colored lights for most of my life. That's my point, right? We made complex systems of colored lights that flash on and off in different colors, and then we just never stopped looking at them. Like, that is crazy. Like, I'm not like, I don't want to be taken as an anti-technologist. I'm very much not. Like, I'm a cyberpunk. I just think that, like, it's the same fundamental observations that would make someone like anti-tech that make me like, holy shit, the internet is interesting. Only I tend to find the ones that make you anti-tech are kind of more simplistic and not as interesting, to be honest. What should I upgrade here? This one. Cool. Let's carry on. They're kind of wrapping up the podcast now, anyway.
But no, I hope it makes other people think about this kind of stuff too, because it doesn't have to be like this default way of thinking of like, oh, this is just the way things are because this is the way they are. This is the way they are because this is how they always have been because certain people make it this way.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. So it's, I don't know, just using your brain to philosophize, I think, is sometimes a good thing. And it's like, do some shrooms or something. Every other podcast I'm on, I'm like, do some shrooms. But if you're able to, I think it's a cure for things. Or just like seeing the world in a different way. Can I shut up for one moment?
I love you,
God! My God,
So good.
Shireen. Okay, I'm shutting up now.
Yeah, when I saw shrooms, I saw the void, and it was really bad and dark for months.
Okay, I stand corrected.
No, but my experience is not the. I'm certainly not anti people messing around with this kind of stuff, you know? I gave it multiple shots.
I should have made a blanket statement. But you're right.
No,
you know,
I mean, but people should, I don't know. There's all kinds of blanket statements we make that are dangerous, you know?
All I meant to say was, like, expand your mind. And, like, I like that I'm leaving this recording being like, you know what? Maybe we're not so bad.
Hell yeah.
You know?
Cool. Would you say that there's cool people who did cool stuff?
You know, I would say that there's cool people that did cool stuff.
Yes.
Now that you mention it. Yeah.
Amazing.
But thank you for having me and letting me ramble to no end. This was really fun.
Oh, thanks so much for being on.
Come back again, please.
Yeah, please
I
do.
would love to come back and learn more good things
Yay.
about good people. Cool things about cool. What am I doing? I'm messing it all up. Cool things about cool people who happen to be good, doing good. I'm doing it again. I'm gonna stop talking. This is the end of my sentence now.
Just to be clear, I'm letting the thing play
Shireen,
out. So
before we send you off, is there anything you would like to plug?
Please check these people out.
Yeah, I'm Shireen. You can follow me on the internet if you want. Twitter is ShiroHero666, and Instagram is just ShiroHero. I make films. I write poetry. I have a couple poetry books out that I self-published.
What's the newest one called?
Archives.
Cool.
Yeah, it's basically just emo diaries I've decided to publish. It's very personal. But yeah, that's just I'm honest to a fault. And if you want to follow along, great. If you don't like me rambling, good, because I'm going to stop now.
Margaret, plugs? Anything?
You can also follow me on Twitter at Magpie Killjoy, where I try to be clever because Twitter is just this awful competition. It's like an arena of people trying to acquire enough clout to not starve by being clever and having all the right takes. And I always have the right takes.
Oh, always. But were you
on Twitter? You either die a leftist or live long enough to see yourself become Aaron Sorkin.
On Twitter when it was just like a place to like say your thoughts out loud? Because I looked at my old tweets and it's the dumbest shit. It's like Facebook statuses or like whatever, where it's just like, I'm hungry, or like or like
totally.
I'm gonna fail my test. And now it's just, instead of being like a random thought catalog, it's definitely this one-upping thing.
The arena of death. Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of death, can I plug Jamie Loftus's Ghost Church? That's on Cool Zone Media as well.
Ooh.
That will be out by the time this episode drops. So check that out. Ghost Church by Jamie Loftus.
Queen.
Future guest of this podcast, Jamie Loftus.
Future guest of this podcast, Jamie Loftus. I also produce that one, so check it out.
Sophie produces all podcasts. I think you've already heard me say that.
Yeah, legally, all podcasts are mine.
Yeah.
except for, once again, the Joe Rogan podcast, which is actually a YouTube show.
Yes, legally distinct.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And we'll be back Monday, right, Margaret?
Yay, next Monday. Forever until the heat death of the universe.
Cool. Bye!
Oh, we got this. Holy
Cool
shit.
People Who Did Cool Stuff is a production of Cool Zone Media.
This is awesome.
For more podcasts from Cool Zone Media, visit our website, coolzonemedia.com, or check us out on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Cool. Well, that was the gay people. That was the gay resistance to the Nazis. I hope everyone liked that. My hair is still drying. Should we move on to the next game? I'm wondering, like, if people wanna. Dono amount is at 16969. Just thought I'd point that out. Nice. I hadn't actually noticed, and I wanted to say thank you to Hey Zelda, who tipped £27.51 in order to make that dream come true. That it's finally, after all these years, double nice. So thank you to Hey Zelda. I'm going to have to find the VOD for this to get the start of that. Check out Cool People Who Did Cool Stuff on Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. It's a great little show. And honestly, it's just really what people need, really, really badly. We have a culture that fetishizes evil and hyper-focuses on the worst things that have ever been done in order to remind people that any change from the status quo is to be feared, to keep you complicit and complacent and quiet. We need better than that, you know? We need to learn about heroes from history, and that's why Cool People Who Did Cool Stuff is awesome. And on the last workout stream, we listened to the episodes about the Paris Commune. That was really, really nice. Y'all, voice training is hard. Where are places that people get podcasts? This is the first hurdle that stops me listening to most podcasts. Okay. We've been listening through the Spotify app. Some podcasts are also uploaded to YouTube. Apple Podcasts. And if you just have a phone with an app, just go into the App Store and type podcasts, and you'll get something. I think I'm going to sacrifice the mud turtle to the Ouroboros. And then the Ouroboros will, like, have one extra life every time it's on the field, which is cool. Podcast Addict is a good free podcast app. I don't know if they are on it, though. Right, okay, cool. Ugh, I need to mute the mic again because I need to boil the kettle. I really need some coffee. Wait, no, I made a coffee earlier. I can just put it in the microwave. This is an unmitigated dub. This is a win for the dolls, honestly. This is historic. What do they have coming up? I might as well just play that right away and I can win in one turn. Easy peasy. Yeah, fine. Squirrel. I can't play the wolf, so I may as well play the tentacle. Cool. So how's everyone doing today? Are you all having a good time? I need to say, I feel so much less responsibility to say anything to you when the camera is off. Which is like, it's so strange because you'd think that with that being the only feed of information that I'm putting out there, I'd want to, like, say something and remind you that I'm there. And I'm realizing that, like, with the camera off, I'm just like, well, they can't see me just sitting there and saying nothing. So they're not going to judge me. So it's fine. Like, I could just hang out, just play this game. People just watching me. It's so strange. Why are you all doing this, you little creeps? That's actually pretty funny. Like, you all just watch me, like, work out for 2 hours, and then and then you're watching me play a video game, and I'm like, this is creepy. Looks like Cloudplunk is on sale, probably gonna buy it. You definitely should. It's a really, really, really good game. That's why I use a VTuber PNG. That's fun. Good day. Woke up late, but I'm going to take cupcakes I made to my local Pierce's. That's really fun. That's great. Do you know your local Pierce as well? I have to go around my apathetic sister's house later when I'd normally be watching Kira's stream. No! I love Kira's stream. What do you mean that your sister's apathetic? Like apolitical? Like... Or... I don't know. I don't know what you mean. Yeah, I'm friends with him. Rogue in Nottingham? I was just in Nottingham like a day ago. What the hell? I might have seen Rogue, actually. I remember seeing quite a few different tattoo and piercing shops. Are piercers people who do piercings? Yes. Yes, they are. Normally, but not always, also tattoo artists. In the same shop, not necessarily the same people. Although there are some places that just do tattoos, some places that just do piercings, and there's also places that are like... There's Claire's, obviously, right? Where it's like a shop, but then also they offer, like, piercings is one of the things you can buy there. Just had a good job interview yesterday. It's for a non-profit AI institute. Okay, that's fun. What would your AI be doing? How would your AI not be dooming us all to robot enslavement? Or even scarier, more capitalist enslavement. Yeah, her and my brother-in-law say all the parties are the same. Oh my god. And they voted Tory. Yeah, that's a classic. All the parties are the same is an absolutely classic Tory lie. Nat's dad comparing Boris and Corbyn said, Corbyn said, Boris lies, but at least I know he's lying. Which is just such an expression of, like, political illiteracy and cowardice, to just be like, I can't tell what people who are planning to make the world a better place are saying, and that scares me, because that means I'm outside of the plan, right? But the lying, cheating, scumbag creep... I know his deal, and I understand everything he says in plain English. It's fucking ridiculous. Jesus, just then I was, like, messing with my hair. Hang on. So I can, like, see myself on camera. I've got, like, for people who aren't familiar with Streamlabs setup, or streaming setup software anyway, you just have, like, you can have two windows. One of, like, the screen you're about to bring on, and then one of the screen that's currently on. So my one I'm about to bring on screen is my camera. Not that I'm about to bring the camera on, I'm still waiting for my hair to dry. And so I've just been, like, playing with my hair, and, like, again, like, I'm just ignoring you all. It's terrible. I'm really terrible when I'm not, like, on camera. I just, like, sit around and I'm not even doing anything. On the topic of artificial intelligence and BJ, Boris Johnson, if you were not aware, the DALL-E image generating AI that's been viral for the last few days is strangely good at making images of Boris? Awesome. That's so cool. I love the terrible future. I love the terrible future. Thank you very much. Sophie VTuber when? Do you not want to see me? Why should I be VTubing? No. Do you not like seeing me the real Sophie? What the hell? Strong reaction from my guilt tripping. What am I doing right now? Playing some kind of fucking video game. Wow, I am slipping into another dimension right now. This is bad. Not being on the camera is making me just bad. Just a bad person. I know what's really going on is, like, I worked out for 2 hours and I'm fucking exhausted. That's why I need that coffee. Alright. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna... Is everyone in the Matrix a VTuber? Yeah, kinda, right? Anyway. Or just every YouTuber. Every YouTuber is definitely a VTuber. But arguably everybody is. Okay, in an attempt to get less sleepy, I'm gonna whack you back onto the intermission screen, put this music back on, and, that's not music, that's fractals. Oh no, I'm in danger, everyone help. Alright, I'm gonna whack you back onto the intermission screen, go make my coffee, and I hope I'll be, more lively when I get back. Jesus, I'm tired.
That sweet refrain all night long. An everlasting melody, forever in my heart. If I could peddler. That sweet refrain all night long. An everlasting melody, forever in my heart. If I could peddler.
Hey everyone, how's it going? Sorry about the really, really long pause there. I really needed that coffee, and now I've said really like 20 times. I have my controller ready. I'm gonna play some Nightmare of Decay. I don't know what the game is about. I just know that it's made by people who love Resident Evil, and that's enough for me. I want to shout this out every time that I mention it because I'm very flattered by the gift. I got this game from Casey Explosion as a birthday present, and I just think that's lovely. Anyway, shout out to Casey for being cool. Let me just update the stream title real quick. Trying, what do I want to say? Nightmare of Decay, and chatting about gay freedom fighters. Okay, let's do that. That's a good plan. Nightmare of Decay. Awesome, nice. This will be interesting. Your deep dive got me into Resident Evil 8 big time. Awesome, I'm glad to hear that. I love that game. Should I make a tweet? Should I do a cheeky little quick tweet? Yes, I think I should. I think I really should do that. I don't want to have to play this keyboard and mouse. I will if I have to. Alright. Tweet. It's tweet time. Oh, baby. I am now playing Nightmare of Decay, a game made by people who really like Resident Evil. Resident Evil. I miss the days when I was just streaming Resident Evil nonstop, honestly. That was like... It was in one way, I guess, like a chore to get through so many fucking games and have that be my whole job the whole time and, like, do nothing but that. On the other hand, it was like, I knew what I was about. I knew what my stream would be doing every week. Every time I went live, it's like, okay, it's Resident Evil time. Let's kill some zombies. Let's kill some bugs. You know? How is the volume, by the way? Because the desktop audio bar looks really high, but like, I'm not really hearing much. It's just like atmospheric noise, right? It's just like a whirr, right? Like, right? Okay. We'll see. There's a chat delay. I can't just like pester you all and wait for the answer. I have to ask once. Oh, I can't fix my hair. Oh my god. Ugh. Oh, I've done something terrible with it. Do not like this. Oh, it looks like a fishtail. No. It's appropriately ambient and ominous. I agree. Spooky noises. Yeah, okay. But it's good, though. It's not like... Okay, now there's a different tone. Maybe it's a bit different now. Ugh. None of you can even see a difference in what I'm doing. I'm definitely hyper-fixating on, like, a tiny little detail that means nothing to anybody else. I'm gonna stop playing with my hair, and I'm gonna play the game. Let's go live screen, but I turned my webcam on. Beautiful. And if I'm playing over there, maybe I'll put the camera up here. That seems good. Okay, cool. Thank you very much, Terrarity. Right, I'm gonna turn it back down. And let's play a game. Why is the controller not working? New game, normal. Oh, awesome. Okay. Okay. Shit. I'm still doing it. Okay. E. Okay, fine. I think I should do some eyeliner wings. Yeah. I should definitely do some eyeliner wings. Okay. Shit, I don't want to leave the stream and abandon you babies all over again. Okay, I am gonna do that, but I'm gonna do it so fast that you're all gonna go, holy shit, Sophie, how did you do your eyeliner wing so fast? And I'll just go, I'm just kind of pretty good at eyeliner. Alright, that's my plan. I'll see you real soon. I'm so sorry about this. I'm back and I got cuter. Ta-da! Okay, cool. Now I feel great. Let's carry on. Okay, you turn off the TV, you've been having terrible nightmares recently, and watching the news about these disappearances is just going to make them worse. It's getting late, so you feel, it's getting late, and you feel, why can't I read this line? It's getting late, and you're feeling pretty tired. You should eat dinner and take a shower before going to bed. You're pretty sure that there was a leftover slice of pizza in the fridge. Okay. Okay, cool. Very nice. There's that door animation, baby! There's that door animation! Yes! We love to see it. Is this just gonna... Is my fringe just gonna be like this today? Just like curling up at the... Oh my god. Oh no, I look like a daisy. Fucking hell. Alright, whatever. I can dig it. We can move on. Aw, come on, where's the door animation? Classic. Alright. Huh. Alright. See you, Rob. Thanks for hanging out, and thank you for your tips. It's really, really, really appreciated. It's an FPS. I'm too tired to play games right now while I'm playing the game. All right. It's good. I like it. Ah. Okay, why can't I sleep? Did I just not get the pizza? Maybe. No, I had the pizza. Okay. Okay, I've used the toilet. Thrilling horror game. Inspired by Resident Evil. Okay. So true. Why can't I fuck? Should I? What? Alright, let's just save again. Great, cool. I double saved. I have a my save is updated to have the lights on now. Is there a light switch in here I need to turn off? I am not understanding what is going on. What the fuck? Uh-huh. Let's try the bathroom again. Am I missing something? Did they say I need to do something? Holy shit, Sophie, how did you do your eyeliner so fast? There you go. There you go. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Did they say I needed to do something else? I've flushed the toilet so many times now. And, like, I don't see any other use signs anywhere. Microwave! I can use this to heat up food. Money can be exchanged for goods and services. Do I have an inventory? E to inspect. Uh-huh. Tab? Yep. Beautiful. How do I use? Oh, fuck yeah! Okay. I did it! I'm a genius. Wow, she's just like me for real. If you're enjoying the stream, please remember you could pay for the stream. I'm doing a job right now, and I really like when I get paid for it. And I have a fundraiser going on at the moment to help me pay for voice lessons and other costs, like ID document changes, admin fees. So please consider donating with command tip, or you can subscribe or cheer. And if you have a Prime account, then you can combine your Prime account to your Twitch account, give me money without costing you any money. I get real money, you don't pay any money. It's pretty based. Because giving Sophie money is based. And not giving Sophie money is cringe. However, what I appreciate the most is tips. Although, hang on, no, I'm saying that right now. Hang on. Oh, shit. Adrastea Leia. No, hang on. Adrastea Leia just subscribed with Prime. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I was gonna say what I appreciate the most is tips, because Jeff Bezos doesn't take a cut, and it helps with the fund that I'm doing. But I don't want to be spitting in the face of Adrastea Leia. So thank you very much for subscribing with Prime. Okay, I did my pizza slice and I ate it. Can I go to bed now? Is that allowed? I'm gonna save so I don't lose this crucial progress. Okay, turn out the light. But I still can't go to bed. Fuck! Tormented by insomnia. Toilet. Okay. I used the toilet now. So... that must be it, right? Okay. What else is there? What? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay, cool. Now sleep. No! Sleep, you wretched, greasy little egg! Fucking hell! Sleep! Go to bed! Oh, Christ. Alright, shower! Oh my god, okay, right. Fucking hell. That was another thing to do. Eat pizza and shower. Okay. Wow, she is just like me for real, though. Hooray! This game feels like Executive Dysfunction Simulator. It's me. It's my fault. It is not the game. Maybe not being able to sleep is the real horror. Playing on the insomnia we all seem to have. Yeah. Okay, I ate pizza, I showered. I have used the toilet 6 times. Please. Please, can I sleep? Oh no. Something spooky is happening. Ah! What the fuck? Oh my god. Ah. Fuck! What's happening? Okay. Good night's sleep. Yes, let's go sleep. Sleep is good. Let's sleep. Definitely. Yes, sleep. Bed! Yes! I love to sleep. Awesome. Fantastic. I'm sure sleeping when you've just been playing too much Resident Evil will only go well. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we fucking go. Are you fucking buried alive? Oh my god. Okay, not buried then. But like, coffined alive. Is this just a cautionary tale about the psychological effect of doom scrolling? Yeah, I hope so. That would be awesome. That's what you hogs need. Stop being so fucking doomer. Oh my god! Oh my god! The moon is spooky! No! Look, they made the moon spooky. It's a scary skeleton now. That's awesome. This game rocks. Oh, a cat. Okay. The cat talks! Looks like the nightmare has claimed yet another victim. Cats are always saying this to me. Many have been brought here against the... Hang on, it's like a small cat as well, so I really feel like the voice says, many have been brought here against their will, only to meet a terrible end, one way or another. No one has ever managed to escape alive. The cat pauses to look you up and down, almost as if to appraise you of your worth. It seems unimpressed. I wonder how long you'll be able to survive for. Not long if I had to make a guess. This cat's amazing. It'll be fun to see how you meet your end in this horrible place. Maybe one of the monsters will get you. Or maybe you'll just go insane and end yourself. Well, I need to get going. Good luck, stranger. Try not to die too fast. Incredible cat. Thank you so much. Thank you for being such a cool cat. Holy shit. Oh, there's blood. Look at that. Well, there's also a knife. Oh my god, no. My phone opened an app. No! I hate that app so much. I should just uninstall it. Literally all I ever get from that app is me me accidentally opening it and it playing that fucking music when I don't mean it to. Not great. Not my favorite thing. Okay. I should actually just I'm not gonna do it right now. I'm not gonna distract myself. Let's go. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Well, let's do that. Nice! What should I say? Should I say, what should I say? Knife. You're welcome, I'm here all week. It's a bit of a thinker, I'll let you all get on with that one, you know. Have a little think about, let it cogitate, you know. Oh my god. Oh yes! It's just like the Zombo from... Yes! Kill him. Ah! I've seen zombies before. Okay, I think he might be dead. Mutilated body of a man. He's been partially eaten. Wow. Ooh, a gun! Nice. I love guns. Okay. I really like the gun moving up animation. I really like that. This should be like a subtle react image when you're just like you see a bad take on Twitter. It's just such a like that noise. It's so like simple but good, you know? Just like you see a fucking Glinna tweet and you're like it's just like it's great. Okay, let's go back to this. Wait a second. I have a key. What am I doing? Oh, shit. For a different door. Terry, you still watching? I sent you a text. Okay. I'm watching out for that cat now. Where's the spooky moon? Show me the spooky moon again. Oh, that's such a spooky moon. I love that. That's so good. Okay. You wanna get nuts? Let's get nuts. Babe, I sent you a text on Signal. Oh, it's just like Resident Evil. Oh! He's eating his son! Look at that! Oh, this is fucking good. Awesome. Nice. Alright. Save the game in the mana foyer. Very, very nice. Very, very cool. I fucking love this. Can I stab these boxes? No. Well, I can stab them, but they don't break. Oh no, dogs. Puppies. Oh no. See, that's what I mean. That's the footage, right? That's the fucking react. It's just like it's just like I have to get like this. Okay, I hope I don't run into any zombies I'll have to kill. Oh no. Dogs. Sweet innocent puppies. You know what I mean? That's such a funny, like... Yeah, it's a cop moment, exactly. Okay, let's kill these dogs. Fucking hell. I'm gonna die. Oh, I'm really gonna die. Yeah, I'm fucking dead as shit. Oh my god. Q to consume. Press Q to consume. Nice. Alright. Alright. What's in this shed? Ah, fucking hell. Real cop hours. What do you think is in health drink? Whey powder, spirulina. Little bit of cum. And so much cocaine. Sorry everyone, I had a cute date yesterday and I'm yearning. I'm being extremely gay. Being extremely distractible. Okay. Yes! Yes! Sorry, I yelled that really loud. Sorry, I was just very excited about stabbing a pot and having it smash. This is so good! I love Resident Evil! And it's not Resident Evil, but it is Resident Evil. It's so good. Okay. Pistol ammo, that's fine. Coin-shaped indents. There are a number of... Oh, yes, there's puzzles! Oh my god, there's puzzles! I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. I'm gonna see another puzzle and I'm gonna go... I just cummed. Honestly, this game is so fucking cool. I love it so much already. Okay, an old farmer tired from day of hard labor falls asleep under the shade of a tree while his loyal dog watches over him. Interesting. Okay. Ooh, spooky moonlight. Oh my god, flower power. I just understood that. Wow. Hey, it's a column in the middle of this room. How weird is that? The beakers need to be filled before I can do that. What the fuck is this? Acid recipe added to your documents. Press N to read. Access to some of the mana has been obstructed by a strange fleshy growth. Classic! Yes! Yes! Awesome! So good. I got a commercial right at I just cummed. Oh no. Lanolin, Odazon, and Aquavarum can be used to create a corrosive acid. Okay. Oh. 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 Ah. Zombos. Ah. 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 No! No! I fucking died again. What the fuck? No, wait, that's my first time dying. Well, now. Okay. Load. Mana foyer. Oh no, I'll have to shoot the dogs all over again. I don't want to do this. Okay. You had gun, I know. But I'm also very stupid. Oh, piss. Whew. Don't worry, everyone. I created a safe environment. I'm protecting the community. I've just subdued the suspect, making sure that the perimeter is established. Don't worry, everyone. It's all good. I utilized my training to get a kinetic assessment of the situation, judged the correct and appropriate level of force to use, and I have neutralized the perpetrator, so don't worry, everyone. All good now. Nothing to worry about. I'm sorry if anyone here did not watch me play Resident Evil and is not used to me doing I'm a cop and I kill dogs jokes. If that's not your jam, there may be a few more of those. Sorry. Okay. Beautiful. Business taken care of. Puppetrator. Gave the dogs a visual pat down. He might have been armed. Thank you so much for your service. Chat, you're on fire. This is good. This is good stuff. This is good riffing. Oh shit. I have Link. That's my boy. That's my guy. Oh shit, that's my guy right there. On the movie. A note. End to read. William has been acting strangely ever since we moved into this manor. He's been spending all his time in the basement, doing God knows what. I tried to ask him about it, but he became angry and confrontational. I feel we may be drifting apart. I hate this place. We never should have come here. Oh no. Oh no. No baby. Oh, a chest. Classic. Ooh, a pellet gun. Pellet gun. Try to get as high a score as possible within the allotted time. Score points by hitting red targets. Time can be extended by hitting blue target. Prizes are unlocked for reaching various score amounts. Okay, that seems fun. What? This is intense. And awesome. And I love that they put this in the nightmare. There's some kind of magic spooky nightmare that like traps people in it and kills them or whatever. And like, they just put like a fun little carnival game tutorial to test your shooting score. That's awesome. That's so cool. Thank you, Nightmare of Decay developers. You are artists once in a generation. I am blown away by your genius. Thank you so much. Come on. Fuck. Fuck. God. Oh shit, that was like a blue one right on the dot, so that's what I was watching out for. Sophie's blasting. It's true, I am. Oh shit! Okay, these are the score amounts. 120, 150. I could definitely get those really easily. Let's do that. Okay. Oh, fuck. Shit. Fuck! Okay. Come on, 160, that's what we need. Fuck. Oh, I fucked this up, you know. This isn't good. What? Come on, I definitely shot that. Fuck you. 142. Those 5 pointers are rough? Yeah, for real. This game is awesome. I really love this game. I have to, like, go thank Casey, like, separately to this, to mentioning it on stream. Like, honestly, I need to go say thank you profusely. This game fucking rules. Okay, let's go again. Oh my goodness, Robot, thank you for sharing 142 bits. That's so nice of you. Fuck. What is happening? Oh my god. I just wasted so much fucking time trying to hit a time target. That's so fucked up. Yes, okay, here we go. Now we're really starting to get there, huh? Okay. God, this'll take a fucking while. It's only on 84 now. Okay. This time trial. It's a hell of a thing. Really goes on for a while, though. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Yeah. Nice. Come on, 160. 160. Come on, baby. What? How the fuck are you supposed to shoot that target? That's insane. Oh my god. I actually cursed you with those bits? Get hexed? What the hell? I can't believe I've been cursed right now. What? Well, thank you nonetheless. I'll take cursed bits. That's fine. It's fine by me. I can live with cursed bits. That's what I think anyway. Okay, I'm not gonna try the time trial again. Oh shit. Wait, it's 150? Okay, I totally am. I thought it was 160 I needed to clear, but it's actually 150. That changes everything, honestly. Let's go again. Alright. Okay, 150, we can do this. 150. Ooh, baby. Shit. Okay, good. Shit! It's happening again! No! How the fuck are you supposed to do this, honestly? This is a nightmare. This is like so full on. Ugh, okay, 150. Should I try it again? Chat, I wanna let you vote. Press 1 if you think I should try it again, and press 0 if you want me to move on and do something else. 1, I should try it again. 0, I give up. Pistol ammo, shotgun ammo, that's cool. Everyone wants me to try it again? Except one who reads, I'm very sorry. Sorry for hexing you 0. Okay, I'm gonna pee, and then I'm gonna try it again. Unless there's like an overwhelming number of zeros when I get back, but I will be like a minute. As in 60 seconds. I'll be super quick. Don't worry. Okay, I'm back. Was that a minute? I hope so. Sorry if it was longer. Okay. 1, but it's got to be the last one. Interesting vote, okay. Well, the others didn't specify, but this will be the last one if I don't get it. Let's go. Shit. Okay, nice. Okay. 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 A lockpick. Okay, there you go. That's pretty worthwhile, I think. There we go. Do I have to equip the lockpick? Nice. Dynamite health. Okay. Just have a look at that stuff real quick. Let's put health drink on 4. How can I not do that? That's interesting. Well, worth knowing. Put dynamite on 4 then. Cool. 2. There we go. Oh, Master, thank you for cheering 300 bits. I really appreciate that. That's very nice of you. You shoot like a girl? Thank you very much. I like to think I shoot like a... I like to think I shoot like a Navy SEAL sniper who's just found out that a dog was fucking his wife. It's my aspiration. Yo, how fucking many shots do you need? Dude, come on. Alright. Oh, what's this? Nice. Hell yeah. Okay. This game is awesome. Oh, right, it's the other room. Okay. Huh. Okay, right, it's worth aiming for the head. Sometimes this saves you a lot of ammo. Did they take less shots than the dogs? Yeah, that's actually traditional of Resident Evil as well. Bust of a kingly man dressed in armor. Interesting. That's very odd. That one's giving me the willies, I don't know. Okay. Oh, there's a plaque, okay. Present the king with his golden crown and defeat his loyal guards. Oh shit. To open the way forward. Alright. Well, the crown is probably not in this room. Everyone, please remember, if you're enjoying the stream, you should consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer. I donate directly using command tip, and that pays me for doing my job, which I appreciate. If you use command tip and donate directly, you will be depriving Bezos of his cut, which I know we all appreciate doing here. Actual fuck. But if you subscribe or cheer, I appreciate that too. Also, if you have a Prime account, you can link your Prime account to your Twitch account and give me a Prime sub. A Prime sub basically means I get money, you don't spend any money. That's fucking awesome, right? I get real money for free, basically. But yeah, please do tip, and if you tip, you'll be contributing to my fundraiser to help me keep on paying for voice lessons and also other trans admin costs, because being trans is expensive. And most trans people are really poor. Which is why I wanted to also say, by the way, really importantly, if you're trans and you've got money that you really want for you and your transition, then you shouldn't be giving it to me to help with my transition. Just in case anyone was feeling that, like, parasocial urge to do that. Don't throw away your happiness for mine. That's not good. And in general, people, if you need your money, don't be giving it to content creators. Hold on to your money for you if you need it. But yeah, if you are enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream if you can. Subscribe or share or donate directly using command tip. I said the whole extended spiel with a caveat emptor this time as well, so covered my bases. I really feel like we're gonna see just so much like freedom fighting in the US South. I mean, not even just in the South, right? But across the US from now on. Like, we've already mentioned about Jane's Revenge. So this is the thing I wanted to discuss with chat. Who here is aware of Jane's Revenge? I know a lot of you will be like Red Planet audience, so then you have no excuse if you don't know. Oh, nice. Awesome. So on Twitter, Red Planet audience, raises a hand. Cool. Does anyone here need me to explain? Ooh, a weird clock. Look at that. Okay, cool. Good to know. Interesting. Okay. Cool. People need it explained. I will explain momentarily. Give me a quick mo here. Okay. Cool. Nice. Do I want to do that just yet? Whatever. I'll do it in a sec. Okay, right, so Jane's Revenge are a feminist, anarchist, terrorist group in the United States of America. I believe that to be the accurate definition of what they are. I'm not trying to use the term in anything but a neutral classificatory sense, classifying sense. They engage in acts of terror against anti-abortion campaigners. So there was an arson in Wisconsin on the offices of an anti-abortion campaign, and spray paint of like 1312 and if abortions aren't safe then you aren't safe, and this kind of stuff. And then there was a communique from the group, who by the way are named after the Jane Collective, who are a group of people who are trying to make sure that people could have abortions when it was illegal before. So Jane's Revenge put out this communique basically saying that they sorry, got distracted. Sorry, I'm being gay again. So Jane's Revenge put out this communique saying that on May 10th, saying that they were giving... Oh my god, I just hit everything. That must have been so loud. I'm so sorry. Ugh. Putting out a communique saying that they were giving all of the anti-abortion campaigns and fake clinics and etc. 30 days to stop before they would start engaging in more widespread acts of terror. against them. And yeah, basically, there are more attacks happening now because the 30 days are up. And so, like, one thing that I think is very worth mentioning and discussing, in relation to the podcast that we were listening to earlier, right, Gay Resistance Against the Nazis, is how this kind of stuff is an inevitable result of the state's policies. Like, there's no hand-wringing to be had here about oh no, what if people get hurt to whatever, like, when it's just like you understand that, like, being so concerned about it would assume that you have some kind of say over whether or not it's done, and that you endorse it or don't. And, like, truly the only people who matter in relation to whether it keeps happening are the people doing it. And it's like not, and you're not going to convince them otherwise. And it's also like it's completely understandable why they would reach that point, right? Because it's just as communicated in their original communique. They said, like, we're not declaring war. We have been, like, at war for decades because of how the state is trying to destroy bodily autonomy. And it's just like, yeah, that's what I was saying before, like, the totalitarianism, fascism, whatever, like, regimes that want to wipe people out and wipe out people's agency and freedom, reach a point where they're saying to the people who they're targeting, it's us or you. And it's just pretty easy to understand why people would respond in this way to that, right? Right, sorry, I just have to check something on Twitter really quick. It's just that Jane's Revenge stuff seems to me like very, very comparable to the gay resistance against the Nazis instances cited in that episode. Okay, so there's another immigration raid resistance happening right now. We'll definitely talk about this on Red Planet tomorrow. This is so fucking cool. This is, like, not far from me at all. This is in Peckham. And yeah, they're just they're just telling the cops to get fucked. Like, they're just not letting them take this person, like, clearly just, like, from his home or whatever. It's really fucked up what the cops tried to do. Anyway, yeah, it's just... Let him go! Let him go! Look at that. Although, this is why we always say you shouldn't, I mean, these people aren't, like, doing anything that's gonna get them in trouble, but, like, this is exactly why you shouldn't, like, film people like this, showing people's faces and stuff, because, like, it's always important to be like, look at the big numbers we have, that's really, really cool, but it's also like, if people could get in trouble from the thing that's involved, or, like, you don't know what's going to happen later, if somebody did something later on, and then they were identifiable from a picture you took earlier when they weren't doing the thing, Anyway, this is fucking awesome. Look at that. How fucking cool is this? They're seeing people, the state trying to deport people, and they're just saying, fuck you. This is the most based fucking thing. I love this so much. I just love this so fucking much. This makes my heart full. This is amazing. Yeah, we'll definitely talk about this on Red Planet tomorrow. This is so fucking cool. Alright, awesome. Let's go back to the game. Cool. I should plug in my phone. Okay. What was I doing? God, my brain is just like nowhere to be found right now, honestly. I'm a mess. It's terrible. Okay, cool. Me carrying on with the game momentarily. Sorry, everyone. Kind of also want more money. Not more money, Jesus Christ. Sorry, I'm looking at PayPal. That was a terrible thing to say. I kind of want more water, was what I was trying to say, and I had a weird slip because I was looking at PayPal on the screen. Oh no, I really am a mess today. You meet one cute girl and your brain turns to mush. I'm gay. I'm just gay. That's what's going on here. I'm just quite gay. Withdraw money. Oh. Okay, cool. Cool. Water, and then we'll start the game again. I've come back and I've gotten over my embarrassment. I also do want more money. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream by subscribing or cheering or donating directly using Command Tip. If you use Command Tip, you'll be contributing to my... Look over there. Look at that side of the screen. Fund to help carry on paying for voice lessons and other trans costs. I'd appreciate it. And if you tip, then Jeff Bezos doesn't get a cut, so it's extra based. There we go. I decided to just say I want more money anyway. And that's fine. I'm allowed to say that. But what if you're also a cute girl? No! That's too much. That's too many things. Oh no, I'm so gay. Alright, let's play this game. Ba boop ba 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 boop ba boop. Climb to the vent. I haven't actually explored this area enough, have I? Yeah, I haven't explored this enough. I should definitely make sure that I've seen everything that is here before I go off to another area. Is there a zombo? Is that the zombo sound I'm hearing? Maybe, we'll see. Is a zombie gonna jump out at me? Oh no, why did I open it? Why am I looking in? Oh, it's the cat, okay. Well, that's nice. That's pretty okay, actually. Thanks for freeing me from that washing machine. Who knows how long I would have been stuck there if you hadn't have come along. I saw something shiny in the machine and I went to get it, but the lid closed on me and I couldn't get back out. I managed to get the shiny thing that was inside. Since you saved me, I'll give it to you. Here, take it. Maybe you can find a use for it. The cat places down a large coin in front of itself. Aww. So cute. Oh, Christ almighty. Alright. Fucking R.I.P. Ah! That was way too close to me. Why did I do that? I'm such a fucking asshole. No! No, I'm getting munched on. I'm dead. No! Fuck. That's fucked up. That's fucked up what they just did. I can't believe they just did that to me. What the fuck? Okay. I don't want this. Go back to that. Right. Jesus Christ. Okay. Alright. Fuck. That's so annoying. Oh my goodness, Vic the Victim, thank you so much for donating 25 whole pounds. Goodness gracious me. Thank you very much. Can't do this to me, I'm gay. Yeah. I'm very gay right now. Please don't... Please. Just let me be a homosexual in peace. Alright. I'm so fucking hyped that there is an honest to God successful immigration raid resistance happening right now, just like half a mile south of me. That's awesome. That's just so fucking cool. That's just honestly so fucking cool. I'm just like, fuck yeah, awesome. That rules. That rules. Something's changing, everyone. Something's really changing in the way that shit works. People are seeing the cops do shit, and they're going, no, I don't respect that. You can't do that. It's so cool. Anyway, there's a lot of good news today. News 1, I'm gay. News 0, the eternal news, I'm Sophie. News 2, the Home Office are being told to just get to fuck, and they have no choice but to just get to fuck. Awesome. Alright. Alright. Happy Pride, everyone. I'm gay. It's good to be gay. Cool. Nice. Let's fight more. Let's fight these boys some more. What? I'm sorry, are you fucking serious right now? No! I can't believe this is fucking happening. I just forgot how everything worked. No. Okay. I can do better than this. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. It's okay. I can do it. Let's go. I'll need those. Yep. I wish we, US, would treat our immigrant population with any decency. There is time. There is always time to organize and do better and fight. There is always time. Suspect found. Suspect detained. Death is the only way out. That's good. Nice. Well, thanks for telling me. Awesome. Oh yeah? If death is the only way out, how come I just got a health drink, huh? Punk? Need to learn about organizations in my area. Yes! This is what Red Planet is all about. Everyone, come on. Let's do some shit. Let's fuck shit up. This is what it's all the fuck about. It's so good. Okay. Awesome. Okay, let's kill these zombies this time. Nice. Easy fucking peasy. Cool. Alright, let's try the other door. Okay, fair enough. There we go. Nice. Oh, cool. Hey, a coin! Okay, nice. Okay, cool. I feel like I'm making some actual progress in this now, finally. B-Rat, thank you so much for subscribing! You've subscribed for 13 months already? That's wild. Jesus. I had no idea. I'm very glad you have. That's very nice of you. Thank you for subscribing. Everyone, please remember again, if you are enjoying the stream, you could consider paying for the stream by subscribing or sharing or donating directly with command tip if you want to help with my fund. Let's fight the... Wait, no, we fought the zombies. That's fine. Okay, cool. So I have two coins so far. 2 coins. These are the doors I haven't explored. Let's try this one. Nope, I did explore this one. Let's try this one. Okay. Oh. Oh, okay, nice. I guess the coins are over here. So, yeah, let's go way over here. Nope. No, are the coins over here? No, the shooting puzzle is over here. Okay, that's just me. That's just me homing like a pigeon. My instinct to do the shooting puzzle at all times. Okay, puzzle. An old farmer, tired from a day of hard labor, falls asleep under the shade of a tree while his loyal dog watches over him. Okay, well that should be simple enough, right? So, go to my inventory, get the tree coin, and apply it here. What? Okay, maybe I just need to have all of the coins before I can do that. It's possible. Press Q to consume. I just find the word consume very funny. It sounds like war fetish shit. Consume. It's just so funny. Like, do you know Steph? Yeah, I know Steph. I was on her charity stream, on the charity stream just the other day. Consume. Keystra, thank you so much for subscribing. Keep forgetting I have Prime sub, lol. Yeah, thank you for giving it to me. I appreciate that. Oh, chat, I'm gay. I had a cute date and I'm gay. I'm gay as hell. Oh my god. Fucking my stupid little gay brain can't play this game anymore because I'm just like too gay. Too overwhelmed with gay thoughts. Oh shit, there's a guy in there. Okay. Right, I mean... That guy sounds kind of creepy and bad, but... Maybe I'll help him, we'll see. What the fuck is that? Oh my god, I thought they had weird heads, that it's the whole kitchen crew. Oh, this is fine. No, it's not fine, 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 it's not fine. It's not fine at all. It's very bad, actually. Okay. Okay, whew! Alright, sorted it, it's fine. It's fine now. It's all good now. Whew! Oh, fuck, another one! What the hell? I took care of so many and then... God damn it. Alright. Bloody sack. Yeah, alright. I'll take a bloody sack. Fine. Whatever. Dumbwaiter memo added. Okay. The damn dumbwaiter is broken again. I was sending up the pantry key to the second floor and the platform got stuck in the shaft on the way up. Now no one can get into the pantry until the stupid lift is fixed. Lord William is going to be furious. Maybe dropping something heavy into the shaft from the second floor will be enough to dislodge it. Okay, cool. Good to know. Thank you for your suggestion. Okay. No, this is the king thing. I don't... Yeah, I have that. Let's go find... Let's go find... the third coin. Just sending keys up the dumbwaiter as you do. I mean, if someone was on a different floor of this mansion and wanted the key, and you had the key, and you were below them, and you had the dumbwaiter, I'm just saying, would you... Are you really telling me you would resist all temptation to just send the key up the dumbwaiter? Because I honestly would definitely send the key in the dumbwaiter. Definitely, definitely, definitely. If I had a dumbwaiter, I'd use it all the time. Yeah, right. Exactly. Like, speaking from real life experience, our bedroom is like a mezzanine above the living room. Like just right up here is like a balcony that our bedroom is on. And we throw things like not only down, but up all the time. Hey, let's climb an event. Let's go. Wait, maybe it was the bloody sack I was supposed to drop in the... Oh, god damn it. It was right by the note as well. It was being so obvious and I didn't think of it. For fuck's sake. Alright. Cool, cool, nice. Right. Okay. Should have reloaded before I came through this door. You serious right now? Whatever. There we go. That's pretty good. From the same floor as the pantry to someone on a different floor than the pantry. No, guess again. They were sending it in the dumbwaiter. So they were clearly sending it from the lower floor up to the floor with the pantry on it. That makes total sense. That literally makes sense. That's literally just, that makes sense. I'm sorry, this just makes sense. Everyone here is so anti-dumbwaiter, and I don't get it. It's very it's very silly. All right. Where is it though? Where does the dumbwaiter come out? Over here somewhere, I guess. Dumbwaiters are bougie? Inarguably, yes. Of course they are. They're terrible. But if you own a great big house, eh? Okay. So, is this gonna be a mistake? Dumbwaiters killed my dad? Well, your dad shouldn't have been a Victorian child looking for adventure then. Enjoying the dumbwaiter discourse? I bet. Redistribute the dumbwaiter to the people? Well, I mean, if people lived in a place where there was a dumbwaiter, then they could redistribute the dumbwaiter to the people. If people moved into mansions, like if a bunch of homeless people squatted a mansion, that would be fucking awesome, and they should do that. And then they'd have a dumbwaiter. So, you know, consider. Could be good. It doesn't come out of the bathroom, no way. What the hell? I feel like I definitely went past where the dumbwaiter comes out on this lower floor. Definitely. I must have done. This is very strange. I don't care about practical, they're cool. I think they're cool. Can't be this door, though. You think I'm cool? Oh, thank you very much. I think chat is cool. I think all the chatters who watch Sophie from Mars streams are cool, by definition. Fucking pantry key, hell yes! Okay, I have to eat humble pie. You were completely right. They were sending the pantry key up from the pantry, from the kitchen next to the pantry, to a different floor. That is very silly. Okay. Quick, send it up the dumbwaiter so you can get it on the other floor. I really hope the dumbwaiter features again later in this game, honestly. I love the dumbwaiter so much. Everyone, please remember, if you're enjoying the stream, to consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe, or you can cheer, or you can donate directly using command tip and help me with my fund. Fund? There it is. It's over there. Look, my fund. Alright. Aha. Oh, I gotta get it out of my thing, don't I? And use it like this. Aha. Done. Fresh toy for my precious collection. Oh, God! Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, good. So, quick thought. I am definitely going to be added to this collection. This is bad. Oh my god. No! What? Oh my god! It just killed me in like 2 hits. What? What? No! Oh my god. Okay, I gotta do all this shit over again now. Fucking hell. Donations for HRT? It's not donations for HRT. Well, actually, I suppose it could be. Shit, now I come to think of it. It is that. Never mind, I take it back. I'm just thinking about how I can allocate the money if people give me it. It could absolutely be titty pills. Yeah, so they could be tips. Does that how do you I can see the pun in the chat, but tips. Yeah, it kind of works. Reminds me of the 2-hit odongs. Yeah, for real. It's command tip if anyone wants to contribute. By the way. Tips sounds like it uses an old English letter. True. Where's the other one? I can hear another one. Whatever, fine. I should just go downstairs. Oh, hello. Found him anyway. There he is. Oh my god, I blew his entire body off. I shotgunned his entire fucking body off. Wow. Nice. Good for me. Everyone loves to see a queen thriving. Okay. I used my dynamite before. I fucked up really badly. I fucked up really badly. Okay. High power? High power, I'm Sophie. Where's that kitchen? Is it here? Cool. Nice. Alright, let's go fight the meat golem again. Oh boy. Baba booyah. Here we go. Let's... Wait, what? Oh no, it's here, it's here, it's here. Is there a journal over there? There's like a notepad I can save on in this room anywhere? No, I'm not seeing one. That's annoying. You'd think this is like the place where they would put one though, honestly. Let's just check in the other room, because, I mean, there's one in the main lobby anyway. Oh my god, more bullets. Don't mind if I do. Sophie, here is a small tithe to you as a burgeoning video essay writer myself. I can't wait to see what more you do. Moon Deer. Oh, what a lovely name. Moon Deer. I love that. Thank you very much for the £3 tip. I really appreciate that. Shooting a guy in 2 was high-powered. Okay, excellent. Very, very good. Alright, back through this way. Okay. Alright. Oh yeah, I gotta use it like an object. Cool. Yeah, cool. Yeah, whatever, he's not that fine. Health drink. Consume. Cool. I consumed. Stand over this side. Uh-huh. Yes. Run, 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 run.
A fresh toy for my collection.
Oh, he's so fast. Oh, he's so fast, though. He's the fastest boy. I killed the fast boy! It's okay. Ugh. Okay, cool. All good. Whew! What's this? Oh, it's the pantry key. That's very good. That's very fun. Reload the pistol. Reload the pistol. And here we go! It's time for... Uh-huh. Okay, can I use the items now? Fuck off. What now? What do I have to do now? Come on. Just let me do it. Coin-shaped indents. Okay, the first one mentioned in the story is the farmer. Let's just consume real quick. Old man. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ! What the fuck? Let me put my coins in, you son of a bitch. Oh, I have to zoom in first, right. That makes sense, that's fine. Okay. I didn't know you could do the item menu while zoomed in like this. That's helpful for future puzzle reference. Load the coins into the gun and shoot them in. I should have done that. That would have been great. What was I gonna do? That's what. Cool, nice. Club key. Do I remember the club key being useful for anything yet? I don't think so. Whatever, I'll save in the lobby anyway. We should really play some Forgotten City. Been meaning to ask for a while, is Rolling with Rainbows on hiatus? Yes, but hopefully not for much longer. Yes, but sorry about that, but hopefully not for much longer. It hasn't just been cancelled. I promise it is coming back. Nat is editing the episodes to bring it back. Presently. Oh, it's a spade. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to be very respectful and pay attention to chat, but I have also just got texted by this girl, and all I want to do is reply, and that would be very silly, and I've delayed and distracted from this stream so many times already, and I should not do that. But I want to... But what you need to understand is I'm stupid and gay, so I want to help me. Do it anyway. No, don't tell me that. That's bad. That's not good. No, I should carry on playing the game. Okay. Club key. Where is the club key gonna be useful? Not in this clock. No way, man. No way. Yeah, alright. Tell her to get in the chat. Clearly the only solution. That would not be a solution. That would be very bad. Oh, fucking hell. Finally, we get to see the hole. Finally. Servant's notes. Awesome. I'm so glad this mansion, as opposed to the Resident Evil mansion, shows you its hole. That's really important to me. Okay. Okay, it has 3 heads. Oh, and they're all looking at me. That's creepy. Creature in hole, talk. Yeah, I'll do it a favor. That's fine. Oh my god! This thing's amazing. Oh! You see, I'm an avid collector of human heads. The tortured expression of death on their faces fills me with great joy. Cool. Normal. I love that. Great. My collection is full. I've recently realized that something is missing. Oh, okay. It has to be a woman's head. Okay. Oh, 3. Oh, it has to be 3 women's heads. Cool. Great. Awesome. I guess I'll do that then. Jesus Christ. Have you tried blasting the hole? Trust me, I did already. Oh, you mean in the game. Where is the pantry? It's down these stairs over here? Oh, there's zombos in here. Oh my god. Fuck off. God damn it. Fucking hell. Alright, cool. Clock key! There we go. Kira's quoted me on Twitter and said, "Watch Sophie while I take the day off." That's good. Doll solidarity. Sticking up for the gals. Alright, cool. Let's go to the clock. Clock, 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 clock. Let's get clocked. Right. Bam. Gonna have to tell the hole you've blown up all the heads and there are none left. Wait till the hole demon finds out about non-binary head. Yeah, that's pretty good. Alright. Ball clock. Oh, I don't have any kind of information about what this is supposed to do. I don't know. But I'm gonna make it 420. That's all I can do for now. Yeah, okay. Chat, I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna ignore you. I'm just gonna ignore you and send a text. I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it. I give up. I give up, okay? Okay? I worked out for 2 hours this morning on stream for your entertainment and my physical fitness, obviously. And for your entertainment, I'm gonna send the text. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do texting. I'm just gonna text. It's happening. It's too late. I'm sorry, everyone. Okay, I did it. Okay, I'm a genius. Hell yeah. Oh, nice. I like this game's appreciation for art. Like, real art. It's cool. Both the speech and the march went fantastically yesterday. I'm still vibrating with queer joy. Oh my god, Quatoria, that's so cool. That's really, really nice to hear. I'm really excited for you. It's a very exciting thing to give a speech for, you know, sticking up for queers, and that's really awesome. What was your speech, like, what was your kind of focus on in the speech? I'm very excited for you. That's really, really cool. It's a great thing to do, and, like, yeah, every time I've done it, I've just been, like, buzzing for days and days and days after speaking to queer people. Okay, we're looking at the immigration raid stuff again, real quick. I love when this shit happens and they take, like, people take videos that are, like, just the cops, you know? Like, videos like this one where it's just, like, right up in the cops' business and just, like, yo. You know? It's awesome. Around 20 police showed up, encircled the van, and violently tried to force the crowd back, grabbing, shoving, and punching people. Jesus Christ. The crowd held them back. Now they're standing looking confused. What do we do now? One of them said. Nice. Cool. It's very good knowing that the police are trained to such a high quality, right? Such tactical geniuses. Fucking hell. We shall not be loose. 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 How fucking good is this? Fuck yeah. So cool. Love this. I just love when the community shows up for people. I just love when people show up and are like, actually fuck the state. Actually the state is fucking garbage and fuck them. This is the best. Let's check in on that other person who's writing a thread about this. This is great. This is awesome. This, by the way, is the person who I think first, like, alerted people to it happening, which is really cool. Like, this is, by the way, this is a really important feature of what we should talk about, and doubtless we will talk about this when we have Van Guy on next week on Red Planet. I think it's next week. Actually, I should check that. Red Planet. Boop, 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 boop. Red Planet. Ow, ow. Ow. No, we have Mexi on next week, and then we have Van Guy on the week after. That makes sense. Okay, cool. Twitter. There it is. Yeah, that's a cool thing we'll definitely talk about with Van Guy in a couple of weeks when he comes on the show. But, like, this shit here, you're out and you see an immigration raid happening. You see, like, immigration officers. You see the van pulling in somewhere. Contact anti-raids right away. Tweet it out. Tag them. Contact them as well. DM them. Whatever. That's the shit. That's the shit you need to do, you know? Because that's how you let other people know. Now there are, like, over 40 people there, and they're stopping the cops, and it's awesome. So, you know, this is what you do. This is how everyone takes care of each other. Turns out the real superhero was the community along the way, or something. This is again why Spider-Man is so good, because it's just like local neighborhood. That's the thing. That's the thing. It's all about local organizing. Everything. It's just all about that. Like, that's what you got to do. Just get involved. So cool. So incredibly fucking based. I'm honestly just vibing. Yeah. Okay. Back to the game. Uh-huh. Take her head. Yes. Thank God. Gross. Those are some bad sounds. Do I have a lockpick right now? No. Okay, cool. Squishy sounds. Yeah, for real. Splashy sounds. Did this already. Is the fly noise in the game? What do you mean fly noise? New update on the anti-raids thread. Apparently the person's been released. Link, send the link, send the link, send the link. That's so cool. That's awesome. Let's have a look. Let's go do that right now. Fuck this game. Awesome. On the anti-raids thread. Why am I not seeing it? G. Ferris. Yes! 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 I love immigration resistance. So fucking cool. This is so cool. I love people resisting these immigration raids, telling these pigs to get fucked. It's so good. This is just so fucking cool. Yes! That's fucking right. Absolutely. That's so fucking cool. Awesome. Awesome. Yes. Okay, let's make a good tweet, everyone. It's time for a good tweet. You think that you have one-sided relationships to agents of the state. But when people work together, they can reverse all of them. Evict landlords. Fire bosses. Tell the cops no, and make the Home Office let people go. I'm so excited right now. I'm just like, I'm vibing. This is so fucking cool. This is the coolest fucking thing. When people work together, we can do anything. When people work together, we can do anything. It's a Bewitching Revolution quote. It's not. I just sound like this. I'm just a loser. I just talk like this in real life. Oh my god, this is so fucking cool. I'm just like, yes, I'm just filled with energy right now. This is awesome. I love people. I love when people work together. This is so fucking cool. So fucking good. I think maybe you said something similar while playing it. I've made a similar tweet before. That's probably what you're thinking of. Fuck yes. Today is an awesome day. Today is an incredible day. This is so cool. Hell yes. Hell fucking yes. Okay, let's play some more of the game. Everyone, please look up your local anti-raids network today. If there isn't one, consider starting one. Honestly, really enjoying the piano score of this game so far. Oh, Casey! Hey, Casey! I am loving the nightmare. It's so fucking good. I cleared all of the targets in the... Oh. I cleared all the targets in the shooting range, and I got all the rewards. And I have shot a bunch of dogs, because, you know, it's Resident Evil-like, and you have to shoot a bunch of dogs. And there's a creepy creature in the wall. It's so good. It's such a good fucking game. Honestly, I've been, like, vibing with this game incredibly hard every single step of the way. Thank you so much. I really love it. Oh, the spooky moon! I love the spooky moon so much. I don't suppose I have a key that would get in here yet, do I? Probably not. Yeah, no way. Hell yeah. Pals, I'm just vibing right now. I'm just so excited. I'm so excited about the future. I'm so excited about how powerful people are when they work together. I'm just so excited. This is awesome. Fuck yes. Does it have that Resident Evil flow? Yeah, that's a good question. I probably would say my neighbor's riding a motorbike really loudly right outside the window. Oh, God. I just remember why I don't usually stream or podcast on the weekends is because my neighbor's really into, like, helping dudes to do manly bro stuff with their mopeds and motorcycles. So they're just, like, doing some shit right now. Just, like, it's very cool and good for him that he opens up, like, a little motorbike repair clinic on the weekends, but it is also very annoying for me as someone who is, you know, needs to be in peace and quiet for recording. It's fine. I just avoid streaming and recording podcasts on the weekends usually. Right. There aren't enough cops in the entire world to keep us down when we truly realize our strength. Victoria, that is so true. When you figure out that your ability to be subdued by the police, the police, the state's ability to stop you, can be matched by power, by sheer numbers, by people power. That's a good day when you realize that. Everyone, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip if you want to avoid the Bezos tax. If you want to give me money directly, and it will go to my fund to help me pay for transition costs that are kind of ongoing, just kind of annoying different stuff. Right, 420, great. What else was I gonna do? Oh, is the club key here? Is this one locked with the club key? Oh, it just leads into this snooker room? Okay, well, we've been here before. Just casually offering a human head to a creature in a hole, as you do. Yeah, I mean, yeah. 2 people are exactly twice as strong as 1 people really makes you think. Orkmom, you're really clever. That's so true. It really does make you think. Reminds me of the Matrix. Are you saying I can dodge bullets? I'm saying you won't have to. But in this case, instead of fighting cops, they'll flee when they see enough people stand up to them. Yes, B-Rat. That is exactly what it is. You saying I can dodge bullets? No, Neo. When the time comes, I'm saying you won't have to. It's very good. It's very, very, very good. It's exactly right. It's very cool. Very based. Very Pog. I love the Matrix. Yes, exactly like that. Exactly like that. You can stop the cops from doing immoral things. That's the thing. Cops are allegedly, supposedly there to stop you doing things that they've deemed to be immoral. That's not really what they're there for, but that's what they're supposedly there for. Turns out, if you get together with other people and work together, you can stop the cops from doing things that you don't think are moral. Have a think about that for a little while. Why don't you? I still don't have that golden crown. Maybe the creature in the hole will give me it? Who knows? Is there more to explore about this room? There might be. Nah, not really. It's just a grand room. But Sophie, law is the ultimate arbiter of morality. That's a good point. I forgot about that. I temporarily forgot about that and everything that I was saying before I disavow. I just experienced a temporary madness where I thought that law wasn't the arbiter of morality. That's all that was going on there. Don't worry about it. Forget everything I said. A+ Keanu impression. I just like to bob around. It's just great. Like, you saying I can dodge bullets? You gotta watch him. He genuinely does that in the movie. Like, it's so funny. I just realized we could go watch it now. I could show you that clip. Like, showing a clip from a movie isn't TOS. What am I missing here? May as well save again. Not sure if I've made any progress since my last save, but I'll just save anyway. It's fine. Oh. Okay, cool. Just making sure. Did you find the redacted? What kind of question is that? Sophie, I didn't think I got to catch your last Patho stream. Did you beat it? I beat it before, so like, I have beaten Pathologic 2. I've got to the end of it. There's a whole playlist. If people want to see my whole playlist of me playing Pathologic 2 start to finish, it's on my stream archive channel, Sophie from Mars Streams, which is a funny moment for someone right now. Because right now, but not right now, in the future. So now in the stream, but now in the video VOD of the stream later, someone's watching this and going, hey, I'm watching on Sophie from Mars Streams YouTube channel. Whoa! And now they're going, now she's talking about us. That was what I was thinking. That's so weird. And now they're thinking, I'm gonna go to patreon.com/Sophie from Mars and pledge $2 or more than $2 to get early access to Sophie's videos when they're ready. And that's all. That's really cool. Game Gang says waves at the future. So I'll pass that on for you. This is from Game Gang. Hello people in the future. Hey future people. I'll say this. It has the Resi flow in that I have like hit a moment where I'm like, what do I do now? And the game has become completely indecipherable. I should really add a command to Nightbot to so I can pull up the stream archive channel really easily. That would be helpful. It's based to give Sophie your money. Yeah. It is. Thank you, B-Rat. I'm glad you're aware. More and more people are saying this. It is based, actually. And it's cringe to not. What's this notification I have? Sorry, the notification is Andy's put in our reading group. Regardless of how this vote goes, doesn't matter what the vote is, it is now my revolutionary plan to form a Graberist coalition with Sophie from Mars. Yes! Grape. We're all just like in our Grape occultist robes chanting grape. So good. Oh, I love Graber so much. Okay. Maybe I've missed something outside. Let's go try outside. Oh shit. No, we've been here already, right? Oh yeah. That's where the first zombie was. Oh, the door is stuck. That's interesting. Okay. Fair enough. All right. Is my lighting setup good, by the way? I feel like it's pretty good most of the time, but sometimes when I'm a little bit close to the mic, it casts a shadow of my face. I'm a little bit worried about it not being quite as good then. I think it's pretty good, though. I think, like, the slightly contrasting warm and cold lights help to make me look more 3D. Nora Emi, thank you very much for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate it. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, that's the shooting room. Good for ominous close-ups, though. Yeah, that's true. If I want to be ominous. Cool. All roads lead to the shooting room. Yeah. Sooner or later, you wander around until you reach the shooting room again. Didn't I see the spade key in your inventory? You will have seen the club key in my inventory. The spade, you don't have to use them. They automatically unlock, so it's like, if I had the spade key, then the spade door would just open. I'm just trying to get systematic about it now, because I don't know what else I can do. Like, I think I've just got to go, like, every single room, one by one. Might not be the most fun strategy. Now we've done this room already. Okay. And that just lets us climb into that room. Okay, so what about this room? It's the spooky one. Okay. Can you use the toilet? Death is the only way out. Very cool. It certainly has a very different impact between, like, death is the only way out, meaning, look at the map. Suppose I could do that. Fine. Cabin key. There's a lot of detail in this, so that's actually pretty cool. Yeah, that's confusing. I think I might need to find the female heads for the creature in the wall that wants, like, female heads. Might be the only way for me. No, impaled body is listed on there. It'd be like, you have the spade key now, right? No. No, I don't. I don't have it. Record book. Mixing station. What did I miss? I've missed something. That's what's going on. I've definitely just, like, made some silly mistake here. Dang it. I'm excited to see the payoff from the creature in the wall. I assume it'll be the crown, right? To put on the king's head? It's probably gonna be that, I think. This is very frustrating. The clock. The clock's the only thing, right? And I just... So... Oh, the snooker room. Okay, thanks, Casey. I feel like I've got far enough through this now. I'm just gonna carry on with the brute forcing. It's very silly of me, but I am gonna do it. Especially because if it's true to Resident Evil puzzles, you have to exit out of it for it to, like, activate anyway. Oh, nope, never mind. The spade key! Hooray! Okay, cool. Nice. Now I have the spade key. Do I still need to go to the snooker room if I've got the spade key, or was the clue a clue to get the spade key? Pool cues. Oh, that's fun. That's very fun. Alright. Cool. Nope, I'm doing something wrong here. Ollie, thank you very much for subscribing with Prime. Everyone, please remember, if you have a Prime account, you can link into your Twitch account and give me money without you spending any money. You can give me money for free. It's very cool. But anyway, if you want to give me money in general because you're enjoying the stream, you can subscribe or tier or donate directly using Command Tip. If you want to, A, help my fund going on over there, And B, if you don't want Jeff Bezos to get a cut of it, you can tip me directly. So. Okay, let's go in the space cube. Oh, fuck off. Cool. Nice. Oh my god. Oh, the fleshy growths. Yeah, I need to make some acid then. Oh. Hexagon-shaped hole. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Don't like this. Nope. Bad vibes in this room. Nope. No thank you. That's the vibes are simply bad. No. Okay, now we know where the crown is. That's cool. Oh shit, a library. That's awesome. The fuck? Okay. Oh my god. Ah! Man, what the fuck? Come on with this. Okay, well, sometimes the zombies have pistols now. That's cool. I can roll with that. That's fine. That's okay. I love video games. I just love video games. They're great. Did you get the shotgun? Yeah, I have the shotgun. Oh shit, my health is in danger. Fuck. Right. Cool. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck off. Fuck! Stop it! Fucking hell! That was so fucked. Oh my god. I'm so mad right now. That was fucked up. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. Okay. Jesus Christ. What the hell? Fuck! A mimic! Okay. Right, lockpick. I have a lockpick now. That's cool. Now you see why I love this game so much? Yeah, absolutely. It's awesome. It's such a fun little game. It just does everything Resident Evil just right. Perfect. Really perfect. So fun. So fun. Do I have the stuff to mix up acid already? No, I just have the lanolin. Okay. But there's a chest in the room where the meat golem was. So let's go use the lockpick on that chest. Uh-huh. Lockpick. Oh, the word oh my god. I'm so annoyed. I could have opened that the whole time. Fuck's sake. I have been streaming for 6.5 hours now, and I am going to take a little break shortly, and then come back with some Forgotten City, because I should really play some Forgotten City. I'm just like too hooked on this fun little Resi game. Yes, I will play some Forgotten City. I will. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break shortly and do that. Okay. Yeah, there's the flash wall. There it is. And then this is the wall, the room with all the kings nonsense in it. Alright. Okay. Just ignore the flash wall for now. Okay. Right, more exploring to be done in the library, I guess. I'm so fucked up about that mimic. I was so fucked. I had no idea that could happen, and that's like... It's like they're alarming in games where you know that they could exist already. In games where you don't know that... In games where no one's told you that there are mimics, fucking hell, they're scary. That really got me. I've played all the main series Resident Evils now, and that fucking got me good. Like, awesome. So cool. I love this game. It's really good. Oh shit, am I out of health drinks? That's bad. Ah, piss. Well, that could have been better. Okay, so there's one normal wardrobe and one blood-covered wardrobe. That's cool. Oh no! Someone took this woman's head already. I need that. Hey. Fuck off. Okay. Okay, so there's a ghost? So there's a ghost, is that it? Uh-huh, so there's a ghost? So, ghost then? Okay. Ghost time. Oh, thank God, a health drink, okay. Oh, that's fun. There's a painting of a decapitated head in the room where eventually there would be a headless body and a decapitated head in the wardrobe. They were like, what's this room for? Well, eventually someone will get beheaded in here. So we kind of think, you know, I'm thinking about the decor. I have this painting of a head. You know. Ew. Oh. No! Stupid Resi. Ugh. Oh, it's a crank. I love cranks. Oh, it's a square crank. Who needs it? Fuck that. Alright. Oh, I've lost my way. Okay. Oh shit, it's that. That's really cool. Nice. Okay. Classic. Zombie. Oh, I have a lockpick. It's fine. Nice. Nice. Consume. All right. Save the game. Nice. This is awesome. This is going great. Spooky ghost. Oh no. Alright. Right. Okay, I think I'm gonna take my break now. Now that I've got to a good save point, things have progressed. I'm definitely going to play more of this on stream. I wasn't expecting to pick it up as a new stream game, but this is really, really fun. And we should definitely play some more. Okay, I'm going to go on a little break. Up to half an hour, because, like, I've been streaming for so long. But, like, it might just be 15 minutes. I don't know. I got to pee and stuff. I got to get myself some more water. I might make a tea. And I need to plan out, like, what else I'm doing with the day. So basically, I will be back sometime less than half an hour. But it could be 5 minutes, but it probably won't be. All right, cool. I should have been telling you all of that with me on the full screen. What am I doing with my life? Okay, right. I'm going to go on a little break. The game we were just playing was called Nightmare of Decay. It's very resi-ish, and really fun, and I really like it, and I'll definitely play some more some other time. I'm gonna go off for a little break now. I'll be back shortly with some Forgotten City. Okay, in the meantime, if you want to support the stream, subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command TIP. Alright, cool. See you in a little bit. Wait. Everyone wait. Everyone hang on. I am gonna go on my break. I just have to show you this first. Fucking awesome. One of the most British things there is, English specifically, really, but British, is the use of the male. Whoa! Hey! It's very good because if you are on the receiving end of it, it sucks. And if you're on the other side of it, it's awesome. And seeing the police receiving Gias from people is awesome. That's great. I love to see it. That's awesome. Let's watch it one more time. It's awesome. This is so much fun.
Fuck off, Meg! Fuck off! Fuck the police!
Yes! How fucking good is that? How fucking good is that? Okay, right. Now I will go on my break. I hope you enjoy your break. Okay. Hey everyone, sorry about the sudden turnaround on this. I am gonna have to just head off. Something's come up. But basically, thank you for hanging out and watching me play Nightmare of Decay. I will play Forgotten City on Tuesday, so if you want to see me play more of Forgotten City, that'll still be happening. It'll happen on Tuesday. What was I gonna say? Thank you very much to everyone who subscribed and donated, etc. I'm gonna raid into Laura K. Buzz, my fellow player on Dice Funk, and host of the Podquisition. Alright. See you everyone tomorrow for Red Planet, where we're talking to 2 people from a newly unionized Starbucks in Pittsburgh. It's going to be really fucking cool talking to them about the Starbucks unionization efforts, and you have to tune in. That's 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. GMT, or no, UK time, whatever the UK time zone is now, or 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. CST on twitch.tv/KiraChats, okay? We'll see you there tomorrow. Thank you so much for hanging out.